Chapter 1801. Seeing this, Zhou hurriedly picked up the companion egg on the ground. As for the large number of essence energy crystals, they were useless to Zhou. He didn't even bother picking them up. The crack in the mountain wall widened and soon, a bottomless, pitch-black cave appeared. Zhou probed the insides using the teacher domain, but he realized that the essence energy inside seemed to have dried up. He couldn't sense any essence energy fluctuations. Nothing happened even when the mountain wall came to a complete standstill. He summoned the fiend Armored Tiger Soul General and let him scout ahead as he entered the cave. The essence energy appeared drained. He couldn't sense any aura, nor did any creatures appear. The winding cave meandered for several kilometers before it opened up. Zhou and the fiend Armored Tiger Soul General arrived at a huge natural cave. Just like the tunnel outside, the essence energy here had already dried up. There was nothing left in the huge cave. There was no sign of life at all. In the middle of the cave was a stone that was 3 to 4 meters tall. The stone looked a little strange. It was sharp at the top and round at the bottom, like a sharp stone pillar. It was translucent and grayish-white. He could vaguely see a weak point flickering inside the stone platform, like a heartbeat. What's this? Zhou circled the stone a few times, but he couldn't figure it out. He ordered the fiend Armored Tiger Soul General to attack. It was at the Calamity grade, but the attacks were unable to damage it at all. This is interesting. Is this thing an item or a creature? Zhou was momentarily unsure. He summoned Mystic Arch and Prisoner, but the power of these two top companion beasts was still unable to budge the stone pillar. Zhou realized that the hardness of this thing far exceeded his imagination, so he summoned Mystic Arch and Prisoner back and attached them to himself. Energy surged crazily into his palm as he unleashed his strongest strength. In the human world, his palm slashed at the stone pillar like a blade. With a clang, he etched a mark about 3 centimeters deep on the stone pillar. Zhou was immediately alarmed. This was a power that could even injure the Apocalypse grade, but it only left such a shallow mark on the stone pillar. What the hell is this? Zhou didn't receive any warning that he had attacked a creature, so he became even more intrigued. He constantly struck the stone pillar, slicing it apart inch by inch. Sweat seeped out of his forehead. Even someone as powerful as Zhou found it difficult to continuously use strength like in the human world. As the stone was pared off bit by bit, the light inside gradually became clearer. After spending plenty of time, he finally heard a ding. The force from in the human world seemed to have slashed at something even harder. It didn't leave a trace. After wiping away the stone dust on the surface, he saw a milky white, fluorescent jade-like object inside. It was the object that shone, and it felt warm to the touch. Following the milky white boundary, Zhou slowly peeled off the translucent stone layer. After spending more time on this, he finally saw the milky white jade's complete appearance. This is Monkey Sun. Zhou looked at the milky white jade that was mostly exposed and his eyes couldn't help but light up. The milky white jade looked like a curled-up monkey. Could this be the legendary intelligent stone monkey? Zhou still remembered the myth he had heard when he was young. Sun Wukong was born out of a stone, and was known as one of the 4 Demetrius monkeys. His name was Intelligent Stone Monkey. However, on second thought, he found it unlikely. Back then, Zhou had seen the 4 Demetrius monkeys. This thing was different from the Intelligent Stone Monkey. After some thought, he thought of another possibility. Among the mythical figures related to the Shang dynasty, there was indeed an ape. It was the leader of the 7 monsters of Plum Mountain, Yuan Hong, who had cultivated from a white ape. He was a terrifying being that could fight Erlingshan. His 8-9 arcane art was invincible, and was almost the apex of physical combat strength. If it's really the white ape, it should be a boss. How did it become a block of stone? Zhou was somewhat puzzled. There was nothing else here, and he couldn't slash apart the jade monkey. All he could do was leave the cave and explore other places. There were many Calamity-grade existences in the Chess Mountain dungeon. There were also existences that weren't inferior to the 4 demonized generals, but he didn't discover any Apocalypse-grade existences. After touring all of Chess Mountain dungeon, he didn't discover anything that satisfied him, nor was there any notification of clearing it. Strange. Could it be that there's something I haven't discovered? Zhou circled a few more times. Apart from the jade monkey, there was nothing else that seemed resolvable. Old Zhou, that old fellow is here again. Li Xian interrupted Zhou, who was engrossed in the game. Who? Zhou was momentarily taken aback. Who else other than Jing Dao Xian? Li Xian curled his lips and said, apart from that old fellow, there's also your eldest senior brother, Lu Yun. Zhou thought for a moment, and followed Li Xian out to meet Jing Dao Xian and Lu Yun in the living room. Junior brother, long time no see. Do you miss your eldest senior brother? Lu Yun said with a grin. I really do, Zhou said with a sigh. Among his fellow disciples, Only Li Yun and Hui Haifeng were left. Thinking of Zhong Zia and Jiang Yan, Zhou Wen still found it difficult to accept the fact that they were dead. Upon hearing Zhou Wen's words, Lu Yun felt a little embarrassed. He sighed and said, "You don't have to worry too much. Everyone dies eventually." "I know." Zhou Wen nodded and asked Jing Daoxian, "Why are you looking for me?" Or, "Have you considered what we discussed last time? The day after tomorrow is the best opportunity to enter Chess Mountain. If you miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to enter again," Jing Daoxian said. "Why the day after tomorrow?" Zhou Wen didn't understand what Jing Daoxian meant. "There's no need to act dumb in front of me. Don't tell me you don't know about the flower on the mountain wall? I've secretly observed it for years. That day is the only day it will disappear every year." Jing Daoxian's words surprised Zhou Wen. "What do you mean by disappearing? Where does it go?" "It leaves Chess Mountain, but I'm not sure where it goes. It will definitely return in 24 hours, so we only have 24 hours. We have to exit Chess Mountain regardless of whether we can storm it," Jing Daoxian said. Zhou Wen frowned and didn't say a word. Such matters couldn't be a lie. Since Jing Daoxian had said so, it was definitely true. If it was really as Jing Daoxian had said, then this was really an opportunity. Prisoner also said that Earth's companion beast was on Chess Mountain, but he couldn't find it in the dungeon. He probably had to make a trip to Chess Mountain in reality. Chapter 1802 Free News. In the misty mountain range, a blood river slowly flowed out, dyeing the nearby land red. "Human sovereign!" The soldiers stationed outside the blood river spontaneously saluted when they saw Zhou Wen. "Call me Zhou Wen." Zhou Wen looked at the soldiers, and couldn't help but frown slightly. Their exposed skin had many abscesses. There were even people whose faces were covered in burst boils, making them look abnormally disgusting and hideous. "What's going on?" Zhou Wen stared at the officer beside him, and asked. The officer said with a bitter smile, "Young Master One, this blood river looks harmless, but if you stay here for extended periods, your body will develop such abscesses. The longer you stay, the worse the rot. We haven't discovered a way to treat it, nor can we bandage it. The more we bandage it, the worse it becomes." "Why didn't you retreat?" asked Zhou Wen. "We don't dare leave without orders, nor can we leave. There's people behind us, so we have no choice but to guard this area," the officer said firmly. Zhou Wen was somewhat moved. Who wasn't afraid of death? However, these soldiers still held on despite knowing that they were facing death. It was difficult to imagine how they had withstood the pressure to stay behind. "Take off your shirt," Zhou Wen said to the officer. "That's not appropriate, right?" The officer hurriedly rejected. "If he's unwilling, are you willing?" Zhou Wen asked the soldier beside him. The soldier wore an odd expression as though he was torn, but in the end, he shook his head. Zhou Wen didn't say another word as he walked in front of the soldier and reached out to grab his clothes. The soldier wanted to retreat, but he was held back by Zhou Wen. After some hesitation, he stopped struggling as Zhou Wen lifted his shirt. It was a shocking sight. His chest and back were mostly covered in bloody boils. Many of them had ruptured as pus and blood slowly seeped out. "Aren't you afraid of death?" Zhou Wen asked the soldier. "Yes," the soldier answered after a long while. "Then why aren't you leaving?" Zhou Wen asked again. "Where can I go? Every additional day I persist means one more day for my family to live a good life. Even if it's an hour or a minute, I don't wish for the same thing to happen to my family," the soldier said as he held back his tears. One could hear the helpless despair in his words. As more and more dimensional zones broke out, the living space of humans was reduced and compressed. Ordinary people could still live peacefully at home because someone was paying the price in blood, tears, and even their lives. "Live well. There will be a day of reunion." Zhou Wen reached out and patted the soldier on the shoulder. The abscesses on the soldier's body immediately healed at a visible speed. It wasn't just one soldier. The abscesses on all the soldiers guarding the blood river rapidly subsided. These abscesses weren't injuries or poison, nor were they ordinary bacterial infections. Instead, their bloodlines had been contaminated. Therefore, ordinary strength couldn't heal him at all. Even the calamity-grade holy light of healing couldn't treat such injuries. The entire Ren family was helpless against this. Only Zhou Wen, who had the power of the demon god bloodline catalog, could cleanse their tainted bloodline. In modern terms, there was something wrong with their genes. There was no way to treat them, and the condition could even be inherited. Moments later, the abscesses on everyone's bodies vanished as the soldiers and officers recovered. "Young Master Wen!" The officers and soldiers were extremely excited. Zhou Wen stopped the officer from speaking as he swept his gaze across the soldiers. "No matter how difficult it is, you have to survive. Your family is waiting for you to return." With that said, he turned around and charged into the blood river with the other two. The officers and soldiers saluted in the direction of Zhou Wen's departure. Even when the figure completely vanished into the blood mist, they were still unwilling to lower their hands. This is the present era's survival of the fittest. This is the law of nature. No one can change it, Jing Daoxian said indifferently. Nature doesn't have rules determining who dies, Zhou Wen retorted. Have you ever thought that even if you can change their fate and let them live, them living is equivalent to depriving the lives of others? If a person who should have died survives, he will take up a spot of someone that didn't need to die. Is this really mercy? Jing Daoxian sneered. You trying to say that humans are the original sin of this world, right? Zhou Wen said indifferently. Perhaps what you said is right, but to me, it doesn't matter if humans are good or bad. I only want the people I care about to live. I don't know anything about mercy, nor am I a saint, nor do I have great foresight. I just want the people in front of me to live well. I'm starting to like you. Then I'll give you another piece of news for free. Jing Daoxian paused before continuing. Wang Mingyuan once entered Chess Mountain, and he wasn't the only one. Who else? Zhou Wen asked with a frown, because he had roughly guessed who Jing Daoxian was talking about. Ouyang Ting, Jing Daoxian said slowly, as he stared at Zhou Wen. Oh! Zhou Wen wasn't surprised because he had already thought of this possibility. Aren't you curious about what they did inside Chess Mountain? Jing Daoxian said enticingly. I'm afraid you don't know either, Zhou Wen said indifferently. This kind of goading is still useful against young people. An old man like me doesn't have that much of a temper. Although Jing Daoxian said that, he continued. However, I can tell you that I also entered back then. Furthermore, other than the three of us, there's another person. You will definitely be interested in this person. Who? Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised. This time, he really couldn't guess who it was. Your father, Zhou Lingfeng. Jing Daoxian's words left Zhou Wen taken aback. He remembered that Zhou Lingfeng had told him that he had never entered Chess Mountain. He had only retreated after approaching Chess Mountain because of prisoner's anomaly. Now, Jing Daoxian was suddenly telling him that Zhou Lingfeng had also entered Chess Mountain with Jing Daoxian, Wang Mingyuan, and Ouyang Ting. Zhou Wen was momentarily unsure if he should believe Jing Daoxian. I know you don't believe me, but I'm afraid you won't believe what I'm about to say. Jing Daoxian's smile was very strange, making Zhou Wen shudder. What are you trying to get at? Zhou Wen said coldly. Jing Daoxian didn't answer directly and asked, Have you seen your mother? Zhou Wen opened his mouth and suddenly realized that everything he knew about his mother came from Zhou Lingfeng. He really didn't seem to have seen his mother before. He didn't even have any memories of her appearance. However, Zhou Wen didn't remember what Zhou Lingfeng had told him about his mother. What do you mean? Zhou Wen stopped and stared at Jing Daoxian. When Zhou Lingfeng came out of Chess Mountain, he was carrying a baby. Jing Daoxian's words were like an earthquake, shocking Zhou Wen speechless. Chapter 1803 Entering Chess Mountain. Chapter 1803 Entering Chess Mountain. What's the origin of that baby? Zhou Wen asked with a complicated expression. I don't know about that. Anyway, your father wasn't carrying a baby with him when he entered Chess Mountain, Jing Daoxian said with a chuckle. In that case, junior brother, you might not be human? Lu Yun widened his eyes as he sized up Zhou Wen. You are the one who isn't human, Zhou Wen said gloomily. Zhou Wen knew very well that Jing Daoxian was saying this to firm his determination to enter Chess Mountain. It was hard to tell if it was true. Even if it was true, the baby that Zhou Lingfeng had carried out was very likely in Jing, and not Zhou Wen. Of course, this also had a premise. Zhou Lingfeng wasn't lying. He and Jing had indeed been swapped. However, on second thought, he felt that something was amiss. In the past, the former principal, Ouyang Ting, often praised him as a genius. He even said that there were two kinds of geniuses in the world. One type of genius was Zhou Wen, and the other type were the other geniuses. Although Zhou Wen was indeed very talented back then, he wasn't that good. Having learned that Ouyang Ting and Zhou Lingfeng had entered Chess Mountain together, and Ouyang Ting knew that Zhou Lingfeng had carried a baby out of Chess Mountain, the former principal's praise of Zhou Wen was somewhat intriguing. What's the truth? Zhou Wen felt puzzled, unsure which was the truth. You don't have to say that. Since I agreed to enter Chess Mountain with you, I won't go back on my word, Zhou Wen said, as though he didn't care. You are free to believe whatever I say. Jing Daoxian didn't say anything else as he led the way. The path Jing Daoxian led was completely different from the path Zhou Wen usually took. He circled around the mountain wall with a flower growing on it, and arrived in front of a ditch. The three of them crawled into the ditch like rats and entered a narrow, squarish tunnel. They had to crawl on all fours. Zhou Wen had already gone through the Chess Mountain dungeon countless times in game, but he didn't know that there was such a secret passage leading into Chess Mountain. He was somewhat surprised. From the looks of it, Chess Mountain in real life is indeed very different from the game dungeon. Zhou Wen thought to himself. This has never happened in the other dungeons. At most, there were some minute differences. Chess Mountain is indeed different from other dimensional zones. As he hadn't gone to the mountain wall, Zhou Wen didn't know if the flower had left as Jing Daoxian had said. Jing Daoxian had already exhorted them not to use any abilities along the way. They had to restrain all their essence energy fluctuations, so the three of them crawled very slowly. After about an hour, the three of them finally crawled out of the tunnel. The exit that led to the sea was a pool consisting of stone and jade. From the looks of it, the tunnel they had crawled into was likely the pool's drain. Zhou Wen sized up his surroundings. He had never seen this place in the game dungeon. He couldn't help but suspect that Chess Mountain had another dungeon. Why is this pool so strange? Lu Yun sized up the pool and discovered some problems. He pointed at the edge of the jade pool and said, Why are there so many small containers there? These small containers shouldn't be used for showers, right? Sigh, my silly grandson. I've always tried getting you to read more, but you insist on reading all that nonsense. Have you never heard a pool of alcohol in Neat Forest a symbol of extravagance? Jing Daoxian sighed. This is the legendary alcohol pool? Lu Yun said in disbelief. Why don't I smell alcohol? Instead, it reeked of blood along the way. Do you really think the pool of alcohol in Neat Forest are just filled with ordinary alcohol and Neat? Jing Daoxian sneered. What else could it be other than ordinary alcohol and Neat? Lu Yun asked in puzzlement. Think it through yourself, Jing Daoxian said as he crawled out of the alcohol pool. He looked around as though he was searching for something. Soon, Jing Daoxian walked towards a stone wall and pushed it open, revealing a half-man-made tunnel. Under Jing Daoxian's lead, the three of them entered the tunnel. As they walked, Lu Yun suddenly vomited. Zhou Wen's expression turned nasty as well. Dried corpses hung on both sides of the tunnel. They were like moldy cured meat, densely packed like a forest. Could this be the legendary meat forest? That alcohol pool? Lu Yun muttered to himself before vomiting. It's not without reason that Shang Tang perished, Lu Yun said after a while, as he wiped the stain from his mouth. Jing Daoxian ignored Lu Yun and slowly walked forward. After passing through the tunnel, there was a huge stone chamber. In the middle of the stone chamber stood a metal artifact that was several meters tall. It looked like a furnace or cauldron, covered in black mud. This should be the torture device used in branding, right? Zhou Wen said as he sized up the metal container. You can also call it an alchemy furnace. Jing Daoxian narrowed his eyes and said, The ancients were obsessed with alchemy. They believed that if one wanted to live forever, they had to increase their lifespan. And the best way to increase one's lifespan was naturally to make up for it with form. In other words, the so-called branding punishment was just an excuse. They were using humans to refine pills? Zhou Wen really couldn't imagine how ridiculous and foolish that era was. These places didn't exist in game dungeons, and they coincided with history. They were completely different from pure mythical or legendary game dungeons. He couldn't help but ask with a frown when he saw Jing Daoxian circle around the metal vessel and head towards a stone door. Where are we going? They hadn't seen a single creature despite all this time in Chess Mountain. It didn't seem right. We're almost there. Jing Daoxian pushed open the stone door and walked in without explaining further. Zhou Wen glanced at Lu Yun and saw that he was also looking indifferent. Clearly, he didn't know much more than Zhou Wen. Since he had already come this far, there was naturally no reason for him to retreat now. All he could do was follow him alongside Lu Yun. Eldest senior brother, are you really Jing Daoxian's grandson? Zhou Wen said to Lu Yun. Probably. Lu Yun smiled bitterly. I heard that old fellow became enemies with the entire Federation for a woman. I never heard of him getting married. How did he have a son and grandson? Although Zhou Wen lowered his voice, how could Jing Daoxian not hear him? In fact, he was saying this to Jing Daoxian. Jing Daoxian had actually brought Lu Yun along to Chess Mountain, a dangerous place. This made him suspect that Lu Yun had also been tricked by Jing Daoxian. If he was really his only grandson, who would be willing to bring him to such a godforsaken place? We're here. Jing Daoxian ignored Zhou Wen and stopped ahead. Zhou Wen and Lu Yun looked over and saw a building that resembled a temple. It was completely made of stone. The stone door was open, and they could see a jade statue carved from white jade. Chapter 1804 Nuwa Temple. Chapter 1804 Nuwa Temple. The jade statue was engraved in the shape of a woman. She was beautiful but not gorgeous. She had a dignified bearing and her entire body seemed to emit a holy glow. Although the stone temple was nameless, Zhou Wen and Lu Yun had already guessed that the jade statue was very likely the legendary Noah. The war between Shang and Zhou, or rather, the beginning of the war between humans and gods, is here Nua's temple. Jing Daoxian also confirmed their guess. Why aren't there any creatures in such a place? Lu Yun asked in puzzlement. Not being able to see something doesn't mean there's nothing. Jing Daoxian stared at the newest statue and said, Back then, the four of us had different fortuitous encounters here. What fortuitous encounters? Zhou Wen sized up the stone temple and saw that there was only one room inside. Apart from Nua's statue, there was nothing else. Nua Temple doesn't seem dangerous, but it's actually the most bizarre place in the world. Jing Daoxian arrived at the entrance of the temple, but he didn't walk in. He sneered and said, All four saw different scenes after walking into Nua Temple. You mean that Nua Temple is actually an entrance to a different space? Everyone will enter a different space, Zhou Wen said in thought. That's one way to explain it, but it's not that simple. Jing Daoxian paused before continuing. After I came out of Nua Temple, I stayed here for a long time. I only saw Ouyang Ting and Zhou Lingfeng come out separately, but I didn't see Wang Mingyuan. Zhou Lingfeng was carrying a baby in his arms. Ouyang Ting didn't show anything special. What did you see in Nua Temple? Zhou Wen asked Jing Daoxian. It's nothing. I just obtained something. You're very familiar with that thing, Jing Daoxian said with narrowed eyes. Lost Immortal Sutra? Zhou Wen's heart stirred. That's right. It's the Lost Immortal Sutra. After I obtained it, I tried all sorts of methods to crack the secret technique within. Not only did I fail, but I also ended up suffering damage. Furthermore, I gave it to different people, but the outcome was the same. No one could master the Lost Immortal Sutra. Instead, they ended up worse off. Later, I had an idea. Jing Daoxian looked at Zhou Wen with a strange look. You gave me the Lost Immortal Sutra. It was indeed premeditated. You suspected that I'm the baby my father carried out of Nua Temple, Zhou Wen said calmly. That's right. Reality has proven that only you can master the Lost Immortal Sutra. Jing Daoxian seemed to be certain that Zhou Wen was the baby. In that case, not only did you obtain Lost Sutra Immortal in Nua Temple, but you also saw something else, Zhou Wen said slowly as he looked at Jing Daoxian. Why do you say that? Jing Daoxian asked with interest. If you only obtained Lost Immortal Sutra and didn't have anything more precious, why would you give it to me so easily? You gave me Lost Immortal Sutra because you wanted to use the power of me and Lost Immortal Sutra to obtain something even more precious, Zhou Wen said. That's right. You're right. I did see something even more precious, but to obtain that thing, I have to master the Lost Immortal Sutra. And the only person who can master it is you. Jing Daoxian readily admitted Zhou Wen's guess. In that case, you must have thought of a way to get me in. Why don't you tell me? Zhou Wen didn't ask what the item was. Everyone finds themselves in a different place when entering Nua Temple. There's only one way to get you to where I ended. Jing Daoxian's eyes flickered. That is to make the two of us become one. Oh, how can we become one? Zhou Wen continued asking without batting an eyelid. It was originally very easy. After you cultivate the Lost Immortal Sutra, I was going to snatch your body and abilities for myself. Unfortunately, this method won't work now. I might not be able to defeat you in a fight. Such shameless words sounded natural from Jing Daoxian's mouth. I'm really sorry for raising the difficulty for you, Zhou Wen quipped. It's nothing. A living person must go with the flow. There's always a way, Jing Daoxian said with a smile. Not only did I fail to cultivate the Lost Immortal Sutra, but it also caused a huge latent danger to my body. It can be said that all these years, I've been dragging my half-crippled body in a race with death. Although I survived, I've always been half a step away from death's door. Therefore, I thought of a way to resolve the problem with my body and let you enter Nua Temple with me. What was it? Zhou Wen was really curious. I can attach myself to your companion beast. This way, you and I will be one, Jing Daoxian said. That works? Zhou Wen asked in surprise. To me, there's nothing in this world that's impossible. Jing Daoxian spoke casually, but his tone was filled with pride. Don't worry. It's only a temporary attachment. After leaving Nua Temple, we will go our separate ways and have nothing to do with each other in the future. Jing Daoxian added, afraid that Zhou Wen would have scruples. It doesn't matter. I'm very interested in seeing how you will attach yourself to my companion beast. With a thought, Zhou Wen summoned a low-level vigor and companion beast. Although my name has the word Xian and other words immortal, I'm not a true immortal. I can't attach myself to just any companion beast, Jing Daoxian said, as he slowly took out a companion egg and handed it to Zhou Wen. Hatch this companion egg first. I can only attach myself to it. Zhou Wen sized up the companion egg and saw that it was a fist-sized black crystal-like companion egg. Black light swirled inside, like a black hole that devoured everything. What companion egg is this? Zhou Wen scanned the companion egg and didn't discover anything abnormal. Jing Daoxian hadn't tampered with it. A special calamity-grade companion egg. After you hatch it, you will naturally know why I can only attach myself to it, Jing Daoxian said. Zhou Wen took the companion egg and glanced at Lu Yun. What will happen to Elda's senior brother after we enter? He doesn't need to enter. All he needs to do is stay here to provide backup. If we encounter any mishaps inside and remain inside for 24 hours, he can leave and get help, Jing Daoxian said with a smile. Who can save us? Zhou Wen could tell that Jing Daoxian was implying something. It might be Ouyang Ting, Zhou Lingfeng, or even Wang Mingyuan. Who knows? Perhaps someone doesn't want us to die inside, Jing Daoxian said indifferently. There's not much time left. Let's begin. Zhou Wen glanced at Jing Daoxian, and with a thought, he injected essence energy into the companion egg in his hand and hatched it. After the companion egg absorbed the essence energy, it immediately emitted a black light that transformed into a black light vortex that fused into Zhou Wen's body and condensed into a strange symbol on his forehead. Chapter 1805 Super Jinx. Chapter 1805 Super Jinx. With a thought, Zhou Wen summoned the companion beast. It was a black humanoid companion beast, black clothes, a black hat, black shoes, and a black veil. Only its hair was especially long and white, and the ends burned with white light. Super Jinx, Calamity, Evolvable. Life Providence, Unlucky Ghost of Hell. Life Soul, God of Misfortune. Wheel of Destiny, Greater Davis 5 Signs of Decay. Terror Form, God of Misfortune's Possession, S Grade. Calamity Zone, 100% Unlucky Zone, Heaven Level. Strength, 400. Speed, 400. Constitution, 400. Essence Energy, 400. Talent Skill, none. Companion Form, Permanent Passive. Zhou Wen frowned when he saw the companion beast's information. He looked at Jing Daoxian, who had given him the companion egg. Clearly, Jing Daoxian's previous words weren't trustworthy. Super Jinx didn't have any abilities that were convenient for possession. All these abilities pointed in one direction to make Zhou Wen suffer. Furthermore, its companion form was especially strange. Zhou Wen had never seen such a companion form before. It meant that there was a permanent passive acting on him. It probably meant that even if he didn't summon Super Jinx, its ability would still be in effect. That's right. I lied to you again, Jing Daoxian chuckled. With that said, he didn't wait for Zhou Wen to take action before rushing through the door of Nuwa Temple. Zhou Wen didn't take action as he had other plans. Nuwa Temple does have multiple spaces. He wasn't lying about that. Zhou Wen muttered to himself as he watched Jing Daoxian's body vanish like he had sunk into water. What's going on? Lu Yun was still in a daze as he asked in puzzlement. This companion beast will increase one's bad luck. Furthermore, even if it isn't summoned, it will still have an effect. From the looks of it, your old man is using me as a beacon, Zhou Wen said calmly. He had never trusted Jing Daoxian from the beginning. He had long thought of the possibility of Jing Daoxian tampering with the companion egg. Perhaps to others, Super Jinx was a problem that was extremely difficult to resolve, but to Zhou Wen, it wasn't a problem at all. Using the phone's companion beast fusion function, he could directly wipe out Super Jinx's abilities. It couldn't be easier. What beacon? Lu Yun didn't understand what Zhou Wen meant. I'll tell you later. Zhou Wen unsummoned Super Jinx before taking out his phone and opening the companion beast interface. I'll wipe away Super Jinx first. Zhou Wen planned on using the lowest level companion beast to fuse with the Super Jinx. Even if he couldn't wipe it in one round, he only needed a few more rounds to wipe out its Life Providence, Life Soul, Wheel of Destiny, and so on into something different. It might even be destroyed. Such an unlucky companion beast's fusion success rate had to be pitifully low. The possibility of it being destroyed on its first fusion was very high. Zhou Wen wanted to tap on the companion beast he wanted for the fusion, but to his surprise, he sneezed and closed his eyes uncontrollably. Air. Zhou Wen immediately knew that things were bad. When he opened his eyes and looked at the phone screen again, he realized that the fusion animation was playing. In less than a second, Zhou Wen thought of something and hurriedly checked his companion beasts. Indeed, the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General was gone. F***CKU. Zhou Wen cursed under his breath. Why are you still on your phone at a time like this? Are you going to think about how to resolve the companion beast problem? Why don't you transfer the companion beast to me, or let me kill your companion beast? Lu Yun said. It's useless now. Zhou Wen shook his head and smiled bitterly. Now that this thing had fused with the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General, who knew what would happen? He could only hope that the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General was stronger than Super Jinx and could override all the latter's abilities. What does beacon mean? Lu Yun scratched his ears and cheeks anxiously. If I'm not wrong, there will definitely be a multiple choice question waiting for me in Nuwa Temple. Furthermore, there will be 2 choices. As long as I choose the wrong one, your old man will be able to choose the right one. Zhou Wen paused for a moment before continuing. However, there's something I don't understand. If he wants to use me to eliminate a wrong answer, he can choose anyone else. There's no need to trick me into coming over. Therefore, it's very likely that only I can choose. No one else can make the choice. What's there to choose? Under such circumstances, it's best if you leave quickly, Lu Yun said. It's fine. I also need an answer. This is an opportunity for me, Zhou Wen said as he looked at the phone screen. The fusion came to an end. The companion beast that appeared on the screen still looked like the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General. There were almost no changes. However, there were some subtle black patterns on the armor, and their edges burned with a white halo. Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General, Calamity, Evolvable. Life Providence, Super Malicious Evil. Life Soul, Super Tiger Soul Runes. Wheel of Destiny, Super Ferocious and Evil. Terror Form, Super Devil Knight, S+, Calamity Zone, Super Heaven Defying Slaying, Heaven Level. Strength, 999. Speed, 999. Constitution, 999. Essence Energy, 999. Talent Skill, Super Tempered Steel Cauldron. Super Rampage. Super Magic Stone Curse. Super One with Horse. Super Penetrating Pierce. Super Evil Penetration. Super Badlands. Super Jinx's Master. Super Crazy Sweep. Super Life Slaying. Companion Form, Permanent Passive. These stats stunned Zhou Wen. It was a miracle that a fused companion beast could obtain such stats. After all, the two companion beasts used for fusion could only be considered high-level Calamity-grade companion beasts, not true top-notch ones. It was normal to have such stats when combining companion beasts like Truth Listener or Mystic Arch with Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General. Two companion beasts with stats that didn't exceed 400 at most produced 999 stats. This had nothing to do with luck. What was even more terrifying was that all his abilities had the word super as a prefix. It was obvious that all his original abilities had increased. Thankfully, it didn't inherit any of the abilities related to bad luck. But this permanent passive and Super Jinx Master. Zhou Wen didn't know if his life could endure such hardship. Wait here. I'll go in and take a look. Seeing that Lu Yun still wanted to persuade him to leave, Zhou Wen interrupted Lu Yun and walked straight into Nuwa Temple. Jinx's Master was terrifying, but Zhou Wen wasn't afraid. He had studied the reason why Jinx's Master hadn't caused any substantial damage to him. What did Jinx's Master mean? In order to study this problem, Zhou Wen gathered a lot of information and asked some people who had companion beasts with Jinx's Master. The outcome of the research was that Jinx's Master targeted the Master's life providence. It would weaken the Master's life providence. In serious cases, not only would the life providence not be able to play a positive role, but it might even have negative effects, causing the Master to be unlucky or even die. It was normal for an ordinary person's life providence to not be able to withstand Jinx's Master, but Zhou Wen's life providence was different. It was the Sai of the King. It wasn't Zhou Wen's life providence to begin with. It was a life providence formed after absorbing the Lost Immortal Sutra. Jinx's Master was aimed at the woman in the Lost Immortal Sutra. Zhou Wen deduced that the reason he hadn't suffered any damage despite having the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General for so long was that the Sai of the King had taken all the damage. The Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General couldn't do a thing to him. Chapter 1806 The Truth Arch. Chapter 1806 The Truth Arch. The air that rippled like water slid across Zhou Wen's skin, but the scene in front of him didn't change. Nuwa Temple was still Nuwa Temple. The Nuwa Jade statue remained standing in the middle of the stone house. Standing inside, Zhou Wen turned to look outside and saw that the door had already turned into a stone wall. There wasn't a way out at all. Zhou Wen used the teacher domain to scan the entire stone house, but he didn't discover anything. Apart from Nuwa's jade statue, there was nothing special in the stone house, nor was there any sign of Jing Daoxian. There should be multiple spaces, but according to Jing Daoxian, they are likely different kinds of spaces. After Jing Daoxian enters, he might not end up in Nuwa Temple. Zhou Wen stared at the Nuwa jade statue and thought, Jing Daoxian made me a Super Jinx. If he wants me to be his beacon, there will definitely be a choice to be made. Where's the choice? Zhou Wen walked towards the Nuwa jade statue and circled it. Although the jade statue is extraordinary, it doesn't have any vitality or energy fluctuations. It doesn't seem to contain anything. Zhou Wen frowned. Time was limited, and Zhou Wen didn't have time to waste. Since he couldn't discover anything abnormal, he could only use a stupid method. With a thought, the human realm domain immediately enveloped the entire stone house. Before Zhou Wen could use brute force, the Nuwa jade statue in the human realm underwent changes. The Nuwa jade statue turned to ash and dissipated into the air inch by inch. Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback as he immediately understood what had happened. In the human realm domain, only human world rules could exist. Everything else would be eliminated. In other words, this Nuwa Jade statue didn't belong to the human world. Clang. After the Nuwa Jade statue completely dissipated, something fell out of it. Zhou Wen took a careful look and was immediately taken aback. It was a key made of jade. Furthermore, it was very big, half a foot long. As he picked up the jade key, there was a cracking sound behind him. He turned around and saw that the stone wall that he had entered from was shrinking to the sides, opening up an entrance again. However, beyond the entrance wasn't the previous entrance to Nuwa Temple, but a naturally formed stone cave. Zhou Wen summoned a few companion beasts and searched the cave, but he didn't discover any danger. He walked into the cave. It wasn't deep, so it didn't take long for him to reach the end. It was a bigger cave with stone pillars erected. Every stone pillar was connected to a chain. Where the chains gathered was a beautiful woman sitting there. The beautiful woman was looking at him with a harmless look. Zhou Wen was alarmed when he saw her appearance. This was because this woman looked identical to the Nuwa Jade statue. If that was all, Zhou Wen wouldn't be so surprised. After all, there were many immortals who could live forever in myths. It was normal for a goddess like Nuwa to exist in a dimensional zone. However, Zhou Wen sensed that the woman's aura was that of a human. Furthermore, she was a very pure human. He couldn't sense the aura of any alien creature. It was unbelievable that a pure human had lived from the mythical era to the present. Continue reading on 0NMYB0XN0VEL. Calm. You're finally here, the woman said with a smile when she saw Zhou Wen, almost unsurprised. You are? The Thearch. Zhou Wen's expression changed slightly when he heard the woman's voice. He was extremely familiar with this voice. It was the Thearch's voice. What do you think? The woman said with a smile. You are Nuwa? Zhou Wen asked again. No. The woman unexpectedly denied it. You aren't Nuwa? This time, it surprised Zhou Wen. Although he had never trusted Jing Daoxian, no matter how he analyzed it, the Thearch should have been Nuwa. Furthermore, she looked identical to Nuwa's jade statue. Of course not. The woman wore a faint smile. Do I look like your mother? What do you mean? Are you saying that Nuwa is my mother? Am I really the baby my father carried out of here? My father and Nuwa. The woman's words sent tumultuous waves raging in Zhou Wen's heart. Ha ha! The woman laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? Zhou Wen asked with a frown. You're really an adorable little fool. What nonsense is on your mind? It's true that your mother is Nuwa, but Zhou Lingfeng isn't your biological father. He just adopted you, the woman said with a smile. Zhou Wen instantly felt that his brain wasn't working. The woman had said that he was Nuwa's child, but he wasn't Zhou Lingfeng's child. Zhou Lingfeng claimed that he was Ouyang Lan's child. Zhou Wen was momentarily at a loss as to who to believe. What evidence do you have to say that I'm Nuwa's child? Zhou Wen asked with a frown. The fact that you can come here proves that you are Nuwa's child. Apart from her child, no one can come here, the woman said. That isn't evidence, said Zhou Wen with a shake of his head. Since you can't accept it, I'll give you some evidence that you'll find acceptable. You cultivated the Lost Immortal Sutra, right? The woman said. That's right. Is this considered evidence? Of course, other than Nuwa's child, no one can cultivate the Lost Immortal Sutra. It's something specially left for her child. It's impossible for others to master it, the woman said. Can't there be an accident? Zhou Wen still found it unbelievable. It's impossible for accidents. This is because the Lost Immortal Sutra doesn't belong to this world. Only you, who doesn't belong to this world, can cultivate it. The woman's words left Zhou Wen alarmed again. What do you mean? Didn't you just say that I'm Nuwa's child? How did it become that I don't belong to this world? Zhou Wen couldn't understand what the woman was saying. It was a contradiction. There's no contradiction. You are Nuwa's child, but you don't belong to this world, the woman said slowly. In that case, Nuwa isn't from this world? Zhou Wen asked. No, Nuwa is, but you aren't. The woman shook her head. These words left Zhou Wen completely confused. He couldn't understand the woman's train of thought at all. What do you think Nuwa is? The woman suddenly asked. These words immediately made Zhou Wen's heart stir. Don't tell me you want to say that Nuwa isn't a person at all, but Earth itself? You aren't too stupid. Nuwa is the Earth that gives birth to everything, the woman said with a smile. In that case, all humans, and even all the creatures on Earth are Nuwa's children. Zhou Wen curled his lips. It's different. The woman shook her head. What's different? Zhou Wen pressed. Because you are a core life form produced by Earth. In the words of you humans, you are Earth's companion beast. The woman enunciated each word clearly. The woman's words left him completely dumbfounded as he stood there in a daze. Chapter 1807 Who Should I Believe? Chapter 1807 Who Should I Believe? So what if I'm Earth's companion beast? Zhou already had an idea as he asked the woman. So what? Since you're here, it means that I can leave, the Dharch said. I don't remember having promised to save you. Zhou frowned. The Dharch revealed a teasing smile. I don't remember saying that I need you to save me. You don't need me to save you? Zhou was somewhat surprised. When I was invincible, you weren't even an egg. If I can't even save myself, what's the point of having you? The Dharch said indifferently. In that case, why are you still here? Zhou curled his lips and teased. Of course, it's because I'm waiting for you. I made an agreement with her. Only when I hand the item to you can I leave, the Dharch said. Her? Nuwa. Zhou felt that something was amiss. The Dharch had just said that Nuwa was actually Earth itself, and not an ordinary individual life form. How is she going to make an agreement with Earth? If the person who made the agreement with the Dharch wasn't Nuwa, there was only one possibility. The person who made the agreement with the Dharch was the woman who had arrived on Earth on a ship and dug out prisoner. But who was that woman? Who was the Dharch? According to Zhou guess, one of the women between that woman and the Dharch was definitely an immortal, the immortal Empress, who had once reigned supreme in the dimension. According to the various signs, the possibility of the Dharch being that immortal was higher. If the Dharch was the immortal Empress, then where did the woman who drove the ship come from? Why did she dig out the Earth Companion Beast? Why did she nurture a new Earth Companion Beast? Why did she leave something for the new Earth Companion Beast and let the Dharch guard it? Continue reading on MYB0XN0VEL. Calm. All sorts of questions prevented him from coming up with a real answer. The only one who could answer his questions was the Dharch. I don't know. To his surprise, the Thearka's words made all of Zhou expectations vanish. How can you not know who she is? Zhou didn't give up. I claim to be invincible in the world. Before the dimensional restrictions were broken, I broke through the dimensional barrier and descended into the universe you are in. I originally thought that no one in the world could match me. The Dharch sighed and said. But when I descended to Earth and wanted to resolve everything, she appeared. She tore through the air with a huge ship and stood in my way. It's impossible for me not to know of such an existence if it really exists in the world, but I've never heard of such a person. You mean that she doesn't belong to our world or your dimension? Zhou was even more alarmed. Perhaps, the Dharch continued. I fought her, but I lost. That was the first defeat I suffered since I was born. That's a little exaggerated. Are you claiming that you were born invincible? Zhou cursed inwardly, but he didn't say it out loud. The Dharch read Zhou mind at a glance and said indifferently, I was born in Apocalypse. Zhou was immediately rendered speechless. What a simple and arrogant answer. To be born at the Apocalypse grade, it wasn't easy for her to lose. And then? Zhou hurriedly changed the topic. Such a topic made him feel a little sad. He had worked hard on his cultivation to this very day, but he was still a mere calamity inferior to a baby. The Dharch was very happy at striking a blow on Zhou. She said with a smile, You don't have to belittle yourself. If Zhou Lingfeng hadn't taken you away, there's a high chance that you would have been considered an Apocalypse when you were born. How did Zhou Lingfeng take the baby away? Zhou couldn't figure this out. Ignoring the fact that the woman was so terrifying, even the Dharch, who was guarding this place, wouldn't have permitted Zhou Lingfeng to take the baby away. I don't know. I originally thought that no one could take you away, but Zhou Lingfeng managed to do so. The Dharch smiled and said, If you want to know the answer, I'm afraid you can only commit suicide and go to another world to ask her for the answer. That woman is dead? Zhou was alarmed. Of course, she defeated me, but she left her life behind, the Dharch said indifferently. In fact, I suspect that she was injured before our battle. She died not long after the battle. In order to abide by my agreement with her, I stayed here until I handed the item to you. What is it? Zhou finally couldn't help but ask. The Dharch didn't answer this time. She only stood up and produced cracking sounds. The chains that bound her snapped one by one. In the blink of an eye, she regained her freedom. Zhou had previously suspected that the Dharch was lying to him. From the looks of it, the Dharch didn't need his help to escape. I've long told you that what I need is you. You were only blinded by your own insecurities and cowardliness. As the Dharch spoke, she took 2 steps forward and pointed at the spot she was sitting on. This is the thing she wanted me to give. You? Only then did Zhou realize that the spot where the Dharch had been sitting was a jade-like box. On the front of the box was an ancient lock. What's inside? Zhou asked. I don't know. I promised her that you'll be the only one to take it out. The Dharch glanced at Zhou and said, Didn't you already obtain the key? Why don't you open it? Yourself? You can't open it. Just as Zhou was wondering if he should open the box, he suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. He turned his head and saw Jing Daoxian staggering over from the tunnel. He didn't look good. His body was covered in blood and his white hair was disheveled, but his eyes were abnormally firm as though they were glowing. "You're actually not dead?" The Darch seemed a little surprised when she saw Jing Daoxian, but that was all. "Even Hades can forget about accepting an old man like me. I can't die even if I wanted to." Jing Daoxian walked over step by step. Essence energy fluctuations couldn't be sensed from his body at all, but there seemed to be an invisible aura spreading out like a mountain. "Kid, don't listen to her nonsense. If you open that box, she will truly be set free. When that happens, no one will be able to hold her back," Jing Daoxian said to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen looked at the Darch before looking at Jing Daoxian. For a moment, he didn't know who to believe. In fact, Zhou Wen felt that neither of them was trustworthy. If he had to choose, he would rather believe the Darch. Chapter 1808 Decision. Chapter 1808 Decision. "Zhou Wen, isn't it obvious? If she really had the ability to escape, how would I still be alive?" Jing Daoxian continued. He had to admit that what Jing Daoxian said made sense. If the Darch was really as strong and free as she said, how could she tolerate Jing Daoxian spouting nonsense in front of her? Zhou Wen looked at the Darch, hoping to hear her explanation. Zhou Wen wasn't in a rush to make a decision. The present situation was very beneficial to him. Perhaps this was the opportunity to dig out the truth. The Darch didn't seem to have any intention of explaining to Zhou Wen. She only looked at Jing Daoxian and said, "You risked your life to come here to tell him that this box can't be opened?" Not a single word was an explanation, but it was more powerful than any explanation. Jing Daoxian had risked his life to come here. Before entering Nua Temple, he even tried using Super Jinx to scam Zhou Wen. He definitely wasn't doing it just to stop Zhou Wen from opening the box. If that was the case, there was no need for him to invite Zhou Wen to Chess Mountain. "I came for a reason, but the item isn't in that box," Jing Daoxian said slowly without flinching. "That's interesting. Why are you here?" The Darch looked at Jing Daoxian with interest. "For you." Jing Daoxian's answer not only surprised the Darch, but also Zhou Wen. "Are you trying to say that I'm Earth's companion beast?" The Darch laughed. "Ahem, there's no mistake about it. She's the real Earth companion beast. That box is something that suppresses her. If you open it, she will escape. Zhou Wen, you should know better than me what kind of impact the birth of a planet's companion beast will have on the planet," Jing Daoxian said to Zhou Wen. In just a short while, Zhou Wen had heard two versions regarding Earth's companion beast. One version said that he was Earth's companion beast, and now, Jing Daoxian said that the Darch was Earth's companion beast. Who was lying? The Darch had no intention of defending herself. She only smiled at the two of them, like a spectator watching a program. "You said that she's Earth's companion beast. What evidence do you have?" Zhou Wen naturally didn't believe Jing Daoxian's one-sided story. Jing Daoxian leaned against the wall and sat down. As he panted, he said, "Zhou Wen, think about it carefully. Who on Earth can control everything on Earth and satisfy all their wishes? Do those dimensional apocalypse powerhouses even have such abilities?" Jing Daoxian was indeed able to grasp the crux with every word he said. This was also something Zhou Wen had always found suspicious. The Darch could do whatever she wanted on Earth with the power of wishes. This ability couldn't be summarized with the word powerful. "Is that all?" Zhou Wen didn't believe that this was enough to confirm that the Darch was Earth's companion beast. Jing Daoxian coughed out blood. After a while, he continued, "I don't know if she told you that only you can come here. Back then, the four of us entered Nua Temple. Although we went to different spaces, all of us ended up meeting her. Of course, I can only say that I've seen her before. I also obtained the Lost Immortal Sutra from her. Whether Wang Mingyuan and company saw her or not, I'm only guessing. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. Is what he said true?" Zhou Wen asked the Darch. The Darch had indeed said that only Zhou Wen could come here, but now Jing Daoxian had also entered. This was problematic. If Jing Daoxian had really been here before, it could only mean that the Fiarca's words were even more unbelievable. "Would you believe me if I said that he has never been here?" the Darch said with a smile. "But he's here now. You told me that only Earth's companion beast can reach this place," Zhou Wen said. "That was before you obtained the key. Now that you are here, there are naturally no restrictions. However, even so, I'm indeed surprised that he came here alive," the Darch said indifferently. What the two of them said made sense, so Zhou Wen was momentarily unable to determine who was more trustworthy. However, who was more trustworthy wasn't a choice for Zhou Wen. He didn't need to make a choice. "Jing Daoxian, you said that she's Earth's companion beast, and you came for her. Now that you've seen her, what do you plan on doing?" Zhou Wen asked Jing Daoxian. "Naturally, I'll contract her and make her work for me." Jing Daoxian said. How? You don't seem fine. Are you sure you can defeat her? Zhou Wen didn't believe that Jing Daoxian had that ability. Ignoring the fact that Jing Daoxian was already injured, even if he wasn't injured, how could he defeat the Arch? I can't do it now, but you can. Jing Daoxian coughed and said. Don't be fooled by her appearance. She's very weak now. She's definitely not your match. Remember what I told you? On this day every year, that flower will vanish and leave Chess Mountain. This is definitely not a lie. After that flower leaves, she won't have that omnipotent strength. She's very weak now. This is our only chance. There's not much time left. You have to make a choice as soon as possible. Is that so? Zhou Wen looked at the Arch. What do you think? The Arch continued grinning at them. She didn't stop them from talking, nor did she have any intention of explaining. Think about it carefully. Did she tell you that she's an immortal, but she's clearly human? How can she be an immortal? Jing Daoxian continued. Why? Zhou Wen looked at the Arch. He was also puzzled by this question. Anyone could tell that the Thearch's body was 100% human. No one would believe the obvious lie of her being immortal. However, with the Thearch's scheming abilities, would she use such an obvious lie? Are you questioning me? The Arch curled her lips, as though she was extremely disdainful. I just want to know the truth, Zhou Wen said. The truth is in front of you. Open the box and you will naturally understand the truth, the Arch said indifferently. Even if you don't believe me, you can subdue her first before opening the box, Jing Daoxian added. That's a good idea. Zhou Wen looked at the Arch and slowly pulled out the human sovereign stone saber hanging at his waist. At this point, there had to be an end to the matter. After hearing both sides, Zhou Wen already had his own judgment. Just as Jing Daoxian had said, he didn't have much time left. He had to make a decision. Hum! The human sovereign stone saber tore through the air and slashed out with a hum. Chapter 1809 A Loss in the End. Chapter 1809 A Loss in the End. The human sovereign stone saber slashed at the Arch with terrifying might. Clang! The Arch didn't dodge. When the human sovereign stone saber came slashing in front of her, it seemed to strike an invisible metal wall. Not only did it fail to hit the Arch, but Zhou Wen's hand that held the saber also trembled and went numb. He nearly dropped the human sovereign stone saber. Jing Daoxian, what are you waiting for? Why aren't you helping? Zhou Wen shouted as he held the hilt with both hands and slashed at the Arch again. Clang! 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 The repeated violent slashes didn't even touch the edge of the Thearch's clothes. They were blocked by an invisible barrier. Jing Daoxian's eyes flashed with joy. As he summoned his companion beast, his body burgeoned as he pressed his palm on the invisible barrier. Jing Daoxian struck repeatedly, leaving overlapping bloody palm imprints on the invisible barrier. They were the blood flowing from his body. Attack the blood mark, Jing Daoxian said as he struck. Zhou Wen didn't hesitate as he slashed at the bloody handprints left behind by Jing Daoxian. Strangely, the invisible barrier that was stained with blood seemed to soften significantly. Although the human sovereign stone saber still failed to slice through the invisible barrier, Zhou Wen could sense that it seemed to have cleaved into something. Put away your saber and wait for me, Jing Daoxian shouted again. At the instant Zhou Wen withdrew his saber, Jing Daoxian pressed down on the spot Zhou Wen had just slashed at. The blood smeared on an invisible spot and turned into a bloody gash. The outline of the bloody mark revealed a saber gash that was several centimeters deep. Jing Daoxian retreated after delivering one strike as Zhou Wen slashed at the same spot again, splitting open the saber gash. With the two of them cooperating, the invisible barrier was split open bit by bit. The blade of human sovereign stone saber was getting closer and closer to the Arch. The Arch watched the duo's actions, but she didn't do anything. She only said coldly, Zhou Lingfeng really can't produce anything good. You are the same as him, pitiful and shameless. Zhou Wen remained silent as he continued cooperating with Jing Daoxian. After 10 consecutive strikes, he seemed to hear the sound of glass shattering as the invisible barrier was completely cleaved apart. Zhou Wen and Jing Daoxian charged at the Arch from both sides. Don't listen to her nonsense. Subdue her and contract her while she has no ability to resist. Jing Daoxian's blood spewed out like rain as they ran at the Arch. It's no wonder this old fellow often looks like a sick ghost. He shed so much blood in every battle. It's already a miracle that he's not dead. Zhou Wen cursed inwardly, but the human sovereign stone saber in his hand didn't stop as it slashed at the Arch. In the next second, Jing Daoxian and Zhou Wen's expressions changed drastically. The blood that Jing Daoxian had spewed out and Zhou Wen's human sovereign stone saber landed on the Arch, but they seemed to strike a phantom. They passed through her body without causing any damage. Skyfiend disintegration, boundless blood sea. Jing Daoxian roared as the blood in him surged out of his pores, enveloping the entire cave and dyeing everything blood red. Jing Daoxian's body turned as thin as a skeleton, but it wasn't shriveled. Every inch of his muscle seemed to contain unimaginable terrifying explosive power, like a 1,000-year deceased devil that had crawled out of hell. Got you! Jing Daoxian's zombie-like face revealed a fanatical expression. The Thearchus figure vanished in the blood-colored light, and reappeared on the jade box again. She remained chained as she sat on the jade box. The blood stained her white clothes and beautiful face, forming a strange and enchanting scene. Success! Jing Daoxian was overjoyed. As he struck out with his palm, the blood in the cave seemed to come alive. It surged towards the arch like thousands of blood-colored worms. Zhou retreated to the side and watched everything coldly. Kid, you sure know how to read the situation. After this old man becomes the #1 person in the universe, you will definitely be blessed. Jing Daoxian said in a hoarse voice when he saw that Zhou hadn't betrayed him. Zhou didn't say a word as he watched coldly. What a ruthless person. What a ruthless heart. The Thearchus voice sounded from amidst the bloodworms, but it sounded calm as always. Zhou didn't know if the Arch was talking about him or Jing Daoxian. If a man isn't ruthless, how can he stand tall in this world? As Jing Daoxian spoke, he walked towards the Arch. He seemed to carry a mountain with every step. Blood surged towards the Arch even more crazily. Although humans are derivatives of Earth's companion beast, they can only be considered as supplementary materials. They don't have the aptitude to cultivate the Lost Immortal Sutra. To be able to modify the Lost Immortal Sutra to such an extent and cultivate it to this stage, you must have killed countless people and taken countless lives. You have also suffered unimaginable pain. You are indeed a ruthless person. The Arch changed the topic and said coldly. But are you still you? Haven't you heard of the saying? Are those with titles necessarily more noble? As humans, why is Earth's companion beast superior to others? Why can he master the Lost Immortal Sutra, but I can't? I never believed in absolutes, and I was bent on mastering it. I even wanted to be stronger than the original Lost Immortal Sutra. Jing Daoxian approached step by step. His blood had already completely enveloped the Thearchus body, making her look like a ball of blood. How pathetic. You still haven't mastered the Lost Immortal Sutra. You're just fooling yourself, the Arch said indifferently. It doesn't matter what it is. What's important is that I will be stronger, and you belong to me now. Jing Daoxian finally walked in front of the Arch and slapped the blood ball with one hand. With Jing Daoxian's palm strike, the blood ball seemed to find an outlet as all the blood gushed along the palm, surging into the Thearchus body. The blood ball instantly vanished. Jing Daoxian pressed his palm on the Thearchus head, forming a blood-colored red dot on her forehead. Zhou Lingfeng was right. That flower is the source of Earth's power, and you are the key to obtaining the power source. Staring at the blood dot on the Thearchus forehead, the ruthlessness in Jing Daoxian's eyes intensified. I see. I was wondering how you know so much. So it's that shameless fellow, Zhou Lingfeng. The Arch sighed and said. I should have known. He was the only one who came here. I just didn't expect him to be so shameless. He sent you here to die because he didn't dare come himself. It's useless no matter what you say now. I want this power. Jing Daoxian exerted strength in his palm as the blood spot on the Thearchus forehead became more and more gnarly. It transformed into blood threads that flowed through her veins and spread out like dense blood-colored spiderwebs. If I still had 1/10,000,000th of my strength, how could I allow you to be so impudent? Forget it. Do I ultimately have to lose to him? The Arch sighed softly and slowly closed her eyes. With this sigh, the Thearchus body underwent a strange change. Her skin split open like dry soil and crumbled piece by piece. Jing Daoxian spat out a mouthful of black blood as he retreated. He looked in horror at the Thearchus' cracked body. The blood that Jing Daoxian had injected into the Thearchus' body dropped alongside the cracked skin. It was no longer under Jing Daoxian's control. Inside the cracked and peeling outer shell, a seemingly perfect body that looked like an immortal was reborn. It emitted an unparalleled immortal aura. It didn't belong to the mortal world. Just a glance at it made one feel ashamed, as though it was sacrilegious towards that existence. The chains that bound the Arch also fell to the ground with the mud casing. A loss in the end. The Arch didn't even look at the exhausted Jing Daoxian as she sighed to herself. Chapter 18:10 Never a defeat in life. Cough. Zhou Lingfeng lied to me. Or did you lie to Zhou Lingfeng? Jing Daoxian, who had lost all his blood, was on his last breath. He coughed repeatedly, but there was no blood left to cough out. Only the two of you have seen my true body, the Arch said indifferently. In that case, it seems I've also lost. That's acceptable. As Jing Daoxian spoke, his vitality rapidly dissipated, and he quickly stopped breathing. The Thearchus' sharp eyes stared at Zhou. Ahem, the Arch, don't misunderstand. I knew that Jing Daoxian wasn't your match. I was just trying to trick him into revealing his true colors, Zhou Wen said with a cough. You aren't anything good either. The Arch snorted coldly. The Arch, you lied to me too, right? We're all the same. Let's not exchange snides at each other, Zhou Wen said. The Arch glanced at Zhou Wen and said coldly. I never expected to lose to you and your father. The item is yours, but there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I'll make sure to spend a good time with you and your father. Zhou Wen couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had already guessed something. What the Arch had said was basically the truth, but she had lied to Zhou Wen at the critical moment. The Arch was clearly an immortal, so why did she have the outer shell of a human? Zhou Wen had always been puzzled about this. Later on, he finally figured it out. Now, he was basically certain that his judgment back then wasn't wrong. The reason why the Arch had a human body was definitely because only humans could possess or use the item in the box. If Zhou Wen had opened the box previously, the item inside would have most likely been snatched away by the Arch. Now that she didn't have a human shell, the Arch had lost the right to obtain the item in the box. The threat to Zhou Wen was greatly reduced. However, from what the Arch had said, the truth was probably more complicated than Zhou Wen had imagined. It was very likely that it involved a woman who had steered the ship over. Perhaps the Thearka's human shell was created by that woman. There was some agreement between the two of them. A figure like you will naturally keep your word. Since you said that you will settle scores with us in the future, you won't make things difficult for me today, right? Zhou Wen wasn't willing to fight the Arch to the death now. Try saying another word of nonsense. The Arch was clearly in a bad mood. Zhou Wen smiled and didn't say anything else. He took out the key and inserted it into the keyhole of the jade box before gently turning the key. The Arch and Zhou Wen were taken aback, because the key remained motionless despite Zhou Wen using his strength several times. Is this key really meant to open this box? Zhou Wen looked at the Arch. The Thearka's expression was somewhat odd. She got Zhou Wen to pull out the key and looked at it for a while, before returning it to him for him to try again. The outcome was the same. No matter how hard Zhou Wen tried, the key couldn't open the jade box. How is this? Impossible. The Arch wore a look of disbelief. From the looks of it, I can't help you. I'll return this to you. Zhou Wen threw the key to the Arch. In fact, Zhou Wen had long guessed that he might not be able to open this jade box because he wasn't the Earth Companion beast that the Arch had mentioned. If he was an Earth Companion beast, how could Prisoner not sense it back then? After all, he was once an Earth Companion beast. It was impossible for him not to sense it at all. That's impossible. You are Earth's Companion beast. You should be able to open it. Unless... Impossible. If you aren't the baby Zhou Lingfeng took away, how can you master the Lost Immortal Sutra? The Arch had clearly figured out something, but not everything. Zhou Wen had long figured it out. Zhou Lingfeng hadn't lied to him. Zhou Lingfeng had indeed swapped him with Jing. If he wasn't wrong, and Jing was Earth's companion beast. What Zhou Wen couldn't figure out was what method Zhou Lingfeng had used to deceive everyone. Even an existence like the Arch hadn't discovered anything. Zhou Lingfeng, well F** King done. He really put in a lot of effort to prevent me from escaping. The Arch seemed to have figured everything out as she gritted her teeth in hatred. She was born in Apocalypse and had been virtually invincible her entire life. Her only defeat was at the hands of an unimaginable person who ended up dying because of their fight. Now, she had been schemed against by mere humans. This made the Arch feel extremely humiliated. The Arch, what's going on? 2 heads are better than 1. Tell me, and let's analyze it together. I'm still confused. Zhou Wen asked, feigning ignorance. You are the scapegoat Zhou Lingfeng found. What right do you have to make sarcastic remarks in front of me? The Arch said coldly. You mean that my father wants me to die in place of Earth's companion beast? Zhou Wen said in surprise. Humph, you're still calling him father? You're really hopelessly stupid to acknowledge a scoundrel as your father. If you were really the son of that shameless Zhou Lingfeng, how could he have made you a scapegoat and hide the real Earth companion beast? The Arch looked at Zhou Wen as though she was looking at an idiot. However, I don't understand. Why can you cultivate the Lost Immortal Sutra when you aren't Earth's companion beast? This is impossible. The Arch sized up Zhou Wen. She still couldn't figure it out. Why not? Didn't you say that Earth's companion beast is human? I'm also human. Didn't Jing Daoxian also master the Lost Immortal Sutra? Zhou Wen said. Is that thing he mastered worthy of being called the Lost Immortal Sutra? The Arch said disdainfully. Between stones, how can granite compare to diamonds? Perhaps I'm a stone that resembles a diamond? Zhou Wen asked. Leave. I've never felt more ashamed in my life. However, even if the Earth Companion Beast doesn't take it away, it's only a matter of time before I break out. In less than a year, This thing will naturally be born and my oath will be nullified. When that happens, I want to see how Zhou Lingfeng will stop me. The Dharch sat back on the box and closed her eyes, ignoring Zhou Wen. Seeing that the Dharch was ignoring him, Zhou Wen glanced at Jing Daoxian's corpse and said, I'll be taking his corpse with me. Seeing that the Dharch still had no intention of bothering with him, Zhou Wen carried Jing Daoxian's corpse and walked out. Death was the ultimate punishment. Since he was already a dead man, there was nothing to fuss about. Lu Yun was still waiting outside. After all, Jing Daoxian was his only family. He would take his corpse to Lu Yun and have him bury Jing Daoxian in peace. After leaving Nua Temple, he saw Lu Yun still guarding outside. Lu Yun's expression changed when he saw Jing Daoxian's corpse. Just as Zhou Wen was about to return the corpse to Lu Yun and explain what had happened, he suddenly felt the corpse in his hand move. Zhou Wen jumped in fright and threw the corpse to the ground. A crack appeared on the shriveled corpse's back. Something was squirming inside as it tore open the gap bit by bit and crawled out. It started with a finger, then an entire palm. An arm drilled out, followed by the head and body. A young and miniature Jing Daoxian crawled out with a baby-like body, leaving a strange empty mortal coil on the ground. You're not dead? Zhou Wen looked at the young version of Jing Daoxian in surprise. Lost Immortal Sutra. If I can't even get an immortal lost, how can it be called lost immortal? I naturally won't die so easily. Not only had Jing Daoxian's body turned into a youth, but even his voice had become very tender. He was like a child whose voice hadn't cracked. It didn't match his tone at all, and sounded very strange. As expected of Jing Daoxian, Zhou Wen couldn't help but praise inwardly. None of the old fellows who could dominate the Federation back then were easy to deal with. Only now did Zhou Wen understand why Jing Daoxian had to bring Lu Yun here to guard the door. What seemed like a gratuitous act now appeared to be a well-planned scheme. Chapter 18:11 Two Stories. Chapter 18:11 Two Stories. Zhou Wen, from the looks of it, we are the ones who can truly become partners. Jing Daoxian's youthful voice left Zhou Wen very confused. Us? Zhou Wen had never felt that he and Jing Daoxian would become partners. Not in the past nor in the future. Don't you understand? At the end of the day, you are just a scapegoat Zhou Lingfeng found. He used you to replace Earth's companion beast. If I hadn't made that female immortal lose her human body, guess what would have happened? Jing Daoxian said. She would snatch the item in the box and very likely kill me, the original owner. Zhou Wen answered. That's right. Zhou Lingfeng is using you as a tool, and I've been tricked by him. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. Don't you think we should be the best partners? Jing Daoxian said. However, Zhou Wen suddenly smiled and said, You seem to be very afraid of my father. According to what I know, his combat strength isn't strong. With your strength, why do you have to implicate me if you want to find trouble with him? That's why I said that you were deceived by him. He has never treated you sincerely, nor does he have any feelings for you. Do you really think that Zhou Lingfeng is such a simple person? If he's really that simple, do you think he can take away Earth's companion beast from Nua Temple? Would he be able to design a way for you to replace Earth's companion beast? Besides, Ouyang Ting is very likely backing him. Jing Daoxian snorted coldly. At the end of the day, Zhou Lingfeng and Ouyang Ting are the same kind of people. They are both sanctimonious schemers. Only Wang Mingyuan has some humanity. Zhou Wen didn't agree with Jing Daoxian's words, but he was somewhat surprised that Jing Daoxian's evaluation of Wang Mingyuan was above Zhou Lingfeng and Ouyang Ting's. I hope we will be friends instead of enemies in the future. Zhou Wen wasn't in the mood to continue arguing with Jing Daoxian. After bidding farewell to Lu Yun, he left by himself. With the Dharch on Chess Mountain, it was useless unless Earth's companion beast came itself. Zhou Wen only wanted to meet Zhou Lingfeng and ask him why he had done all of this. Zhou Lingfeng seemed to have expected Zhou Wen to come looking for him. Before Zhou Wen could head to Luoyang, he was already waiting for him in Guide Ancient City. You met the Dharch? Zhou Lingfeng leaned against the wooden chair in the pavilion, admiring the setting sun. His first sentence surprised Zhou Wen. Yes. Zhou Wen nodded slightly before asking. Isn't Jing the baby you carried out of Nua Temple? Please, reading on my box N0VL. Calm. Yes. Zhou Lingfeng nodded. Am I your biological son? He asked again. In the flesh. Zhou Lingfeng smiled. Is Ouyang Lan really my biological mother? Zhou Wen asked again. Of course. Why would I lie to my son? Zhou Lingfeng sighed. Since I'm your son, why did you make me take the risk on behalf of Jing? Zhou Wen wasn't afraid of taking risks, but he needed Zhou Lingfeng to give him an explanation. It's not that I wanted you to replace Jing, but you came this far yourself. Zhou Lingfeng said. What do you mean? Zhou Wen asked with a frown. I didn't give you the phone. I didn't expect you to be able to activate it, Nor did I expect you to master the Lost Immortal Sutra. Zhou Lingfeng sighed and said, I originally wanted you to live a peaceful life, but you chose this path yourself. Wasn't it arranged by you? If you hadn't exchanged Jing for me, why would Jing Daoxian give me the Lost Immortal Sutra? Zhou Wen curled his lips. It's normal for him to give you the Lost Immortal Sutra. You shouldn't have been able to master it, but you did. Zhou Lingfeng paused before continuing. This should be the influence of that phone, right? Actually, I still haven't figured out why you could activate that phone. In theory, that phone can only be used by Jing. I've tried many times in the past, but I haven't been able to activate it. Because she's Earth's companion beast? No, because it was specially prepared for her by her mother. Isn't her mother Nua, or should I say Earth? Of course not. Why do you think Prisoner was dug out? Zhou Lingfeng sighed. Since you've already been to Noah Temple, the art should have lost her qualifications. It's time to tell you. I'll start from the beginning. Zhou Lingfeng's story was very simple. A mother gave birth to a baby, but the baby was about to die due to a congenital defect. In order to extend the baby's life, the mother had put in a lot of effort and even sacrificed her life to come to a special planet. She dug out the life that was originally born within the planet and replaced it with her child. She used the energy of the special planet to maintain her daughter's life. In order to do all of this, she had nearly exhausted her life. She wasn't able to accompany her daughter as she grew up. She originally wanted to leave something behind for her daughter, but due to an accident, some important things were lost. The original setup couldn't be fully completed. This matter happened to be known by the four of them, so they went to the place their mother had prepared, hoping to obtain the things she had left behind. In the end, the four of them obtained something. One of them obtained the child. The person didn't know what the other three had obtained. In fact, the other three also wanted to know what that person had obtained. They had been investigating each other for years. SOL. The person who obtained the child was the weakest and most useless among the four of them. However, he knew that he couldn't let the other three obtain the child. This was because once this child awakened, it would be the end of Earth. The other three might not care about this. They were capable of anything in order to obtain strength. In order to protect the child, the person had no choice but to come up with a solution. He swapped his child for the child, making the other three people who were secretly observing unsure if the child was useful. All they could do was observe in secret, and not completely fall out with him. If nothing went wrong, the three of them would slowly realize that the child wasn't the child they imagined. They would naturally give up. However, to their surprise, an accident really happened. The child convinced the three of them that he was that woman's child. According to what you said, the Dharch has seen Jing before. Why didn't she discover that Jing is Earth's companion beast? Zhou Wen asked. Because she didn't know that Earth's companion beast was that woman's child, nor did she know that the child was so weak that she should have died long ago. Everyone believed that Earth's companion beast would be very strong, but they never expected that Earth's companion beast was actually very weak. It relied on Earth's special energy to survive. She is not much different from ordinary humans. As long as she hasn't awakened, no one can tell the difference between her and ordinary humans. Zhou Lingfeng sighed and said, Thankfully, there was an accident. The mother's plan didn't completely succeed. The phone she left for the child, and the companion beast that was meant to be the child's first companion beast were accidentally lost on Earth. If things had really gone according to her plan, Earth would have long been doomed. In that case, is it true that grandfather picked up the phone and companion egg? Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised. He originally imagined that those were just meant as a cover. Of course it's true. If we hadn't obtained Earth's companion egg, we wouldn't have discovered Chess Mountain, much less enter to explore, and find those things and discover those secrets. Zhou Lingfeng continued. All these years, I only know that Jing Daoxian obtained the Lost Immortal Sutra. I still haven't figured out what father-in-law and Wang Mingyuan obtained. However, they must have obtained more than me and Jing Daoxian. This is because only the two of them saw the ship. They obtained what was on it. You and Ouyang. What's going on between you and Andy Lan? Zhou Wen couldn't think of anything else to ask, so he asked another question he had been trying to figure out. Didn't I tell you? Mutual love between two people is a beautiful love story, Zhou Lingfeng said with a smile. But Zhou Wen wanted to say that this love story was too immoral, but he couldn't say it out loud. I know what you're thinking. Zhou Lingfeng curled his lips and said, Then I'll tell you another story. There was once a large family with generations of talented people, but in the recent generation, none of the boys in the family amounted to much. They were either prodigal sons or ordinary people with average talent. If it were an ordinary family or ordinary era, it would have been fine. At most, they would have squandered their family assets. However, in such an environment, if the family was really reduced to ruin, they probably wouldn't even have a way to survive. Their enemies would devour the entire family until nothing was left. Thankfully, there was always a way out. That family gave birth to a girl with extreme talent that no one could match. However, she was a girl, so it was difficult for her to inherit the family business. What era are we in now? Why are you still favoring boys over girls? Zhou Wen curled his lips. He didn't like this story at all. Times are changing, and views are changing, but the fundamentals haven't changed. When a girl has a husband and her child, do you think she will have more plans for her husband and tiny family, or will she have more plans for her family clan? You have to know that back then, there were powerful enemies everywhere. Countless people had designs on that family. God knows how many men approached that girl. Was it for the girl herself or something else? Zhou Lingfeng continued. So the girl's parents thought of a way to raise her as a boy. Wait, don't tell me you're saying that Annie Lan's first husband, the one from the Yan family, is a woman? Zhou Wen suddenly understood as he asked with widened eyes. What do you think? Zhou Lingfeng laughed. Zhou Wen was extremely flabbergasted. He never expected things to turn out this way. It was no wonder Zhou Lingfeng had said that the Yan family's descendant was infertile. Chapter 1812 Unsealed Mount Laojun. Chapter 1812 Unsealed Mount Laojun. After Zhou Lingfeng left, Zhou Wen kept digesting the news. Almost all the questions were answered. Now, there was only one important question left. Back when Jing's mother came on the boat, what had happened to make her plan fail? As a result, the phone and prisoner companion beast were lost, allowing Zhou Wen's grandfather to dig them out of the ancient well. Could it be related to the battle of the gods in the Shang and Zhou dynasties? Zhou Wen thought to himself. From all the information he had obtained, the battle of the gods was a turning point. Perhaps that was the reason Jing's mother had lost her phone. The battle of the gods was started by Nuwa, but in fact, Nuwa didn't exist at all. Nuwa was Earth itself. The Nuwa statue in Nuwa Temple was made in the image of the Thearchus human shell. In other words, the Dharch was the one who had instigated the mythical battle of the gods. Furthermore, the Dharch and Jing's mother seemed to have had some kind of bet, forcing Zhou Wen to connect the two together. Is it because of the Dharch that Jing's mother's plan failed, and she lost her phone and companion egg? Zhou Wen thought to himself. If Jing's mother's plan had completely succeeded, Jing would have had the phone and prisoner at the beginning. She would also be able to cultivate the lost Immortal Sutra. Jing's growth would be unimaginable. Without these, Jing wasn't much different from an ordinary person. She wasn't especially outstanding, which was why she was born lacking. It was useless to theorize now. Zhou Wen planned on advancing to the Apocalypse grade as soon as possible to deal with the impending calamity. In less than a year, the Dharch would break free. Zhou Wen didn't know what Wang Mingyuan was up to. These were all troublesome matters. With his present strength, he wasn't enough to deal with such a situation. Although Zhou Lingfeng didn't know what Ouyang Ting and Wang Mingyuan were up to, Zhou Lingfeng's words corroborated Jing Daoxian. Wang Mingyuan might not hate dimensional creatures the most, but humans. If Wang Mingyuan really became the dimensional king, no one could predict what he would do. How can I advance to the Apocalypse grade? Zhou Wen could only think of a few places, or enter the cosmos, to search for new dimensional zones to see if he could find one. He didn't have the time to search for a needle in a haystack, so he planned on starting with Mount Laojun. He switched on his phone and chose to enter Mount Laojun Dungeon. Mount Laojun Dungeon was strange and unpredictable. It had a strange taboo power. It was very difficult for ordinary people to even enter, much less explore the dimensional zone. These taboos were no longer of much use to him. Zhou Wen walked into Mount Laojun and began exploring it. The white crane at the bridgehead was still there. With a thought, Zhou Wen killed a white crane with a sword beam. Killed calamity-grade creature, true immortal crane. The Tao has been naturally destroyed. Mount Laojun seal will be broken. Following the game's notification, the whole of Mount Laojun's golden peak was suddenly enveloped by a blood cloud. The sea of clouds in the sky churned like a sea of blood, dyeing all of Mount Laojun red. In an instant, the tiny person condensed from Zhou Wen's blood died on the spot for no reason. Without even knowing how he died, the game screen went black. Zhou Wen wasn't alarmed but delighted. He didn't even know how he had died despite his present strength. This meant that there was likely something at the Apocalypse grade in Mount Laojun's dungeon. He entered the dungeon again. Before killing the true immortal crane, Zhou Wen activated the human realm domain. However, once Mount Laojun's seal was broken, the game's screen suddenly turned black again. He died for unknown reasons. Is the unsealed Mount Laojun that terrifying? Zhou Wen was somewhat alarmed. He was an existence that could fight an Apocalypse-grade powerhouse. How did he die on Mount Laojun without even having a chance to fight? He tried a few more times, but the outcome was the same. As long as he killed the true immortal crane and broke Mount Laojun's seal, he would die for no reason. Zhou Wen attempted to rush into Golden Peak's Taoist temple without killing the true immortal crane. The true immortal crane chased after him, but it couldn't catch up to Zhou Wen's speed. In the Taoist temple, he saw many other dimensional creatures that looked like small animals, but their levels were relatively low. They were inferior to the calamity-grade true immortal crane. When he arrived in the yard, he saw a crooked tree planted in a corner. Tied to the tree was an azure bull, which was sleeping soundly on the ground. Realizing that Zhou Wen had barged in, the azure bull was immediately jolted awake. It struggled free from its reins and charged at Zhou Wen. Only a calamity? Zhou Wen was somewhat disappointed when he saw the azure bull's strength. He originally imagined that being Taishang Laojuan's mount, the azure bull might be an apocalypse-grade existence, but from the looks of it, Zhou Wen had clearly read too much into it. Zhou Wen didn't fight the azure bull. After using his speed to escape, he continued searching the Golden Peak. However, the outcome left Zhou Wen somewhat disappointed. Apart from the azure bull and the true immortal crane, the other dimensional creatures were relatively weak. There were very few terror-grade creatures, and some were the lowest mortal creatures. From the looks of it, the true secret of Mount Laojun lies after the seal is broken. As Zhou Wen pondered, he casually killed a tiny animal. As expected, as long as he killed any animal, the Tao would naturally be destroyed, unsealing Mount Laojun. Zhou Wen was killed again. Zhou Wen had also tried all sorts of companion beasts to protect himself, but they were useless. He couldn't avoid the strange deaths with abilities, like evil nullification. What the hell is this? Zhou Wen now knew very well that he couldn't use force after Mount Laojun's seal was broken. He could only find the corresponding solution. After dying so many times, Zhou Wen had some guesses. Even if Mount Laojun has an apocalypse-grade powerhouse, it's impossible for him to be strong enough to instantly kill me. It can only be a special power. This power ignores the difference in level and strength, and can directly kill the target. And this power will only be triggered after I kill a creature. Could this power be the ability to exchange a life for a life? As long as I kill a life, I will definitely die, Zhou Wen thought to himself. With this in mind, Zhou Wen decided to give it another try. This time, he didn't personally kill the creatures. Instead, he summoned Mystic Arch and let him kill the true immortal crane. Indeed, without Zhou Wen personally killing the true immortal crane, the game didn't go black again despite Mount Laojun breaking its seal. Success? Seeing Mystic Arch suddenly die, Zhou Wen imagined that he had escaped a calamity, but he quickly felt depressed. After Mystic Arch died, the blood-colored avatar quickly died, just slightly later than the previous attempts. What bullshit T rules are these? They come one after another? Zhou Wen nearly threw his phone in anger. Throwing the phone was definitely useless. Soon, Zhou Wen calmed down because he had another idea. Chapter 1813 Companion Beast that makes the Master jealous. Chapter 1813 Companion Beast that makes the Master jealous. After entering the game again, Zhou Wen summoned a large number of companion beasts, Imperial Lord Behemoth, Banana Fairy, Dr. Soul, and so on. He made them each be in charge of a creature on Mount Laojun. Upon receiving Zhou Wen's order, all the creatures on Mount Laojun were killed at the same time. Not a single one survived. With so many companion beasts needing to be killed, they should be able to help me stall for time, Zhou Wen thought. Fantasy was always beautiful, but reality was harsh. The companion beasts that killed the creatures on Mount Laojun were wiped out almost instantly. Zhou Wen, the instigator, was immediately punished as the game screen went black again. Seriously? Zhou Wen was somewhat depressed. However, he still had a backup plan. Now, there were only 4 companion beasts he hadn't tried: Prisoner, Demonic Neonate, Truth Listener, and Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General. Ever since Truth Listener evolved, it had been in the form with earrings, and he had never summoned it in battle. However, Truth Listener's ability had always aided Zhou Wen. Since it couldn't protect him, it was probably useless even if he summoned it. Prisoner was at the Apocalypse grade. He was Zhou Wen's final trump card. It wouldn't be too late to use him after giving everything a try. As for Demonic Neonate, because she had been with him for too long, they had a deep relationship. Even in game, he wasn't willing to see her die again and again. He didn't use her unnecessarily. The Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General had just advanced to Super Jinx's master. Zhou Wen was afraid that he would trigger bad luck by using him. He didn't usually use him. Forget it. Let's see how strong the matured Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General is. Zhou Wen summoned the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General. When he charged up Mount Laojun again, Zhou Wen couldn't be bothered to run in. He got the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General to attack the true immortal crane. A black-purple armor covered his entire body and mount. The outer ring of black-purple flames rose and swayed with white edges of light. It looked both textured and fashionable. It exuded the aura of a peerless final boss. How depressing. Such a crappy pet looks even cooler than me. Zhou couldn't figure out how this thing had gotten to where it was today. Among the 3 unsolved mysteries of companion beasts, there was Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General. The other 2 unsolved mysteries were Demonic Neonate's origins and Truth Listener's appearance. The true immortal crane flew over, and the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General raised his spear and pointed it at the sky. Bang! The true immortal crane's body was penetrated by the spear beam as it fell to the ground and died. It doesn't need to accumulate strength to be this strong now? Holy CR*P. Just as Zhou was sighing, he saw the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General's body light up. As Mount Laojun was unsealed, blood-colored light enveloped the mountaintop. A strange flame burned in the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General's body. The black color gradually turned purple before turning from purple to a pale color. The flames became brighter and brighter as they seeped out from the gaps in the armor like electric patterns that coiled around his body. How King cool. Even Zhou eyes turned red with envy. However, to his delight, the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General wasn't immediately killed. In fact, not only was this fellow not killed, but the aura in his body became more and more terrifying. A moment later, his aura exceeded that of the Apocalypse Grade prisoner. Of course, prisoner was trash among the Apocalypse Grade. Surpassing him wasn't too surprising. Go! Let's see what's different about Mount Laojun after its seal is broken. Zhou ordered the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General to lead the way and cross the bridge before heading into the yard. The blood-red color enveloped Mount Laojun, dyeing everything red. Even the white rabbit that was eating grass in the yard was covered in blood. The bunny's originally red eyes were now so red that they looked like they could drip blood. Bang! 2 sanguine beams shot out from Bunny's eyes and shot straight at Zhou like lasers. The strength fluctuations reached the calamity grade. Although Zhou easily dispelled the sanguine light, it still gave him a fright. The white rabbit was originally something trivial at the mortal stage. After Mount Laojun's seal was broken, this thing actually became a calamity grade creature. Wasn't this leap too great? Even a mortal bunny had become a calamity. It was unimaginable how terrifying the other creatures were. Just as Zhou was pondering over it, the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General had already rushed forward and finished off the bunny. Killed calamity grade creature, demonized rabbit. Discovered dimensional crystal. The dimensional crystal was already useless to Zhou. Without even taking a look, the human and pet continued walking forward. Soon, they encountered some demonized creatures. All of them were at the calamity grade. The demonized rabbit was only at the human realm, and there were subsequently heaven-level creatures everywhere. If an ordinary calamity grade human were here, even if they brought 17 or 18 calamity companion beasts, they would probably die. Thankfully, Zhou wasn't an ordinary calamity grade. The Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General became stronger the more he fought. It didn't take much effort for Zhou to kill all the demonized creatures he encountered. Unfortunately, along the way, they didn't discover any Apocalypse Grade creatures. The strongest was only a top Calamity Grade existence that could fight an existence at Mystic Thearka's level. Before Mount Laojun was sealed, only the true Immortal Crane and Azure Bull were at the Calamity Grade. If there's any apocalypse after the seal is broken, it will probably be the true Immortal Crane and Azure Bull. The true Immortal Crane has already been killed. Now, it depends on whether the Azure Bull is at the Apocalypse Grade. Zhou directed the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General to head for the yard where the Azure Bull was. Before entering the yard, he saw that the crooked tree in the yard had turned blood red. Furthermore, the tree crown that was originally dotted sparsely with leaves was now filled with blood red flowers. From the outside, it looked like a blood-colored umbrella that covered most of the yard. He immediately saw the Azure Bull when he walked into the yard, but he almost didn't recognize it. The Azure Bull had already turned blood-colored. Furthermore, its body was standing upright like a human. Its body had also transformed into a humanoid form. Apart from the bull's head that hadn't changed, the other parts of its body looked like a muscular man with bulging muscles. He was more than 2 meters tall. This thing turned into the Bull Demon King? No matter how Zhou looked at it, the Azure Bull looked like the legendary Bull Demon King. Before Zhou could size it up, the demonized Azure Bull let out a strange cry at the sky. The sound wave surged over like an avalanche. Caught off guard, Zhou was instantly killed by the sound wave. The game's screen went black. Apocalypse Grade? It's definitely at the Apocalypse Grade. Furthermore, it's not the typical Apocalypse Grade. Zhou became excited. Although he didn't deliberately guard against it, the human realm domain had been constantly activated. Coupled with his defensive instincts, it was impossible for an ordinary apocalypse to instantly kill him. I finally have something. Zhou excitedly dripped his blood to start the game again, but this time, he was more careful. Since Azure Bull could reach the Apocalypse Grade, so could the Calamity Grade True Immortal Crane. In that case, Mount Laojun had 2 Apocalypse-grade creatures to kill. Advancing to the Apocalypse grade was just around the corner. Therefore, after entering the game again, Zhou Wen didn't choose to kill the true immortal crane to trigger the unsealing. Instead, after escaping the true immortal crane, he randomly killed a small animal and triggered the unsealing. Chapter 1814 Battling the Demon Bull. Chapter 1814 Battling the Demon Bull. This time, Zhou Wen had some experience. When Mount Laojun's seal was broken, he was already fully armed. Mystic Arch and Prisoner were directly attached to him in a soul state. The human realm domain was also activated. Indeed, after Mount Laojun's seal was broken, the true immortal crane let out a long cry as something abnormal happened in the sanguine light. It had the head of a bird and the body of a human. Its blood-red body transformed into feathered armor, turning it into a monster that was half human, half bird. The aura on the true immortal crane's body instantly rose, like an erupting volcano. Just its incisive aura made it difficult to look at it directly. In the next second, blood-feathered swords appeared around the half-human, half-bird monster transformed from the true immortal crane. They embroiled Zhou Wen and the fiend armored tiger soul general like a storm. With a thought from Zhou Wen, countless sword pills appeared and faced the blood-feathered swords that filled the sky. Countless sword beams collided and exploded in midair. The shockwave produced by the explosion killed all the demonized animals around them. Such strength was enough to destroy a continent, perhaps enough to destroy a planet, but strangely, this strength failed to destroy the buildings in Mount Laojun. The aftershocks were restricted to Mount Laojun. Under the continuous impact of the blood-feather swords, Zhou Wen retreated step by step. His strength ultimately hadn't reached the Apocalypse grade, and couldn't compare to the true immortal crane that had advanced to the Apocalypse grade. In the human world, just as the blood-feather swords were about to overwhelm Zhou Wen, he suddenly slashed out with his hand. A terrifying force slashed out from his palm like scissors, splitting the sword curtain formed by the blood-feather swords into 2, as he continued slashing at the true immortal crane. The true immortal crane's figure flashed and instantly vanished, dodging Zhou Wen. When it appeared again, it was already behind him. Zhou Wen's spatial instant transmission ability wasn't inferior to anyone. His figure also vanished. Please reading on MYB Ox No VL. Calm. The human and crane quickly moved and fought on Mount Laojun. Ordinary people couldn't see anything other than the shockwaves produced by the collision. Bang! After a loud bang, Zhou Wen retreated in flight. After landing on the ground, he propped himself up with one hand and slid back more than 10 meters before stopping. On the other side, the true immortal crane's figure appeared and landed steadily on the ground. The true immortal crane shrieked at the sky as a strange force instantly enveloped Mount Laojun. It had finally activated its new world power. Zhou Wen immediately felt as though his body was restrained by some force, preventing him from moving. However, it was only an instant. With the augmentation of the human realm domain and prisoner, almost no taboo power could restrain Zhou Wen. The true immortal crane imagined that Zhou Wen had been imprisoned by its new world powers, and transformed into a stream of light that charged at Zhou Wen's heart. At the instant the true immortal crane arrived in front of him, Zhou Wen struck its head. With a bang, its head smashed into the ground, blasting open a huge crater. What followed was Zhou Wen's barrage of attacks. Punch after punch, and the human world's power constantly erupted, slamming the bird's head into the ground again and again. Feathers flew everywhere as demonic blood spewed out. The true immortal crane's skull cracked bit by bit before it was shattered by Zhou Wen. Killed Apocalypse grade creature, true demon crane. Discovered dimensional crystal. A few dimensional crystals dropped, but there were no companion eggs or anything else. It left Zhou Wen somewhat depressed. Thankfully, the true demon crane was at the Apocalypse grade. If he farmed it a few more times in the future, he would have companion eggs, zone cores, or something else. New novels chapters are published in. Up to now, Zhou Wen still hadn't figured out what an Apocalypse grade advancement item was. After killing the true demon crane, Zhou Wen cleared Mount Laojun with the fiend armored tiger soul, before heading to the yard where the azure bull was. The scene was identical to the last time he saw it. The blood-red demonic tree, and the half-human, half-ox demonic bull welcomed him with a terrifying sound wave attack the moment he entered. With his previous experience, Zhou Wen defended with all his might, and withstood the demon bull sound wave attack. The flames in the fiend armored tiger soul general's body rose crazily. Without waiting for the demon bull sound wave to cease, it went against the flow and charged forward. Bang! The demon bull swung its fist, and collided with the fiend armored tiger soul general's spear tip. It sent the fiend armored tiger soul general and his horse flying back, and slammed into the wall, causing it to collapse. In the human world, Zhou Wen slashed out with his palm as an invisible blade-like force tore through space, and slashed at the demon bull's face. Bang! A power that could injure Transcendent Immortal was shattered by the Demon Bull's punch like glass. What powerful strength. What a terrifying body. With such powerful creatures on Earth, why would we need to be afraid of the Dimension's invasions? Zhou sighed inwardly, but on second thought, if these creatures really broke out, it was unknown if they would help humanity. Perhaps they would become a nightmare for humanity. Using spatial instant transmission to fight the Demon Bull, the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General charged forward and held back the Demon Bull's attacks. Thankfully, although the Demon Bull's body was very strong, it didn't have the spatial abilities of the true Immortal Crane. It couldn't injure Zhou immediately, so it could only vent its anger on the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General. The Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General was struck again and again before standing up. The shattered armor was also reborn in the flames and quickly returned to its original state. Every time the armor was repaired, it made the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General stronger, but it was still no match for the Demon Bull. Zhou, who took the opportunity to launch sneak attacks, repeatedly slashed at the Demon Bull using in the human world, but he failed to slice through its flesh. Its body was unimaginably resilient. As though it was enraged by Zhou and the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General, the Demon Bull grabbed the nose ring on its nose and yanked it with all its might. It tore off the nose ring and threw it out. After the nose ring left its hand, it immediately vanished from Zhou sight before the game screen went black again. What was that? Zhou was alarmed. If it were in reality, he wouldn't even know how he died. He didn't immediately enter the game again. Zhou searched for myths and legends regarding Azure Bull on the internet. In many myths and legends regarding Taishan Laojun, the Azure Bull was his mount. As for the nose ring, after Zhou checked, he felt that it was very similar to Taishan Laojun's Dharma treasure, Vajrachakram. Legend had it that when Taishan Laojun transformed into Buddha, he already had such a treasure with him. In Journey to the West, Sun Wukong, who even the demon-slaying sword couldn't injure, was knocked unconscious by this thing. After roughly figuring out the nose ring's ability, he entered the game again. Nothing useful dropped from killing the true Demon Crane. After the Demon Bull used its nose ring, Zhou instant transmitted to prevent himself from being hit by it. The nose ring was definitely very powerful. It was as though it had a positioning device installed. No matter how Zhou instant transmitted, the nose ring could catch up. As long as Zhou's instant transmission stopped, it would immediately crack his head. This wasn't a problem for Zhou. He maintained instant transmission to fight the Demon Bull. As he dodged the nose ring, he attacked the Demon Bull, hoping to find its weakness. Before he could find its weakness, an anomaly happened again. The infuriated Demon Bull summoned its nose ring back. It grabbed the nose ring with both hands and aimed it at Zhou and the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General. In the next second, Zhou felt the world spin. For some reason, the game screen went black again. Chapter 1815 Companion Beast that counters Demon Bull. Chapter 1815 Companion Beast that counters Demon Bull. Zhou tried a few more times, but the outcome was about the same. As long as the Demon Bull shone its nose ring at him, his screen would turn black no matter how powerful he was. Even Demonic Neonate was useless. Demonic Neonate's demonic sword, Heaven Shrouding Bell, and other items were restrained by the nose ring. Zhou had no choice but to put down the game and check the information regarding the Vajrachakram again. In Journey to the West, Zhou saw some descriptions of the Vajrachakram's abilities. This thing could actually seal all sorts of Dharma treasures in the world. Immortals, deities, or Buddhas were useless against it. It could seal with 100% accuracy. The Demon Bull's nose ring in real life seemed to be even more ferocious than the Vajrachakram described in Journey to the West. Not only could it be used to seal Dharma treasures, but it could also directly seal humans and companion beasts. However, in Journey to the West, Zhou had also found a way to restrain the Vajrachakram. According to Taishan Laojun, without the banana fan, even he couldn't restrain the Vajrachakram. Zhou really had the banana fan. His banana fairy was the incarnation of the banana fan. However, her level was too low. Even if her element was strong against it, the difference in levels made it useless. Therefore, Zhou planned on leveling up Banana Fairy to see if he had a chance of cracking the Demon Bull's nose ring. Although he couldn't kill the Demon Bull, he could thankfully kill the true Demon Crane as he pleased. All Zhou could do was grind the true Demon Crane again and again, hoping that something useful would drop. It had to be said that there was really a problem with the drop rate of Apocalypse-grade creatures. Many dimensional crystals dropped, but there was nothing useful. Those dimensional crystals could only be food for Imperial Lord Behemoth, and be used to raise the stats of other companion beasts. They weren't of much use elsewhere. Thankfully, there were no time restrictions for the Mount Laojun dungeon. It could be grinded indefinitely. Otherwise, it was unknown how long it would take to obtain something useful. During the period when Zhou Wen was grinding dungeons to raise Banana Fairy's level, the number of breakouts across the earth increased dramatically. Most humans had already moved into dimensional zones. There were more creatures outside than humans. Things had gone almost topsy-turvy. Who's actually the owner of Earth? Zhou Wen was somewhat worried about how long humans could last. Once those terrifying dimensional zones were completely breached, dimensional creatures, like Demon Bull, would rush out of the dimensional zones. No human could match them. Raising Banana Fairy's level started very smoothly. Soon, she reached the Heaven Realm at the limits of the Calamity grade. Her stats were considered maxed out, but compared to companion beasts like Mystic Arch and Truth Listener, she was still much weaker. Her various stats were only at 400, nothing as terrifying as 999. He led Banana Fairy to fight the Demon Bull again. It was unknown if it was because Banana Fairy's stats were too low or if there was a difference between reality and what was written in the books, but the Banana Fan couldn't restrain the Demon Bull's nose ring. Zhou Wen died tragically in game again. Old Joe, have you heard? Someone discovered a Peach Garden dimensional zone. Eating one of the peaches can increase one's lifespan by 3 years. Someone also discovered a ginseng fruit tree dimensional zone and ate one to gain eternal youth. Li Xian recounted the various rumors from the outside world. All sorts of news spread everywhere with the emergence of new dimensional zones. A lot of news became more and more exaggerated the more it spread. It was unknown which was true and which was false. Are you listening? Li Xian said gloomily, when he saw Zhou Wen gaming with his head lowered. I'm listening. Those are just rumors. We don't know if they are true or not. There's no need to waste time verifying them one by one, Zhou Wen said. I don't dare say anything else, but the dimensional zone with the ginseng fruit tree is definitely real. A friend of mine went in, but he didn't get to eat the ginseng fruit. One of his companions ate it. I heard that his white hair turned black, and he became 20 years younger in the blink of an eye. Li Xian's saliva splattered as he spoke. You want to go? Zhou Wen looked up at Li Xian. It's indeed a little boring staying in the city all the time. It'd be good to go out for a walk, Li Xian said as he scratched his head. Then let's go out for a walk. It'll be good to get some relaxation time. Zhou Wen hadn't made any progress, and was also somewhat stifled. Why didn't you say so earlier? You made me waste my breath. I'll make the preparations. Li Xian went out to make arrangements before heading out with Zhou Wen. The tourist attraction, Wuzhuang Dao's temple, had been enveloped by a mysterious force ever since the advent of dimensional zones. Humans could no longer enter. Not long ago, the door to Wuzhuang Dao's temple suddenly opened. Thousands of rays of light bloomed from inside, in a way more dazzling than the sun. They lasted for 7 days, and 7 nights before dissipating. After that, someone entered Wuzhuang Dao's temple, and found a ginseng fruit tree inside. Rumor had it that a person obtained a ginseng fruit, and immediately changed from an elder to a young man in his 20s after eating it. From then on, the originally deserted Wuzhuang Dao's temple became crowded. However, not many people could come out of Wuzhuang Dao's temple alive. None of the people who came out had their youth restored. Now, the area in front of Wuzhuang Dao's temple had returned to its usual bleakness. Occasionally, a few people would appear outside the temple, but they would disappear after entering. One day, 2 men brought a girl to the entrance of Fifth Manor. It was Zhou Wen and Li Xian. Sitting on Zhou Wen's shoulder was demonic Neonate. Immortal abode of immortality, Taoist with longevity rivaling the heavens. Li Xian looked at the couplets on both sides of the door, and couldn't help but recite them. Human sovereign, are you here to enter the Wuzhuang Daoist temple to seek the ginseng fruit that grants immortality? A voice sounded from the side. Zhou Wen and Li Xian turned their heads, and saw 2 men walking towards the door. They were none other than Zhang Chunqiu and Xiao Luchuan. Aren't you guys here for the ginseng fruit as well? Li Xian curled his lips. Of course. Zhang Chunqiu smiled and said, Since we are fated to meet, why don't we form a team? Fate my ass. Don't tell me you were waiting here for us. Li Xian seemed to come to a realization as he said, F***CK, don't tell me you were the ones who leaked this information to me? I remember now. That fellow has always had an ambiguous relationship with your Zhang family. I just want to share the fruit of immortality with the 2 of you. If there's anyone who can crack Wuzhuang Dao's temple today, I'm afraid it's only our human sovereign. Zhang Chunqiu had no intention of hiding it, and readily admitted it. Then what do I need you for? Why should I share it with you? Li Xian snapped back. We naturally have to share good things with good friends. Xiao Luchuan continued. Besides, without us leading the way, it won't be easy for you to find the ginseng fruit tree in Wuzhuang Dao's temple. That thing isn't a fruit tree that grows in an ordinary yard. From what you're saying, could it be that the ginseng fruit tree is grown in the sky? Li Xian thought nothing of it and teased. It's naturally impossible for it to grow in the sky. It just grows underground, Zhang Chunqiu said with a smile. Chapter 1816 Whip Punishment. Chapter 1816 Whip Punishment. How do we cooperate? Zhou Wen didn't wish to waste time. Since Zhang Chunqiu was familiar with Wuzhuang Dao's temple, it wasn't impossible for them to cooperate. The rule of Wuzhuang Dao's temple only allows everyone to pluck one ginseng fruit. We don't ask for more. We just want one ginseng fruit each, Zhang Chunqiu said. Okay. Zhou Wen didn't waste his breath. He raised his phone and took a picture of the signboard of Wuzhuang Dao's temple. He had just seen the tiny palm symbol and could download the game dungeon. The four of them hit it off and entered Wuzhuang Dao's temple under the lead of Zhang Chunqiu and Xiao Luchuan. Old Zhou, do you think these two fellows are gay? The Xiao family and the Zhang family are so far apart, but these two are always together. I wonder what they are up to, Li Xian secretly said to Zhou Wen. How would I know? Perhaps their situation is similar to Feng Qiuyan and Ning Xiu's. Their life providences are compatible, and they improve faster together, Zhou Wen replied casually. He wasn't interested in the gossip between Zhang Chunqiu and Xiao Luchuan. I'm just afraid that they are, you know. If they have any thoughts for me. Li Xian made a fearful expression. Brother Li, don't worry. Ignoring the fact that I'm not interested in men, even if I was, I wouldn't choose you. Zhang Chunqiu suddenly turned his head and smiled at Li Xian. The descendant of the hero king is indeed capable. Li Xian was somewhat surprised. He had used a special skill when conversing with Zhou Wen. It was impossible for others to hear their conversation, but Zhang Chunqiu could. Wuzhuang Dao's temple was ancient and quiet. There were strange flowers and plants everywhere. Every step led them to new scenes, making it look like a serene winding path. They didn't find any traces of abnormal creatures, leaving Zhou Wen and Li Xian somewhat puzzled. Why didn't most of the people who entered Wuzhuang Dao's temple return? This place didn't look as dangerous as they imagined. Don't think that it's not dangerous just because there are no abnormal creatures here. It's easy to enter, but difficult to leave. Once you enter, it won't be easy to find a way out. Zhang Chunqiu answered their doubts. The two of them looked back the way they came, but they didn't see any difference. The owner of Wuzhuang Dao's temple is known as the ancestor of Earth Immortals. He's not inferior to the three pure ones. Although it's only a mythical legend, it's enough to show how dangerous Wuzhuang Dao's temple is. In order to figure out the mysteries of Wuzhuang Dao's temple, our two families lost many people here, Xiao Luchuan said. Reality wasn't a game, and Zhou Wen didn't wish for excessive trouble. He followed Zhang Chunqiu and company's instructions, and walked in behind them. A tall wall and door appeared in front of them. Before entering the yard, Zhang Chunqiu reminded, This is the first obstacle of Wuzhuang Dao's temple. After entering the yard, we will be tied to pillars. Each of us has to be whipped 30 times. After enduring these 30 whips, we can enter the main hall. Isn't this the same as the plot in Journey to the West? Monkey Sun can withstand 30 whips without any problems, so we naturally won't have any problems. Li Xian wasn't afraid of being beaten. He wasn't worried at all when he heard that he would be whipped 30 times. Although the two of you are powerful, you guys need to be careful. That whip is a little strange. When it whips, not only does it injure the body, but it also has an effect on the mind. Zhang Chunqiu paused before saying, After passing the whipping test, entering the main hall invites the punishment of being fried in oil. That oil isn't ordinary oil. It can permeate into the body. If the body's external defense is the only thing that's relatively high, they will definitely be fried inside out. I can't say about anything else, but I'm an expert when it comes to torture. Don't worry, Li Xian said disapprovingly. Seeing that Li Xian and Zhou Wen didn't mind, Zhang Chunqiu and Xiao Luchuan didn't say anything else. They thought that they would naturally know how powerful the punishment was after giving it a try. The four of them passed through the door, as though they had passed through a special spatial passageway. When they came out, they realized that they were tied to an eve pillar. The four of them were tied to motionless pillars. A pitch-black whip danced in the air and lashed at the first person. Pa! 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 The whip struck Xiao Luchuan, and although he was already wearing companion beast armor, his armor was still torn apart. From Xiao Luchuan's expression, he probably didn't have a good time. However, he held back his cries and endured 30 lashes. After 30 lashes, the rope that bound him automatically vanished. Next was Zhang Chunqiu. Zhang Chunqiu also suffered 30 whips. His skin and flesh were lacerated, but he didn't say a word. The two of them treated their injuries as they looked at Li Xian being tortured. They exchanged looks and laughed inwardly. There's going to be a good show later. Although the 30 whips weren't fatal to them, the pain that tortured their souls wasn't something ordinary humans could endure. Pa! With the lashing, the grinning Li Xian's pupils constricted and his eyes widened. Zhang Chunqiu and Xiao Luchuan thought that there would be an even more exciting scene. To their surprise, Li Xian's expression became more and more relaxed as the wounds left by the whip instantly healed. Li Xian's self-healing ability can be considered number one among humans, Zhang Chunqiu praised. After 30 lashes, Li Xian walked over with a grin. What whipping? It's this and nothing more. Zhang Chunqiu and Xiao Luchuan looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Young people these days were really shocking. The two of them looked at Zhou Wen again, hoping to know how he would perform under the 30 lashings. Even though they knew that the 30 lashes definitely wouldn't affect Zhou Wen much, it was a rare sight to see human sovereign tied up and whipped. They probably wouldn't have the chance to see it a second time. Was a law. Xiao Luchuan took out his phone and wanted to take a video of Zhou Wen. If there was a chance to upload it online in the future, he had already thought of the title. Daddy Xia assaults human sovereign. After all, others didn't know who was doing the whipping. Since he was the one who had filmed the video, he could frame it however he wanted. However, in the next second, the three of them widened their eyes. The 7-star whip circled Zhou Wen, but it didn't whip him. It flew back to the wall and hung itself. The rope around Zhou Wen also vanished. Holy sh*T, what's going on? Why weren't you whipped? Li Xian immediately shouted. He was also waiting to watch the show, so why wasn't there any whipping? What did Monkey Sun say? If there's anything, the disciple will take it on the master's behalf, Zhou Wen said with a smile. Was that such a line? Li Xian was puzzled. Zhang Chunqiu and Xiao Luchuan looked at Li Xian as though they were looking at an idiot. Without a word, they turned around and walked towards the hall. Zhou Wen also followed. Only then did Li Xian react and shout. Holy sh*T, you're making fun of me. You're the monkey. Your entire family are monkeys. Chapter 18:17 Ginseng Fruit. A huge pot was propped up in the hall. The firewood below burned fiercely as the oil in the pot bubbled. Zhou Wen, Li Xian, and Zhang Chunqiu stood in front of the oil pot as Xiao Luchuan clicked his tongue from the frying. Xiao Luchuan was surrounded by mystic light as he struggled with the hot oil. His head was covered in sweat as he wore a constipated expression. After being fried for half an hour, Xiao Luchuan came out of the pot. Zhang Chunqiu was also thrown into the oil pot by a mysterious force. Purple light rose from his body as he sat cross-legged in the oil pot, easily enduring the punishment of being fried. When it was Li Xian's turn, he took the oil pot as a bathtub. Li Xian had suffered all sorts of torture in the past. This whipping and frying were nothing to him. When it was Zhou Wen's turn, he wasn't thrown into the pot and was given a free pass. That's not fair, Li Xian shouted. What kind of crappy place is this? Why don't you get whipped or fried? You have to believe that good people can live a peaceful life, Zhou Wen said with a smile. Who are you calling evil? Li Xian was depressed. Zhang Chunqiu and Xiao Luchuan looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. In a place like Wuzhuang Daoist Temple, there was no distinction between good and bad people. To not be tortured, Zhou Wen definitely had a unique ability to render Wuzhuang Daoist Temple's powers ineffective. This was extraordinary. As expected of human sovereigns, Zhang Chunqiu sighed. The four of them passed through the main hall and arrived at the courtyard at the back. Under Zhang Chunqiu's lead, they arrived at a separate courtyard. There was indeed a huge tree growing in the yard. The crown of the tree covered the sky, and the leaves were like black iron. There were white baby-like fruits sitting cross-legged. It was the ginseng fruit tree. The ginseng fruit tree is just like the legend in Journey to the West. It's invulnerable to metal. The ginseng fruits can only be struck down with special tools. It's impossible to pluck it with brute force. Furthermore, the fruit will escape when it touches the ground. It has to be caught by a jade plate. We have to find the golden strike used to strike the fruit first. We need to work hard to find it, Zhang Chunqiu said. It's just a fruit. As long as you are strong enough, how can you not be able to hit it? If you can't hit it, that's because you aren't strong enough. Let me give it a try. With that said, Li Xian flew up and slashed at one of the ginseng fruits that were connected to the tree branch. Clang! The ginseng fruit didn't suffer any damage. Li Xian refused to believe it, and used all his strength to slash a few more times. The ginseng fruit swayed left and right, but it didn't suffer any damage. What crappy fruit is this? Li Xian was depressed again. We've already tried all sorts of methods. Apart from finding the golden strike, we really can't strike it down. As Zhang Chunqiu spoke, he turned to look at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen, do you want to give it a try? If you can hit it, it will save us the trouble of looking for the golden strike. We've been searching for some time, but we still haven't been able to find it. I don't mind giving it a try. Zhou Wen took the jade plate from Zhang Chunqiu and flew to a fruit. Legend had it that it took 9,000 years for the ginseng fruit to ripen. One sniff could make one live 360 years, and eating one could make one live 47,000 years. Zhou Wen took a sniff, but he didn't smell anything. From the looks of it, not all legends are accurate. He counted a total of 72 fruits on the tree. Without any hesitation, he placed the jade plate under a fruit and reached out to grab a ginseng fruit, about to yank it off. To his surprise, just as his hand touched the ginseng fruit, it fell and was easily plucked by him. Zhang Chuanqiu and Xiao Luchuan widened their eyes. Zhang Chuanqiu had just made a passing remark and didn't believe that Zhou Wen could really pluck it. However, the situation now seemed off. Not only did Zhou Wen pluck it, but he also did it rather easily. Zhou Wen flew to another ginseng fruit and reached out to pluck another one. This time, Zhang Chuanqiu and Xiao Luchuan's mouths gaped open. Even if they obtained the golden strike, each of them could only pluck one. Zhou Wen plucked two with his bare hands, making it no different from plucking a pear or an apple. Zhou Wen threw the jade plate with the two ginseng fruits to Zhang Chuanqiu before moving again, without waiting for them to say a word. Like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, he plucked all the remaining ginseng fruits on the tree in a jiffy. The ginseng fruits vanished from his hand one by one, and it was unknown where they were placed. Thank you for leading the way, Brother Zhang and Brother Xia. Let's cooperate again in the future if there's a chance. We'll be leaving now. With that said, he strode off with Li Xian. Zhang Chuanqiu and Xiao Luchuan were stunned for a long time before Xiao Luchuan said, "Is he still F*** King Human? He's a beast. I originally had some concerns about moving my entire family to guide Ancient City. From the looks of it, we should take action as soon as possible. I'm afraid only this person can deal with the tumultuous changes after Earth suffers a complete breakout," Zhang Chuanqiu said with a heavy expression. "My family doesn't really care. After all, the Xia family only exists in name. It doesn't matter where we move to," Xiao Luchuan said with a smile. After returning home, Zhou Wen took out the ginseng fruits and placed them in front of Li Xian. Li Xian picked one up and stuffed it into his mouth. The fruit that was as hard as iron when growing on the tree melted in his mouth and turned into a sweet liquid that flowed into his stomach. Just as Li Xian explained how sweet it was, white smoke emitted from all his pores. Soon, he was enveloped by water vapor. After a while, the water vapor completely dissipated. Li Xian's skin was crystalline like jade as he shouted, "Awesome! I actually advanced to a new realm, going from the human realm to hell. There's actually such an effect?" Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised as he pointed at the remaining ginseng fruits and said, "Eat a few more and see if you can directly advance to the apocalypse grade." To his surprise, Li Xian shook his head and said, "Power that doesn't come from self-cultivation is ultimately a building without a base. I'm afraid there will be trouble in the future. One fruit is enough." Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised that Li Xian had such an awareness. "Put away the remaining ginseng fruits. They might be useful in the future." Li Xian smiled and said, "Try one too." Zhou Wen ate one and found it extremely sweet. A clear feeling gushed through his body. Although his essence energy increased, he didn't advance like Li Xian. From the looks of it, advancing to the apocalypse grade isn't that easy. However, it's not impossible if I eat more. With a thought, Zhou Wen planned on grinding Wuzhuang Dao's temple again in game to see if there were any ginseng fruits there. However, before that, he gathered Feng Qiuyun, Ming Xiu, Qin Zhen, Zhang Yuji, and the others over and gave each of them a ginseng fruit. Everyone advanced a level after eating it. The ginseng fruit was magical. Regardless of whether one's level was high or low, eating one could advance one realm. If someone at the human realm ate it, they would reach hell. If someone at hell ate it, they would reach heaven. And if a mortal ate it, they would only become legendary. Everyone ate their fill. Zhou Wen put away the remaining ginseng fruits, and didn't let them eat too much. Just as Li Xian had said, although these external factors were good, they lacked tempering. Their levels rose, but their realms were unstable. It was ultimately not the right path. After returning to his room, Zhou Wen took out his phone and dripped his blood into the Wuzhuang Dao's temple dungeon. Soon, he arrived in front of the ginseng fruit tree. Indeed, there were 72 ginseng fruits hanging on the tree. Chapter 18:18 No Longer Human. Zhou Wen activated the human realm domain and plucked a ginseng fruit from the tree. Then, he summoned Banana Fairy and let her eat it. Zhou Wen had already eaten the ginseng fruit. It wasn't of much use to him, and couldn't provide him further improvement. Demonic Neonate refused to eat it at all. After some thought, he decided to let Banana Fairy try it first. If she could improve further, she might have a chance of restraining the Demon Bull's nose ring. Banana Fairy's stats plus 100. After eating a ginseng fruit, Banana Fairy's stats increased tremendously, making Zhou Wen overjoyed. Without any hesitation, he plucked the ginseng fruits and got Banana Fairy to eat them. Banana Fairy stats plus 85. Banana Fairy stats plus 79. Although the effects of every ginseng fruit were decreasing, her stats kept rising. In the blink of an eye, she had eaten 64 of them. All her stats had reached 998. She was just short of reaching the limit of 999. After eating a few more, her stats didn't increase at all. Zhou was a little obsessive-compulsive. He felt a little uncomfortable seeing that missing stat point. After all, the Wuzhuang Daoist Temple dungeon was a game. There would be plenty of opportunities to grind for ginseng fruits in the future. He immediately continued feeding her one after another. That single point was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. When she ate the 70th fruit, she remained short of the last point. There was no point in saving the last two. He fed them to Banana Fairy. Finally, after eating the 72nd fruit, all her stats reached 999. She had to eat all 72 of them to max out her stats. Zhou was still delighted. Knowing that the ginseng fruit had such an effect, he could raise the levels of the other companion beasts in the future. He imagined taking a group of 999 stat calamity preciouses to clear dungeons in the future. The scene made the corners of Zhou mouth curl up. However, after respawning the dungeon, he was somewhat depressed. The respawn time for Wuzhuang Daoist Temple's ginseng fruit was a year. To grind another 999 stat calamity pet would take a year. It's better than nothing. Zhou wasn't in a rush. He could slowly grind in the future. It was better than nothing. The legendary ginseng fruit could only be eaten once every 9,000 years. In comparison, a year wasn't long. I wonder if the 999 stat calamity Banana Fairy can be of any use against the Demon Bull's nose ring. Zhou launched Mount Laojun again and charged forward with the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General and Banana Fairy. The true Demon Crane was extremely stingy. It dropped dimensional crystals every time, but none of the truly good things dropped. It wasn't easy for him to reach the Demon Bull again. After a battle, the Demon Bull grabbed the nose ring with both hands and aimed it at Zhou. Zhou held the banana fan in one hand and fanned at the Demon Bull. Banana Fairy's Calamity Zone was called Yin Yang World. Together with the only skill, Supreme Yin Wind, an invisible tornado swept towards the Demon Bull. Originally, as long as the nose ring shone on them, it would definitely spell death for Zhou and the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General. They couldn't even last a second. This time, he didn't immediately kill them. After a second or two, the game's screen went black. The banana fan indeed has a restraining effect on the Demon Bull's nose ring. It's only because there's a huge level difference between the two that the restraining effect is relatively ordinary. If they were both at the Apocalypse grade, it would probably be much easier to crack the Demon Bull's nose ring. Zhou was overjoyed. Although the delay was only slightly more than a second, there were already all sorts of possibilities. As long as he killed the Demon Bull in that second, the nose ring naturally wouldn't be a threat. As for letting Banana Fairy advance to the Apocalypse grade, Zhou didn't even dare think about it. Even he couldn't advance to the Apocalypse grade, much less Banana Fairy. Zhou began grinding Mount Laojun dungeon again and again, constantly searching for the possibility of killing the Demon Bull. While Zhou was grinding dungeons, the Zhang and Xia families had sent people to contact Li Xian, hoping to relocate their entire family to Guide Ancient City. These two families had deep foundations. It was unexpected for them to give up their ancestral business to come to Guide Ancient City. It left Zhou and Li Xian surprised. However, they had always had a good relationship with the two families. Furthermore, Zhang Yuji and Xia Xian were in Guide Ancient City. This matter went very smoothly. After discussing all sorts of details, the two families gradually relocated to Guide Ancient City. Brother Zhang, I still want to hear your reasons, Zhou suddenly asked when he walked Zhang Chuanqiu out. Even if you didn't ask me, I still want to find an opportunity to chat with you about this matter. Zhang Chuanqiu paused before saying, As you know, our family's former hero king has a deep relationship with Jing Daoxian. I've heard of that. Zhou nodded. My patriarch had no choice but to harm his lover, the person Jing Daoxian liked. For that woman, Jing Daoxian nearly slaughtered all the upper echelons of the Federation. Zhang Chuanqiu hesitated for a moment before continuing. I'm afraid this will happen again. You're saying that Wang Mingyuan had experienced the same thing. Zhou had heard a little from Jing Daoxian. Although he had some guesses, he was still somewhat surprised when he heard that. It's a little different. Zhang Chuanqiu sighed and said, Our Zhang family also happened to know something about Wang Mingyuan. His wife and daughter might have died in the chaos of war. You mean that his wife and daughter didn't die at the hands of a creature, but were killed by humans? Zhou understood what chaos of war meant. Zhang Chuanqiu nodded. I don't know the details. My patriarch guessed that they might have been accidentally killed during the chaos. Could it be that the person who killed his wife and daughter is very strong? Even Wang Mingyuan can't take revenge? Zhou Wen frowned. No, those people aren't strong. Furthermore, they are already long dead. They died tragically. It was probably Wang Mingyuan's doing. Zhang Chuanqiu shook his head. Then why? Zhou Wen was somewhat puzzled. Since Wang Mingyuan had taken revenge, why was the Zhang family so worried? Back then, my patriarch met Wang Mingyuan and even played a game of chess with him. Do you know what my patriarch said about him? Zhang Chuanqiu said with a complicated expression. Zhou Wen didn't say a word as he looked at him, waiting for him to continue. This person is extremely stubborn. He has a route he has charted in his heart, and is no longer human. If he can't become a hero who changes the world in the future, he has to become the devil lord who destroys the world. Zhang Chuanqiu sighed. Zhou Wen understood what he meant and said in frustration. Does it mean that no matter what, he will change the order of the world? An inhuman heart probably doesn't abide by the ways of the world. If such a person establishes a new order, it will definitely be through bloodshed. With that said, Zhang Chuanqiu bade farewell and left. Zhou Wen couldn't calm down for a long time. After he completely calmed down, he set off for Luoyang. Chapter 1819 Born Proud. Young Master Wen, you're back. And Sheng immediately greeted Zhou Wen with a grin. Ah, Sheng, isn't Tianzue around? Zhou Wen asked. Overseer is in his office. Why are you looking for him? And Sheng was somewhat surprised. The two of them had never gotten along, so why was Zhou Wen taking the initiative to look for Tianzue? I have something to discuss with him. Zhou Wen wanted them to move to Guide City. Even if it wasn't for the Yin family, it would be safer for Zhou Lingfeng and Ouyang Lan. I'll take you to him. And Sheng hurriedly led the way and took Zhou Wen to Tianzue's office. What's the matter? And Tianzue's expression was cold. He had never been nice to Zhou Wen. I came this time hoping that the Yin family can move to Guide Ancient City. Zhou Wen looked at Tianzue with a complicated expression. He still couldn't accept the fact that Tianzue was his biological brother. Are you worried about Wang Mingyuan? And Tianzue immediately understood Zhou Wen's intentions. Yes, I heard that Wang Mingyuan's wife and daughter might have died in the war. His home was here. If he returns, Luoyang will probably be his first target. Zhou Wen explained. I understand what you mean, but the Yin family can't leave. And Tianzue's expression softened. Why? Zhou Wen asked with a frown. The Yin family's decades of research and plans are all in Luoyang. The present Luoyang city, or rather, the entire Luoyang area, is the fruits of our labor. After leaving Luoyang, everything will have to be redone. There's no time, and Tianzue said. Zhou Wen didn't understand what Tianzue meant. And Sheng hurriedly added, we have always been engaged in research on converting dimensional energy into technological weapons. We have already converted most of the dimensional zones in Luoyang into energy pools. We guide the dimensional energy in them to store as energy. Once a war happens, the entire Luoyang area will become a war machine that combines offense and defense. It can be said that Luoyang is now a huge war fortress. If there really comes a day when someone needs to stand up to protect Earth's home, this will be the last resort. Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised when he heard that. To be able to guide the power of a dimensional zone to be used for their purposes was indeed amazing. However, he didn't know how far the research progress that Tianzue and company had made, and if they could fight an apocalypse-grade powerhouse. Take Uncle Zhou, the Empress Dowager, Little Jing, Yer, and a portion of the Yin family members to guide Ancient City. And Tianzue said after some thought. For a person like him to say such words meant that he had acknowledged Zhou Wen. Otherwise, how could he entrust the most important people to Zhou Wen? I still have something on. I won't be meeting Aunt Lan and the rest. Help me by taking this to them. Zhou Wen saw the determination in Tianzue's eyes, and didn't persuade him further. He only left some ginseng fruits, and got Sheng to arrange for Zhou Lingfeng and company to go to guide Ancient City. After leaving the Yin family, Zhou Wen went to Wang Lu. Why are you here? Wang Lu was somewhat surprised to see Zhou Wen. Luoyang isn't safe. If you don't mind, the Wang family can move to guide Ancient City. Zhou Wen directly stated his intentions. Alright. Wang Lu didn't ask why it wasn't safe and agreed immediately. Try this. Zhou Wen handed a ginseng fruit to Wang Lu. Is this the famous ginseng fruit that people were talking about a while ago? Wang Lu took the ginseng fruit and sized it up curiously. That's right. If an ordinary person eats it, they can immediately advance a realm. If they are half a step away from advancing to the Calamity grade, one fruit can directly advance them to the Calamity grade. Zhou Wen said. It's more suitable for you to use such a precious item. Wang Lu wanted to return the ginseng fruit to Zhou Wen. I still have plenty. Furthermore, this thing is useless to me. Zhou Wen paused before saying, I'll get Sheng to help arrange for the Wang family to move to guide Ancient City. If there's anything you need, tell him. I'll make a trip to the moon to see if I can bring Wang Chan back. With that said, Zhou Wen left the Wang family. After Zhou Wen left, Wang Lu looked at the ginseng fruit in her hand and didn't eat it. Instead, she placed it on a plate and placed everything in a glass cabinet. On the moon, Wang Chan nearly jumped up in joy when she saw Zhou Wen. She was almost bored to death on the moon. There was no other human around, so how could someone her age withstand it? Zhou Wen also gave her a ginseng fruit. Wang Chan finished it in a few bites. She found it delicious and asked Zhou Wen for 2 more. Zhou Wen didn't mind and gave her 2 more. To his surprise, Wang Chan didn't eat them again. Instead, she ran to the moon goddess and gave the 2 ginseng fruits to her. You're here to take Wang Chan away, right? Moon goddess asked Zhou Wen. Yes, if possible. Can you move to guide ancient city with me? Zhou Wen asked. Wang Chan's life providence can't be changed, but it can probably be controlled now. You can take her back. After a pause, moon goddess said, I won't be going. If the moon dies, this world won't need a moon goddess. Zhou Wen persuaded her a little more and told her that if the moon goddess couldn't leave the moon because of some restrictions, he would think of a way to help her leave. I appreciate your kindness, but there's really no need. Sometimes, living isn't necessarily the best choice. Moon goddess still rejected Zhou Wen's kindness, having no plans on leaving. Zhou Wen had no choice but to take Wang Chan back to guide ancient city and think of a way to talk it through with the moon goddess in the future. As dimensional zones broke out on a large scale, communication between humans everywhere became more and more difficult. Earth had already become a paradise for dimensional creatures. Apart from inviting his family and friends to move to guide ancient city, Zhou Wen had been constantly grinding dungeons. He had a feeling that Wang Mingyuan was about to return. Li Xian also migrated his family over, but Li Maobai wasn't among them. Li Xian angrily complained to Zhou Wen. Li Maobai didn't know what was good for him. He was too stubborn. Li Xian didn't cook up a fuss, but Li Maobai didn't act any better. He didn't take Li Xian seriously at all, and showed no intention of joining Li Xian in Guide Ancient City. Some people are born proud, Zhou Wen said with a smile. It reminded him of someone. After rounds of battle, Zhou Wen finally found the demon bull's weakness. It was impossible to break through its powerful body from the outside. Only from the inside could one severely injure it. While the demon bull was using sound waves to attack, Zhou Wen gathered all his strength in the human world domain and injected it into the demon bull's body like a needle, immediately severely injuring it. It sounded very easy, but to do so, he first needed the banana fan that could restrain the nose ring. He also had to think of a way to make the demon bull use a sound wave attack in that split second. Furthermore, he had to make sure that the demon bull didn't have the chance to close his mouth. He then had to withstand the sound wave attack and deliver the injection. To accomplish this, Zhou Wen died thousands of times. Boom! The demon bull's body fell to the ground and something dropped. Zhou Wen's eyes lit up when he saw the items. Chapter 1820 World Fragment. There was a black loop right in the middle. It was the demon bull's nose ring. Zhou Wen was overjoyed. Although the apocalypse-grade demon bull was powerful, it wasn't truly invincible. The reason it was so difficult to kill was mostly because of this nose ring. Now, a nose ring had dropped. It was much more useful than the demon bull companion egg. Zhou Wen hurriedly picked up the nose ring. Obtain new world item, Vajrachakram. Zhou Wen was delighted when he saw the notification in-game. The words New World were definitely related to the Apocalypse grade. Perhaps this was the key to his advancement to the Apocalypse grade. Level insufficient. Unable to use. Level insufficient. Unable to use. Zhou Wen attempted to inject essence energy into the Vajrachakram, but to his dismay, the game constantly indicated that it couldn't be used. This left him somewhat depressed. He couldn't take anything that couldn't be stored on him out of the game, but if he left it in-game, he would lose the items once he refreshed the dungeon. That would be terrible. After some thought, Zhou Wen could only summon demonic neonate to see if she could use the Vajrachakram. Although she wasn't at the Apocalypse grade, she had a new world. After demonic neonate came out, she immediately saw the Vajrachakram. With a wave of her hand, it landed in her hand and wrapped around her wrist, automatically shrinking to a suitable size. Then, he saw a game notification that an additional Vajrachakram was added to demonic neonate's list of skills. Seriously? Thankfully, having this thing belong to demonic neonate was equivalent to him having it. Zhou Wen checked the other items dropped by the demon bull. 2 Apocalypse-grade dimensional crystals and a zone core. No companion egg. Zhou Wen summoned Imperial Lord Behemoth and made it absorb the dimensional crystals and zone core. This glutton soon advanced to the heaven level. All his stats reached 400. 400 was already the limit of an ordinary calamity. It was very difficult to have every stat reach 999. Even for evolvable companion beasts, Not every one of them could reach 999. He dripped his blood to refresh the dungeon, but the Mount Laojun dungeon could only be refreshed once a month. It would take another month to respawn the Demon Bull. Since he couldn't pin his hopes on Mount Laojun, Zhou Wen changed strategies, and went to another small Buddha temple dungeon. The three-faced Buddha was most likely at the Apocalypse grade. If he killed him, there was a chance of advancing to the Apocalypse grade. Small Buddha temple was extremely strange, but to Zhou Wen, most dungeons' taboos were useless. It could be said that he was immune to all taboos. Just like the punishment taboos in Wuzhuang Daoist temple, they wouldn't land on Zhou Wen at all. There were very few taboos that could directly kill him. Mount Laojun's life-for-life taboo was one of the rare few. When he arrived in front of the three-faced Buddha, it didn't react at all. It didn't take the initiative to attack Zhou Wen, nor was it triggered by him. Zhou Wen slashed out, and the sword beam landed on the head of the three-faced Buddha like a divine smite. Boom! The dark gold light on the three-faced Buddha's body shone brightly, blocking Zhou Wen's sword beam. Then, the entire small Buddha temple shook. The three-faced Buddha statue moved as it slowly stood up. The hall exploded as a result of the three-faced Buddha's body. The huge and strange Buddha body stood above the ruins of the hall like a supreme Buddha. Zhou Wen was as tiny as an ant in front of him. He turned his face to Zhou Wen, and with the bleeding face side, he only glanced at him. Immediately, an invisible force rose as though it wanted to tear Zhou Wen's body to pieces. The human realm domain was activated. He had Prisoner and Mystic Arch augment him at the same time. Prisoner's new world power was also activated by Zhou Wen. The invisible force was immediately blocked, preventing it from invading Zhou Wen's body. When the three-faced Buddha saw this, he aimed another of his faces at Zhou Wen. It was the benevolent face that smiled at him. Zhou Wen felt his mind instantly blur. He had the urge to rush to the three-faced Buddha like a moth to a flame. However, it only lasted for an instant before everything returned to normal. Upon having two attacks fail, the three-faced Buddha finally looked at Zhou Wen with his front-facing side. This time, Zhou Wen felt as though the eyes were a bottomless abyss that wanted to suck him in. Suddenly, the three-faced Buddha's expression changed drastically. His huge, towering body leaned forward as his body rapidly shrank. It turned out that demonic Neonate had crawled out from behind Zhou Wen. Her chubby white hands held a black ring as she aimed the Vajrachakram at the three-faced Buddha. The ring seemed to spin in the void as it sucked the three-faced Buddha in. After absorbing the three-faced Buddha, the Vajrachakram flew out of her hand and floated in the air, spinning and flashing irregularly. The void inside seemed to shatter layer by layer, like a cosmic Big Bang. After a long time, the Vajrachakram calmed down and landed in demonic Neonate's hand. Then, he saw a game notification. Killed Apocalypse grade creature, 3-body Buddha. Discovered dimensional crystal. Discovered world fragment. Demonic Neonate's hand trembled as two things dropped from the ring. One was a dimensional crystal, and the other was a handful of strange things. It was a material between gaseous, solid, and liquid phases. It seemed to be a combination of 3 phases of matter, but it also seemed to be constantly changing. At times, it looked like a dark gold crystal, at times a dark gold cloud, and at times a dark gold liquid. Sometimes, all 3 states would appear at the same time, as though there were infinite changes. It looked strange and mysterious. Zhou Wen reached out to grab it, but he felt that his palm wasn't touching anything. However, the item was there. It had never moved as though it was just a phantom. From the looks of it, this is the item that helps one advance to the Apocalypse grade. Zhou Wen was delighted. He condensed in the human world again and reached out to grab the world fragment. This time, Zhou Wen finally felt his fingers grab something. He held the strange world fragment in his hand. Circulating the Lost Immortal Sutra, he was about to absorb the world fragment into his body. Suddenly, he felt his ears heat up. It was the earring formed by Truth Listener that shimmered with a dark gold glow. Zhou Wen immediately understood something. After some hesitation, he handed the world fragment to Truth Listener. Just as the world fragment made contact with the earring formed by Truth Listener, it immediately fused into it and vanished in the blink of an eye. The light on the earring also became strange. Truth Listener fused with world fragment. Evolution in progress. A game notification popped up again. I did all that for someone else again. Zhou Wen left the dungeon helplessly. He wanted to refresh the dungeon again, but he received another notification that it would take another month. How am I to advance to the Apocalypse grade in that case? Thankfully, I already know what's needed to advance to the Apocalypse grade. As long as I obtain a suitable Apocalypse fragment, it won't be difficult to advance to the Apocalypse grade. However, what kind of world fragment is suitable for my Lost Immortal Sutra? Where can I find such a world fragment? Zhou Wen thought to himself. Chapter 1821 Giant City. Jowen had already been to a few dungeons in game that might produce apocalypse-grade creatures. Apart from failing to find a boss in Chess Mountain, Mount Laojun and Small Buddha Temple hadn't respawned. From the looks of it, I need to add some new dungeons. Jowen thought about where to get some new dungeons. Now, there were breakout dimensional zones everywhere on Earth. There was a plethora of news, and creatures like dragons and vampires could often be seen. There were even people who had seen angels descending, devils running amok, sprites dancing, and so on. However, no matter how he analyzed it, the possibility of those places having an apocalypse-grade creature was slim. What really concerned Jowen was a place called Giant City. According to the intelligence gathered, an extremely huge city had appeared in the West District. The city walls were more than 1,000 meters tall, taller than the tallest building built by humans. The city gates were more than 1,000 meters tall. It was unknown what kind of creature could open such a door. Giant City was surrounded by clouds. Many people who wanted to rush into the city to gather information had already vanished from the world. Up to now, no one knew what was inside the city, and the city gates had never been opened. Some people guessed that the Giant City was very likely related to the second generation of rulers in ancient Greek mythology, the Titans. Ancient Greek mythology had 3 generations of god-kings. The first generation god-king, Uranus, was the god of the sky. The second generation god-king, Cronus, was the youngest of the 12 Titans. He was an amalgamation of the creative and destructive power of time that allowed him to devour all of time. The third generation god-king was Zeus, known as the king of the gods. He was also the god of the sky and lightning. However, the myths in ancient Greece were very chaotic, just like the myths in the East. The god-king's family was somewhat similar to the heavenly courts in the East. It was just a mythical system. The original gods weren't family members of these god-kings. In some versions, the first god to be born was Chaos, the god of chaos. It was somewhat similar to Pangu in the East. Jowen wasn't interested in the Titans, but he was very interested in the god of chaos, Chaos. This was because Jowen had long suspected that his first order of chaos was likely related to chaos. Therefore, Jowen decided to head to the Giant City to take a look. It was best if he could find the tiny palm symbol. If he really couldn't find it, he didn't plan on entering. Although Jowen had the ability to fight apocalypse-grade creatures, who knew what special abilities they had, it wouldn't be worth it if he accidentally lost his life inside. After getting the coordinates of the Giant City, he used spatial teleportation to arrive there. Although he already knew that the Giant City was definitely magnificent, he couldn't help but be shocked by its beauty when he stood in front of it. I wonder how long it will take for humans to build such a majestic city. Jowen couldn't help but marvel as he looked at the black city on the mountain peak. The mountain was thousands of meters tall, and the city was more than 1,000 meters tall. The city was on the mountain, piercing through the clouds. It was like an illusory city in the clouds. Jowen didn't take note of the name of the mountain. Although the information had it, Jowen didn't remember such a long name, nor was he in the mood to remember it. You can't enter this city! Just as Jowen was about to reach the city gate on the mountain peak, he was suddenly stopped by a voice. Why are you here? Jowen turned his head and realized that it was Tsukuyomi walking over with a smile. Why can't I be here? Tsukuyomi asked. Didn't you already leave Earth after the breakout? Jowen was somewhat puzzled. Why would Tsukuyomi return when she had already broken out? Wouldn't she be rejected by Earth's rules if she returned? Earth's seal is now pitifully weak. I was born on Earth. What's so strange about me returning? As for you, why are you here? Tsukuyomi asked. I heard that there's a giant city here, so I came to take a look. Why did you say that we can't enter? Jowen didn't explain in detail. Curiosity kills the cat. Although you now have the ability to fight an apocalypse-grade creature, it's best you don't enter the city. Otherwise, you might become a ghost of humanity, Tsukuyomi said with a smile. Is this place that terrifying? Why can't I tell? Jowen pretended to be surprised. There's no need for you to probe. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. There's definitely an apocalypse creature in this city. Furthermore, it's not an ordinary one. Tsukuyomi saw through Jowen's thoughts at a glance and curled her lips. I've been here for more than half a month. I've seen countless humans enter, but none of them came out. Furthermore, I've seen some unbelievable scenes. What scenes? He hurriedly asked. This city can devour the sky, Tsukuyomi said with a strange expression. Devour the sky? How so? Jowen was even more intrigued. You came at the right time. You will see it tomorrow night, Tsukuyomi said with a smile without telling Jowen the answer. Why are you here? Jowen didn't ask further, as he sized up Tsukuyomi. I originally thought that this was the place of the 12 Titan gods. Perhaps there's something I need, but from the looks of it, it shouldn't be. Even if there is, it shouldn't be just the Titan gods here. There must be something even more terrifying inside. I've already given up, Tsukuyumi said as she shrugged. Then leave first. I'll take a look around. As Jowen spoke, he flew to the city's entrance. Didn't I tell you not to enter? I'm not stopping you if you are suicidal, but you can consider marrying me and letting me give birth to a son for you before entering. It will also ensure that your Zhou family doesn't just end with you, Tsukuyumi said with a smile as she followed Jowen. Where did you learn that from? Jowen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Tsukuyumi's strange thoughts were endless. Isn't this how you humans think? What's so strange about that? Tsukuyumi pretended to be aggrieved and continued like a bullied wife. Could it be that I misunderstood the saying that there are 3 ways to be unfilial? You didn't understand it wrongly, but... Jowen didn't know how to explain. All he could do was shut up and stare at the giant city gates. To his disappointment, he didn't see the tiny palm symbol on the city gate. However, he had experience. Sometimes, the tiny palm symbol wasn't necessarily on the city gate. It could also be in a very ordinary spot. Therefore, he walked along the city wall and slowly searched for the tiny palm symbol. You should have more descendants given your excellent genes. If humans are really wiped out in the future, I can also take our children away from Earth to live on other planets. Your descendants will be the future of humanity. Tsukuyumi followed behind Jowen and spouted nonsense that gave him a headache. He circled the city but didn't find the tiny palm symbol. Jowen originally wanted to leave, but when he thought of Tsukuyumi saying that the city could devour the sky, he wanted to see how it did so. Therefore, he stayed behind and waited until the next night. Chapter 1822 Sky-Swallowing Giant City. Are you going to consider such a fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged wife? Tsukuyumi looked at Jowen with anticipation. Jowen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Dealing with Tsukuyumi was even more tiring than fighting an apocalypse-grade creature. Jowen really couldn't handle what she said, and didn't know how to answer. Thankfully, time finally passed. Jowen ignored Tsukuyumi and looked at the time. It was 2 minutes away from the time Tsukuyumi had mentioned. It was already midnight, but the weather wasn't bad. The entire sky was like a piece of glazed blue skin stained with patterns. Apart from some clouds, everything else was so clean that it was intoxicating. The stars seemed to become especially dazzling, and there were many stars that were originally invisible. After human civilization was gradually destroyed, the night sky became more and more beautiful. Heads up! It's coming! Tsukuyumi looked in the direction of the giant city and reminded Jowen. Jowen had long seen that the black city was emitting black flames. They weren't real flames, but they weren't smoke either. They were more like shadows produced after space was distorted. Flames rose and filled the sky. The originally quiet starry skies seemed to distort as irregular shadows appeared. The starlight also dimmed significantly. What's going on? Jowen couldn't help but ask Tsukuyumi when he saw that there were no other changes to the city. You'll know soon. Tsukuyumi only gestured for Jowen not to be distracted and to keep his eyes peeled at the giant city. Jowen turned his head in puzzlement and happened to see a bizarre scene. The huge stone city suddenly seemed to have a heartbeat as the entire city shrank and expanded. From the beat, the giant city was clearly bigger than before. Holy sh**T, don't tell me this giant city is alive? Jowen was alarmed and was glad that he didn't plan on entering. If it was really a living creature, wouldn't he be sending himself into its stomach by entering? Every once in a while, the giant city would contract and expand like it was swallowing something. Every time, it would become bigger, making it look extremely bizarre. I don't know if this city is a living creature. I only know that this city isn't an ancient building. At the very least, no human knew of its existence before it appeared. This is because this city happened to appear on the mountain where the legendary Titan gods lived. Many people mistook it for a city of the Titan gods. I observed it for a long time, and saw it go from a city about the size of your ancient city to what it is now. It only took half a month. Tsukuyumi explained. If it's not the city of the Titan gods, what's the origin of this city? Jowen thought, but he couldn't gather any clues. Although he had studied some ancient Greek myths, he had only had a rough idea. He knew some of the more famous Greek myths, but he couldn't figure out how this city was related to Greek mythology. The giant city continued swallowing and spitting as it grew bigger and bigger. It stood in the darkness, like a monster that could devour the sky. That's not right. If this thing keeps growing, will it cover the entire Earth? Jowen suddenly thought of such a possibility and immediately frowned. If this fellow continued expanding without limit, it would probably be bigger than Earth itself in less than half a year based on the current projections. Wouldn't all humans be in trouble then? As though reading Jowen's mind, Tsukuyumi said, That's hard to say. I don't know what this fellow's origins are either. Ever since it appeared, it has been absorbing energy from the sky every 3 days. It has never stopped. If that's the case, I have to resolve this problem as soon as possible to prevent any future troubles. Jowen said after some thought. How? We haven't even figured out what it is. Tsukuyomi shook her head. I'll get a companion beast to investigate, Zhou thought as he summoned a companion beast. It was a very low-level black snake. The black snake slithered forward and headed for the city. Zhou and Tsukuyomi watched nervously from afar, prepared to fight or escape at any time. When the black snake approached the city, there was no reaction from the black city. As usual, the black snake circled the city gates several times without being attacked. Why don't you try breaking down the door and taking a look? Tsukuyomi seemed intrigued as she stared at the city gates. This is only a legendary black snake. How can it push open such a door? Although Zhou said that, he still got the black snake to slither towards the door. It wasn't a solution to continue this stalemate. It was good to probe. To Zhou and Tsukuyomi's surprise, just as the black snake touched the door, the 1,000-meter-tall door was opened by the black snake with a slight touch. Behind the door was a huge palace. Humans couldn't even be considered ants in front of the palace. It was unknown what kind of creature it was, and how huge it was to live in such a palace. However, he only saw the palace and no other creatures. All he could do was get the black snake to continue exploring. Under Zhou control, the black snake crawled along the stone path. An even stranger scene happened. As the black snake advanced, its body unknowingly grew bigger. The black snake was originally only about a meter long. It wasn't a companion beast that relied on its size to win. It had only traveled about 20 meters into the city, but its body had already exceeded 5 meters. Although its body was rapidly expanding, from the black snake's feedback, it didn't feel any discomfort. Zhou made the black snake stop. After the black snake stopped, its body continued growing. It didn't stop expanding just because it stopped. This city is rather interesting. Zhou looked at the huge city thoughtfully, and continued ordering the black snake to go deeper. When the black snake crossed the square and arrived in front of the palace, its body had already become extremely huge. It was probably comparable to Behemoth. Logically speaking, the black snake should have become many times stronger given its gigantification. With such a body, even if it just used pure strength, it shouldn't be difficult to kill an epic or mythical creature. However, Zhou didn't sense the black snake's level increase. It was still a legendary companion beast. The black snake's huge body finally arrived in front of the palace. Under Zhou's orders, it reared its head at the palace's door. The palace's architectural style was completely different from the ancient buildings in the East District. Zhou couldn't figure anything out from it. All he wanted to do was quickly finish exploring it. He wasn't interested in studying it carefully. The door to the palace was easily pushed open by the black snake again. The scene he saw gave him a fright. Inside the palace, there was a huge head hanging in the hall, like a crystal chandelier. However, the person's hair was disheveled. His grayish-white hair covered his face, and only his bloody neck could be seen. It looked extremely terrifying. Furthermore, the person's head was humongous. If Zhou were to enter himself, his body wouldn't even be fit to be a louse on the person's head. Just as Zhou was sizing up the head, he suddenly saw it open its eyes and stare at him. Chapter 1823 Size. The head had clearly discovered Zhou's presence, but it seemed to be provoking him. The unbridled gaze of pure evil made Zhou frown slightly. Crack! Crack! The human head opened its mouth and sucked the huge black snake into its mouth like a noodle before chewing. Moments later, the black snake, along with its skin and bones, was swallowed. The palace's door and city gates closed. That person's goading sucks. Tsukuyomi could tell as well and spoke with a smile. It riled me up though. With a thought, Zhou summoned another mythical companion beast and made it head for the door. The outcome was similar to the last time. The city gates and palace gates opened at a touch. After the companion beast entered, its body expanded, but it was ultimately swallowed by the head. He summoned several companion beasts in a row, but all of them were swallowed by the head without exception. Finally, Zhou summoned a calamity-grade companion beast, but it still didn't work. No matter what level a companion beast was, they had no resistance against the head. Even a calamity shared the same fate. They didn't even have the chance to fight as they were swallowed in one mouthful. Thankfully, I didn't enter. Even a calamity-grade companion beast was swallowed in one mouthful. My tiny body can't withstand a single bite. That head is probably at the apocalypse grade. Tsukuyomi patted her trembling chest with a look of fear. Zhou didn't seem to hear her, as he summoned another companion beast. However, this time, the companion beast he summoned was Imperial Lord Behemoth. Isn't it a pity for such a powerful companion beast to die? Tsukuyomi sized up Imperial Lord Behemoth. That might not be the case. Zhou ignored Tsukuyomi's persuasion and got Imperial Lord Behemoth to head for the door. When he arrived in front of the city gates, Imperial Lord Behemoth roared angrily as its body suddenly expanded to its largest form. Imperial Lord Behemoth pushed open the city gate and walked straight in. Imperial Lord Behemoth's body was like a small mountain to begin with. After entering the huge city, it grew bigger with every step. When it arrived at the entrance of the palace, its body was already taller than the 2,000 to 3,000 meter tall palace. It had to crouch low to the ground to enter the palace. When the strange giant head saw Imperial Lord Behemoth, its expression immediately changed. Although its facial expression was hidden, its constricted pupils and widened eyes undoubtedly meant that it was extremely alarmed. When Imperial Lord Behemoth came in front of the head, it was already much taller than it. It opened its mouth and swallowed the head before chewing. The head failed to put up any resistance as it was swallowed alive by Imperial Lord Behemoth. I see. How did you discover it? Tsukuyomi also saw through the trick and asked Joe. I'm not a young man who just came out into this world. How can I really be angered by it? Sacrificing those companion beasts was just a test. The distance between every companion beast entering the city and the head is actually increased according to a certain ratio. Although that head is capable, it's impossible for a calamity-grade companion beast not to have a chance of struggling against it even if it's at the apocalypse grade. This can only mean that this is a rule. All companion beasts that reach the head are already restricted by the rules. They can't resist it all. This way, the conclusion is very obvious. Any creature that walks in front of the head will be devoured if it's not as big as the head. If something else is bigger than it, it can only be devoured. Joe explained. Hubby, you're so smart. I'm liking you more and more. Tsukuyomi pretended to be naive. What are you talking about? Joe wore a wry smile. Thankfully, there were changes in the city again. Joe hurriedly looked into the city and saw that after the head was swallowed by Imperial Lord Behemoth, a strange change happened in the palace. The ground in the innermost area of the palace slowly rose up, turning into a huge throne. The throne seemed to be tailor-made for Imperial Lord Behemoth. It seemed to be custom-made for it to sit. The palace itself had also become taller and bigger. It was clearly much taller than the other palaces in the city. Joe thought for a moment, and got Imperial Lord Behemoth to walk towards the throne. After it sat on it, a strange ability immediately flowed from the throne to Imperial Lord Behemoth's body. Joe could clearly sense that the energy in Imperial Lord Behemoth's body was slowly increasing. Its body seemed to be strengthening. This left Joe somewhat surprised. Imperial Lord Behemoth was already a companion beast with 400 stats in the Heaven Realm. This was the limit of ordinary calamity-grade companion beasts. If he wanted to improve further and continue raising its stats, he had to have a rare treasure like a ginseng fruit. Ordinary dimensional crystals, even apocalypse-grade dimensional crystals, couldn't help Imperial Lord Behemoth grow. It was unknown what kind of magical power the palace and throne possessed to allow Imperial Lord Behemoth's stats to continue rising. I get it! One can receive the energy obtained from the giant city's sky devouring by sitting on that throne. Tsukuyomi's beautiful eyes immediately lit up. Without waiting for Joe to say a word, Tsukuyomi had already summoned an extremely huge companion beast and made it head into the city. It was a strange ghost train. Joe had seen it before. It was one of the 100 ghosts. Tsukuyomi leaped up and sat in the train, entering the city with the train. After the ghost train entered the city, it didn't go to the palace where Imperial Lord Behemoth was. Instead, it took a detour and headed for another palace. The ghost train grew bigger and bigger after entering the palace. When it arrived in front of another palace, it was already bigger than a mountain. The door to the palace opened wide, revealing a huge human head inside. However, the ghost train was already bigger than the human head. A huge mouth that was filled with gears opened at the ghost train's head and swallowed the human head. Indeed, a throne appeared in the palace. However, the throne didn't match the ghost train's figure. Instead, it matched Tsukuyomi's figure. Tsukuyomi walked out of the ghost train and sat on the throne. Immediately, infinite energy surged into her body. Joe, quickly come in. The energy here is very strong. If you can stay here for a year or so, you might be able to directly advance to the apocalypse grade. Tsukuyomi sat on the throne and didn't forget to call out to Joe. Joe was somewhat tempted, but he didn't have Tsukuyomi's ghost train. If he entered and became so big, wouldn't he end up a giant if he couldn't return to his original size? That wouldn't be fun. Furthermore, with his size, it was probably impossible for him to be bigger than the head after entering. When that happened, he would be the one devoured. I wonder if my abilities can crack the city's nomological powers. Although Joe felt that he wasn't afraid of the city's rules, he wasn't willing to take the risk. Chapter 1824 Invincible Existence. The giant city is quite interesting. It doesn't depend on strength, but on size. If it were an extremely huge mortal creature, wouldn't it be able to dominate the giant city? Joe thought to himself. However, it was unrealistic when one thought about it. No matter how large a mortal creature was, they maxed out at the size of dinosaurs or whales. It was impossible for them to compete in size with a mythical creature like Behemoth. Just as Zhou Wen was considering how he could enter the city without changing his size, he saw the city gates suddenly close. The void shadows that filled the sky vanished. Dawn had broken. Zhou Wen was immediately alarmed, afraid that something would happen to Tsukuyami and Imperial Lord Behemoth. Thankfully, he could still sense Imperial Lord Behemoth's existence. It likely wasn't in danger. I can only wait for the next opening of the city. Zhou Wen didn't know the rules of the city's opening, so he could only stay here and wait for it to open again. Li Xian, do you have any huge companion beasts on your side? Zhou Wen contacted his friends and told them about the city. There were a total of 12 palaces in the city. Now, only 2 of them were occupied, and there were still 10 palaces available. It would be best if someone could use them. Unfortunately, huge companion beasts weren't easy to find. The largest companion beast an ordinary person had was the size of an elephant or whale. Such companion beasts would probably be devoured when they walked in front of the huge human head. Zhou Wen didn't have many that could match the size of the human head. Only Torch Dragon's size had the absolute advantage. The remaining companion beasts, even the dragons, weren't even the size of the human head. Li Xian and company didn't have any especially large companion beasts. The biggest was a common dragon companion beast from the West District. It wasn't much bigger than a dinosaur, so it was impossible for it to occupy a palace. And Sheng asked Zhou Wen to leave a few spots for him if they were still available. Zhou Wen replied that there were still many spots. Even if Torch Dragon and he occupied 2 more spots, there were still 8 empty palaces. After a while, and Sheng sent another message. Young Master One, according to our team's calculations, the giant city should be related to the 12 Titan gods. If you have a way to enter and occupy the palace, you don't have to worry about your size. If our calculations are correct, you will return to your normal size after leaving the giant city. Got it. Zhou Wen had also thought of this possibility, but he wasn't willing to take the risk. He originally wanted Imperial Lord Behemoth to come out, but the city had closed too quickly, and he hadn't had the time. He would get Imperial Lord Behemoth to come out the next time the city opened. That way, he would naturally know the outcome. While Zhou Wen waited in front of the huge city, he sat under a nearby tree to grind dungeons, hoping to find other apocalypse-grade dungeons. However, some dungeons disappointed him. They weren't as strong as he imagined. I wonder how strong the Guardian in Ant City is now. Zhou Wen thought of Ant City's Guardian. However, that thing was a guardian, not a dimensional creature. It was hard to say if it would drop a world fragment if he killed it. Since he had nothing to do, Zhou Wen activated the Ant City dungeon, planning on visiting Ant City's Guardian. He carefully arrived at the spot where Ant City's Guardian was, but he wasn't attacked by her. This surprised Zhou Wen. On careful look, he realized that she was sitting cross-legged above Ant City. Her appearance was no different from a human, like a graceful girl. However, her eyes were closed as she sat in a lotus position like an immortal. Her body emitted a strange halo. It was like an immortal glow protecting her body, but also like a Buddhistic glow that was holy and inviolable. Sensing Zhou Wen's arrival, Ant City's Guardian opened her eyes and glanced at him. She still had no intention of attacking him. Her previously orange-red pupils had now turned crystalline black. After glancing at him, she closed her eyes again, as though she didn't want to bother with him. Since he was already here, how could he leave after taking a look? Zhou Wen summoned Prisoner and got him to blast Ant City's Guardian with his strongest strength. Prisoner's long silver hair danced like a devil. Silver light bloomed in his eyes, like 2 silver lasers that instantly shot at Ant City's Guardian. Ant City's Guardian remained sitting there without moving. She opened her eyes again and looked straight at Prisoner's silver beam without dodging. However, under her gaze, the silver beam shot out from Prisoner's eyes collapsed like pixels. In the next second, even Prisoner's body disintegrated into countless pixels. He died. What ability is this? Even the Apocalypse-grade Prisoner can't withstand a single blow from her. He couldn't even withstand a glance. This fellow has definitely advanced to the Apocalypse grade. Furthermore, it's not an ordinary Apocalypse grade. Zhou Wen was alarmed. The growth speed of Ant City's Guardian was terrifying. He felt that he had no hope of killing her in this lifetime. Zhou Wen summoned a group of companion beasts to attack Ant City's Guardian, but with just a glance, all the companion beasts turned into pixels and shattered. Zhou Wen didn't escape the same fate. The game screen went black again. What a sick fellow. Zhou Wen was somewhat helpless. The earliest dungeon turned out to be the most difficult one. In the past, he could exchange a few blows with Ant City's Guardian. It even looked like there was a slight chance of killing her. Now, Zhou Wen was many times stronger than before, but he realized that the difficulty of killing Ant City's Guardian was even higher than before. There wasn't even a sliver of possibility. He tried a few more times, but he still suffered a crushing defeat. And City's guardian didn't even move a finger before she killed Zhou Wen with her gaze. And Sheng's arrival made him feel much better. Young Master One, how's the situation here? And Sheng came to Zhou Wen's side and sized up the huge city. Nothing has changed. The city hasn't reopened yet. Imperial Lord Behemoth is still alive inside, Zhou Wen said. That's good. It's all thanks to you. If we can successfully evolve this batch of companion beasts to the Calamity grade, it will be an extremely important bargaining chip for the entire Yin family. And Sheng said, as he summoned 6 companion beasts. Although the 6 companion beasts looked different, it was obvious that they were from the same species, an extremely huge giant. Do you think they can defeat that head with their size? It shouldn't be a problem. What companion beasts are these? Zhou Wen looked up and sized up the giants. Although their sizes weren't comparable to Imperial Lord Behemoth, they were about half the size of it after its gigantification. They were more than enough to deal with a huge human head. These are all giant companion beasts in Norse mythology. They are evolvable mythical creatures, but it's rather troublesome to evolve them. There aren't enough resources to support them. Now, if we can use the giant city to turn them into Calamity-grade creatures, we won't have to worry about lacking laborers in the future. And Sheng said excitedly, You want to use a Calamity-grade giant for manual labor? Even Zhou Wen felt that Sheng was being too extravagant. It's rather difficult to use a dimensional zone's energy. Progress has always been very slow. You've helped us resolve a huge problem. And Sheng smiled and said, Although Overseer didn't say anything, I can tell that he's very happy. Whether he's happy or not has nothing to do with me. I just don't want to waste it, Zhou Wen said with a pout. The two of them waited outside the city. After another night, the city underwent another change when night fell again. Chapter 1825 Supreme Dark Hemisphere. Just like the last time, the strange flames that could devour the sky rose up again, distorting the entire sky into a demonic scene. Zhou Wen summoned Torch Dragon and got it to enter the city first and head for one of the palaces inside. Torch Dragon's body was extremely huge to begin with, so the giant city's effects on it were more pronounced. After slamming open the palace door, they realized that the head inside was clearly much bigger than the 2 heads from before. It was unknown if it was because the heads were growing or if different palaces had heads of different sizes. Thankfully, Torch Dragon was huge enough. It was still much bigger than the human head. It swallowed it in one mouthful and became the new owner of the palace. And Sheng watched from the side the entire time. He roughly estimated that his 6 giants shouldn't have much of a problem. However, Sheng was still very careful. He first let a frost giant enter the city. Nothing abnormal happened. After entering the palace, the frost giant was slightly bigger than the human head, allowing it to successfully occupy a palace. The remaining 5 giants also entered the giant city one by one and quickly occupied the other 5 palaces. These giants were barely bigger than the human heads, so nothing unexpected happened. Zhou Wen summoned Imperial Lord Behemoth out. After it left the palace, its body shrank bit by bit. After leaving the city gates, it returned to its original size. As such, Zhou Wen was immediately overjoyed. As long as his body wasn't affected, he had a way to enter the palace. From the looks of it, our guess is right. This huge city should be the territory of the legendary 12 Titan gods. There's Titan power in the palace. Unfortunately, humans aren't big enough. Otherwise, we could consider entering to receive the energy. And Sheng said after some thought, It's not difficult to become bigger. Zhou Wen glanced at Imperial Lord Behemoth beside him, as his body suddenly began to change. His body rapidly expanded as he transformed into the likes of Imperial Lord Behemoth. Soon, 2 identical Imperial Lord Behemoths appeared outside the city gates. The power of the Demon God Bloodline Catalog had already become Zhou Wen's innate ability. It wasn't difficult to simulate a dimensional creature. Even if he didn't use this method, Zhou Wen could transform into the devil-like Supreme Hell King. That also provided a body that could grow bigger. After getting Sheng to wait outside, Zhou Wen entered the city with Imperial Lord Behemoth. After entering, Zhou Wen immediately realized that something was amiss. The Imperial Lord Behemoth beside him was affected by the city again, but his body remained unchanged. After some thought, he knew what was going on. The rules of the giant city were equally ineffective against him. With a thought, Zhou Wen returned to his original appearance and stopped simulating Imperial Lord Behemoth. Imperial Lord Behemoth quickly returned to its original palace. There was no longer a huge head there. It sat on the throne again. Zhou Wen wasn't in a rush to head to the other palaces. Instead, he circled the city to see if there was anything else other than the 12 palaces. After circling the periphery of the palace, he didn't discover any other buildings. Only when he walked to the center of the palace did he discover something strange. The 12 palaces surrounded a square. There were no monuments or pillars on the square, only lines engraved on the ground. Starting from the center of the square, they spread out in a radial pattern. In the middle of the lines was a black, hemispherical object that covered the ground. The hemisphere was dark and lusterless, like a dark shadow. Light that landed on it was absorbed, giving one the illusion that it was a black hole. The power that distorted the sky was emitted from the dark hemisphere. Zhou Wen sized up the dark hemisphere and searched his mind for information related to the 12 Titan gods. There seemed to be only one thing that was related to a dark hemisphere. Could this thing be related to Gaia? Zhou Wen thought to himself. There were many legends about Gaia, the mother of gods, Earth Mother, and the grandmother of all the gods. There was a saying that Gaia was a goddess alongside chaos. There was also a saying that Gaia was the first god born from chaos. Regardless of which theory it was, Gaia's status was extremely lofty among the Nordic pantheon. Whether the Dark Hemisphere was related to Gaia was only Zhou Wen's guess. He didn't plan on taking the risk to study it. After making no other discoveries, he headed for a palace and pushed open the door to see the huge human head inside. When the giant head saw Zhou Wen, it opened its bloody mouth to devour him. Zhou Wen casually waved his hand, and the sword beam sliced the giant head into two. The throne rose, and Zhou Wen sat on it. Immediately, strange energy surged into Zhou Wen's body, making him feel the energy in his body constantly increase. From the looks of it, this thing works for me. Perhaps I can really advance to the apocalypse grade here. Zhou Wen felt the energy in his body surge, and was immediately overjoyed. He immediately had other thoughts. Tsukuyomi, Imperial Lord Behemoth, Torch Dragon, and the 6 giants. Together with Zhou Wen himself, they occupied a total of 10 palaces. There were still 2 palaces left. Since Zhou Wen could ignore the rules of the giant city, he didn't need to worry about anything. He summoned Demonic Neonate, hoping that she could occupy this palace before heading to the other palaces. To his surprise, after Demonic Neonate was summoned, her black eyes sized up her surroundings before she rushed out of the palace door and headed for the Dark Hemisphere. Oh no! Zhou Wen knew that something bad was about to happen as he hurriedly chased after her. When he caught up to Demonic Neonate, she had already arrived in front of the hemisphere. Thankfully, she didn't do anything. She just stood there and sized up the hemisphere. Neonate, don't do anything rash. Zhou Wen exhorted Demonic Neonate not to act rashly. This wasn't a game. If anything went wrong, the 2 of them would lose their lives. Demonic Neonate didn't move, but the extreme dark hemisphere suddenly changed. Twisted shadows surged out crazily and enveloped Demonic Neonate and Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen was alarmed as he hurriedly picked up Demonic Neonate and wanted to teleport away. To his surprise, no matter how he used spatial teleportation, he failed to leave his spot. The surrounding space turned dark, as though they had been devoured by the Dark Hemisphere. I should have known. One shouldn't be greedy. I shouldn't have summoned Demonic Neonate. Zhou Wen hugged Demonic Neonate and looked around helplessly. There was nothing but darkness. Even though Zhou Wen's gaze could penetrate the cosmos and his consciousness could cover the entire planet, he couldn't see or feel anything in the darkness. I finally found you. Suddenly, a strange voice sounded in the boundless darkness. It was impossible to determine its location as though it came from every direction. Chapter 1826 Gaia. Who is it? Zhou Wen frowned as he stared at the nothingness. Suddenly, in the depths of the darkness, a white light gradually lit up. It approached from afar and dimmed to a glow. A figure wrapped in white light slowly walked out from the darkness. I finally found you, Child of Dimension. The blurry figure's gaze seemed to focus on Demonic Neonate. Child of Dimension? Zhou Wen immediately understood that the person the figure was looking for wasn't him, but Demonic Neonate. Demonic Neonate's life providence was Child of Dimension. Demonic Neonate didn't react. She stared at the figure and was eager to kill it. Who are you? Zhou Wen asked again. I'm Gaia. The figure sighed and continued. I never expected Child of Dimension to be reduced to such a state. Why are you looking for her? Zhou Wen stared warily at the figure. He still couldn't figure out Gaia's intentions for Demonic Neonate. Only the Child of Dimension can restore balance to the entire world, Gaia said. What do you mean? Is the world abnormal now? Zhou Wen asked. Do you think it's normal for a Child of Dimension to be reduced to a toy? Gaia's tone was filled with sorrow. What do you mean? Zhou Wen's heart raced as he seemed to approach the truth of the world. Gaia seemed to have not communicated with anyone for a long time and wanted to express her thoughts. Upon hearing that, she continued. Back then, that terrifying woman tore through the air and forcefully imprisoned the various rulers in her ship, throwing the world into chaos. She nearly overturned the entire dimension, causing the Child of Dimension to lose the favor she should have received. Zhou Wen's expression changed when he heard that. The story Gaia told was even more bizarre and terrifying than the Thearchas. This was the first time Zhou Wen knew that the woman had not only defeated the Darch, but she had also captured the rulers of many worlds. World-level lifeforms were existences that maintained dimensional order. They were all super deities like Gaia. Because they were imprisoned, Earth and the dimension fell into chaos. All sorts of dimensional zones slowly broke out. Zhou asked Gaia which world-level creatures were imprisoned on the ship. Every name Gaia mentioned left Zhou alarmed. Gaia, God, Shiva. Those were supreme existences in Earth's myths, and they were only a small sample. There were also some things that Gaia didn't know because she had only seen a portion of them. After being imprisoned, they fell asleep. She wasn't sure which world-level lifeforms the woman had captured and brought onto the ship. However, the ship later encountered an accident, allowing these world-level creatures to escape and return to their original worlds. However, due to the damage they suffered while imprisoned, most of these world-level creatures fell into a deep sleep. Who is that woman? Could it be that she's really powerful enough to easily defeat so many Apocalypse-grade experts? According to Zhou understanding, the so-called world level was likely at the Apocalypse grade. Furthermore, it was very likely a peak Apocalypse. Perhaps she's not that strong, but she can break the rules. Furthermore, many world-level creatures were sealed by her in their slumber. If not for the Immortal the Arch exceeding her expectations, and being on the brink of breaking through, her plan would have long succeeded. The Child of Dimension would no longer exist. As Gaia spoke, she glanced at Demonic Neonate as though she pitied her. After obtaining information from Gaia, Zhou finally had a complete outline. Not only did the woman who steered the ship capture Earth's companion egg, but she had also captured world-level creatures from across the entire dimension, hoping to overturn the entire dimension. Demonic Neonate was originally fated to be the protagonist of the dimension, but because of the woman's destruction, she had fallen to the state Zhou saw her in. Everything that woman had done was to save her child, which was Jing. Perhaps her goal wasn't just to make Jing an Earth companion beast. She might have a bigger scheme. An accident had happened midway. The Immortal Arch that Gaia mentioned was very likely the Arch. Although she had lost to that woman, she had completely messed up the woman's plans. This was why the world was now in such a state. It could be said that the present world was an accident. Without that woman, Demonic Neonate would be the strongest existence in this world, and the protagonist of the entire dimension. As expected of the Arch, Zhou praised inwardly, but he was also somewhat worried. In less than a year, the Arch would be able to escape. When that happened, it was hard to say if it would be a blessing or a curse for humanity. Since the world is now in this state, why are you still looking for her? Zhou couldn't help but glance at Demonic Neonate. Only by restoring the Child of Dimension can this world return to normal, Gaia said, as her body emitted white light. The white light flew towards Demonic Neonate. After touching Demonic Neonate's body, it immediately dissipated like snowflakes landing on fire. Zhou was alarmed. Gaia was actually transmitting her energy to Demonic Neonate. Demonic Neonate didn't stand on ceremony, and directly absorbed Gaia's energy for herself. Gaia's projection weakened. Moments later, the projection flickered. After a while, she was almost invisible. You trust her that much? Zhou was very surprised that Gaia wanted to sacrifice herself to help Demonic Neonate. The reason for my existence is to maintain the order of this world. If this world doesn't exist, what's the point of my existence? The damage to the Child of Dimension is worse than I imagined. I haven't completely recovered my strength. From the looks of it, there's no way to completely repair the damage to the Child of Dimension. You have to be careful, Gaia said intermittently. Be careful of what? Zhou hurriedly asked. Be careful of the world-level creatures on the ship. It's very likely that some of them have already sided with the woman. Gaia's voice became weaker and weaker until it was completely inaudible. The projection completely vanished. Zhou and Demonic Neonate also escaped from the darkness. The darkness remained in front of them, as though everything had been a dream. There are traitors among the world-level lifeforms on the ship? Zhou frowned inwardly. Those lifeforms were extremely terrifying existences. The only one Zhou had seen was Sweetie. He never expected Sweetie to have been on that ship. Unfortunately, he didn't know where Sweetie had gone. If he could find her, he might be able to obtain more useful information. Looking at Demonic Neonate's stats, there were no changes at all. Gaia had sacrificed herself. Yet, she still couldn't allow Demonic Neonate to continue growing. He didn't know how she could advance to the Apocalypse grade. Chapter 18:27 Heaven Ascension Steps. After Gaia's consciousness vanished, the city continued operating as usual, but something seemed to be missing. Zhou led Demonic Neonate to the palace, and killed the giant heads in the remaining 2 palaces. One of the palaces was left for Dr. Darkness. The effects of the palace on top-notch companion beasts were very ordinary. The energy absorbed by an Apocalypse-grade companion beast like Prisoner wasn't enough to support their continued growth. It was somewhat effective on those at the Calamity grade. It allowed them to exceed the 400 stat limit, but it required a long wait. The effects on low-level companion beasts were obvious. The reason Zhou chose Dr. Darkness was mainly because this companion beast's companion form was a soul. It was very convenient to use, and its skills were relatively rare and useful. Zhou occupied the last palace, but he felt that the effects were very weak. It was impossible to boost him into the Apocalypse grade. Therefore, he had no choice but to choose another companion beast to replace him as he left the city. In order to prevent others from coming to the city, and Sheng stayed outside to guard it. If someone discovered the secret of the city and wanted to enter to replace the companion beasts that were receiving energy, he could inform Zhou when in time. He had gained plenty on this excursion to the giant city. The improvement of the companion beasts was secondary. The main goal was to allow Zhou to figure out everything. Now, it was basically confirmed that the Arch was that immortal Arch. Nuwa didn't actually exist. Or rather, Nuwa was Earth itself. And Jing's mother wasn't Nuwa. As for where the woman came from, it was difficult to determine. From the information obtained, the woman wasn't a creature from Earth, or even the dimension. It was very likely that she came from another world. Lost Immortal Sutra and the mysterious phone were things that women had brought. Perhaps they didn't belong to this world at all. As for where the woman came from, only she herself knew, or those who had been on the ship had some sliver of knowledge. Wang Mingyuan and the principal should have boarded the ship after the crash or seen the wreckage of the ship. What did they obtain there? Zhou really wanted to seek them out for questions, but unfortunately, the principal's whereabouts were unknown. Wang Mingyuan probably wouldn't tell him anything. Let's think of a way to advance to the Apocalypse grade first. When Earth truly suffers the full breakout, perhaps an answer to everything can be obtained. Zhou continued analyzing the dimensional zone information Li Xian had brought back, hoping to find a place suitable for him to advance to the Apocalypse grade. Although many dimensional zones seemed to be at the Apocalypse grade, he found them unlikely after some analysis. Just as he was feeling vexed, the cube activated again. The same scene appeared on the cube's screens all over the world. It left people confused. It was a path that led to the sky. Stone steps floated in the air without any support. They spiraled into the sky with no end in sight. There was nothing else. Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, a figure appeared on the screen. It had white hair and white clothes. It clearly looked human, but there were crystalline dragon horns on its head. Who else could it be but Wang Mingyuan? He walked up the stone steps step by step, like an immortal in an immortal palace. "Old Zhou, your teacher is up to no good again," Li Xian teased. Zhou wasn't in the mood to joke with him, as he stared at Wang Mingyuan's figure in thought. The place in the scene was undoubtedly not on Earth. It should be the dimension, but he didn't know where it was. Many people were paying attention to Wang Mingyuan's attempt, but to everyone's surprise, Wang Mingyuan walked up without encountering any trouble. No creatures appeared to attack him. He circled again and again. Wang Mingyuan wasn't in a rush. After walking for an unknown period of time, he finally arrived at the end of the Heaven Ascension steps. At the end was a floating platform. There were no buildings or creatures. Wang Mingyuan stood at the end without moving, but the cube screen automatically switched to the rankings. The rankings only had Wang Mingyuan's name occupying first place. Why is the cube's challenge so easy this time? All one needs to do is to reach the end of the stone steps to complete the challenge. There has to be something odd about this, right? That's too simple. Are they competing to see who can walk faster? Humans discussed spiritedly. Many people were tempted. Such a simple trial seemed to be something anyone could complete. As long as one's stamina was good enough, it wouldn't be a problem to finish the flight of stairs. Although many people suspected that there was something odd about the stone steps, and that it wasn't easy to scale them, it didn't stop people from making attempts. The cube lit up again, as a human stood on the stone steps. Everyone stared at the human, wanting to see if there was anything strange about the stone steps. However, the person stood motionless on the first stone step, as though he had been petrified. Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, the stone step beneath his feet plummeted. The person stood on the stone step in a daze, and fell with it until he completely vanished. Soon, the stone step rose again, but the person was nowhere to be seen. The cube screen changed as the challenge ended. There's indeed something strange, but what's going on? Could that person have been immobilized? This is too strange. After all, he's a terror-grade human. How did it end just like that? Those who knew him were alarmed. No one knew what was going on, so no human dared to challenge the level again. Zhou could tell that there was definitely a taboo power on the stone steps. It wasn't something an ordinary person could walk up. Zhou wanted to give it a try. It wasn't that he wanted to compete with Wang Mingyuan, but there was a tiny palm symbol on the stone steps. It was on the side of the first stone step. He attempted to take a picture of the tiny palm symbol with his phone, but unfortunately, the cube's broadcast didn't allow the phone to download the dungeon. Just as he was considering making the trip himself, the cube lit up again. However, This time, it wasn't a human, but a creature from the dimension. It was unknown what creature it was. Its entire body was wrapped in a loose gray robe. Even its head was covered, leaving only a pair of white, empty eyes, like a blind person without pupils. He stood on the stone step, and wasn't frozen like the human who had made the previous attempt. He walked up the steps one at a time. However, his footsteps were extremely heavy, as though he was carrying a mountain. It was extremely difficult for him to walk, unlike Wang Mingyuan's relaxed steps. "Don't tell me this thing has the same nature as the gravitational stairs?" Li Xian said after watching for a while. "It's not that simple. It isn't because of gravity that he has such a difficult time walking," Zhou Wen said as he stared at the screen. Chapter 1828 Honey Trap. "Isn't it gravity?" Li Xian looked at Zhou Wen in surprise. "No, if it were gravity, that human would have been pressed to the ground. It would be impossible for him to stand there," Zhou Wen explained. "That's right. Seems tricky if it's not gravity." Li Xian scratched his head. "Thankfully, someone else is scouting. Let's wait and see." The alien on the stone steps was still advancing, but his speed was getting slower and slower. After a while, one could see the stone steps behind him falling one after another. His speed could no longer keep up with the speed at which the stone steps behind him fell. In his horror, he tried with all his might to head higher, but he couldn't walk fast. His footsteps became heavier and heavier. Finally, the stone steps beneath his feet fell into the bottomless abyss, taking him along with it. Without any struggle, the stone steps and the creature vanished. The cube scene vanished, and the creature's attempt at clearing the level ended in failure. "From the looks of it, you can't use abilities other than your body there. I'm afraid you have to rely on pure physical strength to walk up," Li Xian analyzed. Zhou Wen nodded in agreement. The creature that cleared the level was likely at the calamity grade. He hadn't used any abilities from beginning to end. It was obvious that there was a very powerful taboo power restriction on the stone steps. One can't use their abilities, and can only rely on their physical strength, but it has nothing to do with gravity. What kind of power is it that slows down the challengers? Li Xian muttered to himself. That can only be determined by giving it a try, Zhou Wen said. Li Xian jumped in fright and hurriedly said, "Don't do anything rash. This cube battle is clearly different from the past. If you don't succeed, you will definitely die. There's no third path. It won't be too late to go after figuring out the stone steps." "I know." Zhou Wen looked at the cube's screen and guessed all the possibilities. The various human factions were also drawn to the cube's challenge, and although the challenge looked very dangerous, those with acumen realized that this might be an opportunity. Walking on the stone steps didn't allow one to use all sorts of abilities. They could only rely on their bodies. This restriction had its pros and cons. If one's body was strong enough, this restriction was a form of protection. There were suddenly more humans challenging the cube, but most of them weren't true powerhouses. Among the challengers, there were very few at the terror grade. Anyone with experience could tell that some organization was scouting out a path. However, the cost of scouting was rather high. In just half a day, more than 10 humans had died. The deaths of these challengers weren't completely fruitless. Although most of them could only stand on the stone steps and move a little, 2 of them managed to take 2 to 3 steps. "I wonder who is so heinous to use human lives as a pathfinder." Li Xian couldn't stand it any longer as he cursed softly. Zhou Wen didn't like this method of sacrificing lives, but other than that, he couldn't think of any other way. The cube lit up again. Just as the 2 of them thought that another human was being used as a pathfinder, they realized that the person clearing the level was a female dimensional creature. Drow Demon Fairy is free. Zhou Wen was slightly surprised when he saw the dimensional creature. The Zhang family had always sealed off the place where Drow Demon Fairy slept, and although they knew that it was only a matter of time before she gained freedom, they never expected her to appear so quickly. If such an existence had already broken out, it was hard to say how long Earth could last. "I'm sorry. We tried our best." Zhang Chuanqiu walked over. "It's only a matter of time. Such an existence can't be suppressed." Zhou Wen had previously interacted with Drow Demon Fairy. He knew that if she really wanted to gain freedom, the Zhang family definitely wouldn't be able to suppress her. It was just that she hadn't left for some reason. Drow Demon Fairy walked up the stone steps. It was much easier than the dimensional creature from before. She walked even faster than Wang Mingyuan. However, as she approached the floating platform, Drow Demon Fairy's speed slowed down significantly. It was obvious that Drow Demon Fairy was slightly inferior to Wang Mingyuan. Wang Mingyuan had maintained the same speed from beginning to end. Clearly, he didn't give his all. However, from the looks of it, it shouldn't be a problem for Drow Demon Fairy to walk onto the floating platform. Her strength was equally shocking. No one expected Drow Demon Fairy to slow down significantly when there were less than 20 steps to the floating platform. When she reached the last few stone steps, she had to take a break after every step. It was originally believed that the speed at which the stone steps fell wouldn't be able to catch up to her, but the final stretch had taken her too long. The falling stone steps were about to catch up. Zhou Wen and company felt their hearts race when they saw this. When Drought Demon Fairy reached the last stone step, she stood there for a long time without moving. She didn't take the step onto the platform. The stone steps behind fell faster and faster. There were less than 10 stone steps left. Just as everyone thought that Drought Demon Fairy was about to die, she finally took the final step and stepped onto the platform. The moment Drought Demon Fairy stepped onto the platform, the flames on her body erupted like a volcano that had been suppressed for a long time. The flames that surged into the sky dyed the entire sky blood red, as though the entire void was burning. She's advancing to the apocalypse grade. Zhou Wen's eyes focused. At that moment, the shock Zhou Wen felt was unimaginable. She had only taken one stone step, but she had already begun advancing to the apocalypse grade. She made it look easy. It wasn't just Zhou Wen. The human powerhouses around the world were about to go crazy. Anyone could tell that Drought Demon Fairy was advancing. Anyone who knew Drought Demon Fairy knew that she was definitely at the peak of the Calamity grade. Another advancement meant the Apocalypse grade. What kind of place is that stone staircase? Zhang Chuanxia was dumbfounded. No one knew Drought Demon Fairy better than the Zhang family. Because of this, no one was more surprised than the Zhang family. I'm afraid something big is about to happen. Zhou Wen sighed. After walking a certain distance, one could advance to the Apocalypse grade. To humans, this was an unimaginable temptation. Many talented humans might not be able to touch the threshold of the Calamity grade even after working hard for decades. Now, as long as one walked a certain distance, they could advance to the even more unattainable Apocalypse grade. How many humans could resist such a huge temptation? The stronger a human was, the more they couldn't resist this temptation. Zhou Wen knew very well that it wasn't that easy to advance to the Apocalypse grade. To human experts, it was a huge honey trap. Countless human elites would risk their lives and ultimately pay the price with their lives. The shocking flames on Drought Demon Fairy's body were still rising crazily. The entire world seemed to have turned into purgatory. And she was the ruler of that purgatory. The cube screen changed as a second name appeared on the rankings. Drought Demon Fairy was ranked second. Chapter 1829 Absolute Order. Zhou Wen could predict what would happen next. He wasn't in the mood to pay attention to the cube's battle. He continued searching for his dimensional zone to prepare for his advancement to the Apocalypse grade. Li Xian came to Zhou Wen from time to time, telling him who had died while challenging the stone steps. The only good news was that Wang Lu had already moved the Wang family to guide Ancient City, making it even more prosperous. A portion of the Zhang family and the Xia family had already moved over. However, these two families had too many businesses. Many of them needed time to be slowly moved. In the deepest depths of the dimension's endless sea was a large group of strange underwater palaces. A white figure slowly approached the underwater palace. Wang Mingyuan, are you really going to kill me? In front of the palace, a group of merfolk-like creatures glared angrily at the white figure. All of them were indignant, but their eyes had deep fear. Submit or perish. Choose one. Wang Mingyuan said calmly, as he looked at the merfolk-like creatures. You have already ascended the destiny platform. As long as you wait for the final outcome, you can become the king of all species. Why are you forcing us into a dead end? The leading merman roared at Wang Mingyuan. The outcome needs to be created yourself, not wait for it to be handed to you on a platter. Even the heavens can't control my life, much less decide who I am. Wang Mingyuan said indifferently. Whether the sea gods submit or perish depends on your single word. Wang Mingyuan, don't think that you are really invincible in the dimension. In this endless sea, our sea god race is an invincible existence. If we give it our all and use the power of this endless sea, even if we can't kill you, we will definitely severely injure you. When that happens, do you think those fellows who were forced to submit will still obey you? The leading sea god continued in a deep voice. Us sea gods have always maintained a neutral stance. We have never fought with anyone for anything. You are the master of the dimension. We only need a small living space. It will definitely not affect you. Why are you making things difficult for us? Wang Mingyuan said unhurriedly. There's no such thing as neutrality in this world. If it's not within the rules, it's outside the rules. So-called neutrality means that you don't have to keep to the rules. If you don't, you will be my enemy. Therefore, you only have two choices. You can join the order I established, or you don't need to abide by the order. Only the dead didn't need to abide by any order. The sea gods naturally understood what Wang Mingyuan meant. Since you can't tolerate us, let's be destroyed together. The sea gods raised the tridents in their hands and roared in unison. A strange power rose and stirred the entire endless sea. The endless sea suddenly seemed to come to life. With the sea gods as its center, it transformed into a huge maelstrom. The maelstrom was enough to devour planets. It was like a blue black hole that swept through everything and devoured everything. Wang Mingyuan stood in the middle of the maelstrom and allowed the water to strike him, but he seemed to be frozen in place. No matter how powerful the vortex was, it couldn't move his body at all. Only absolute strength can create absolute order. Since you aren't willing to coexist with absolute order, embrace absolute strength, Wang Mingyuan said indifferently as he extended his palm and clenched it slightly. Boom! The endless sea suddenly surged into the sky. It was as though the world had turned upside down. All the seawater fell into the sky, and everything in the sea rose into the sky. The underwater palaces were uprooted as they flew into the sky with the seawater. The sea gods gathered in front of the palace staggered. They were no longer able to maintain their collective control of the sea. One by one, they were lifted into the sky by the seawater. Even the apocalypse-grade sea god king was no exception. He screamed as he was swept into the sky. The sea turned into the sky, and the seabed turned into land. Only one person stood between heaven and earth. Is it that difficult to abide by the rules? Wang Mingyuan sighed and clenched his fists. Everything in the sea and the sky exploded. The blood of the marine creatures dyed the sea red, and the sea above turned into a sky of blood. Since you're here, why don't you come and meet me? Wang Mingyuan suddenly said indifferently. Now that you are the king of the dimension, who knows if you will still like an old friend like me? A smiling voice sounded not far behind Wang Mingyuan. It was none other than Holy God, who had vanished from the Holy Land. We may be old, but we might not be friends. Wang Mingyuan turned around and looked at Holy God. It's been so many years, but you haven't changed at all. Is it really that difficult to let go of hatred? They have been dead for so many years. It's time to let go of some things. No matter how much you torture yourself, the dead won't revive. Holy God said with a sigh. It's precisely because the lost ones won't be revived that I can't let the tragedy repeat itself. Only when all creatures abide by the rules will such a tragedy not happen again. Wang Mingyuan said indifferently. Aren't you being a little too idealistic? Even if you become the Dimension King and can control the life and death of all races, it's impossible for you to control the hearts of people, much less make every planet in the universe abide by your rules. The stars are born and destroyed, and the mountains and rivers change. As long as there are variables, there will definitely be tragedy. Holy God said. Then let this world no longer have any variables. Wang Mingyuan said expressionlessly. Holy God couldn't help but laugh. Wang Mingyuan, oh Wang Mingyuan, you are really an extremely conceited person. The variables in the world can't be calculated even with the power of the gods. Furthermore, you are only a human. Even if you become the Dimension King, you aren't an omniscient and omnipotent existence. How are you going to make this world no longer have any variables? Destroy it? Wang Mingyuan didn't react to Holy God's mockery at all. He only said indifferently, Have you forgotten what we saw on that ship? Upon hearing this, Holy God's expression changed as he cried out. Don't tell me you want. Are you crazy? How do you know if you don't give it a try? Wang Mingyuan said with a smile. If you fail, you will destroy everything. I'm afraid the entire world will be destroyed. Holy God's expression changed. But if it succeeds, this world will become a real Garden of Eden. Wang Mingyuan said. What if you fail? Holy God asked. If it fails, what's the point of such an unlucky world existing? Wang Mingyuan smiled. Chapter 1830 Heaven. What about the people you care about? Holy God stared at Wang Mingyuan. Everyone has to abide by the rules. There are naturally no exceptions. Wang Mingyuan looked straight into Holy God's eyes. What about you? Do you choose to be confined by the rules or be outside the rules? I already know my fate at my age. How can there be any rules? I'm just waiting for death. Holy God said with a smile. Then let me send you off. Wang Mingyuan waved his sleeve and instantly sliced Holy God's body into two. However, on careful look, he realized that it was only Holy God's robe that had been torn into two. His whereabouts were unknown. Wang Mingyuan looked at the robe that had dropped to the ground and couldn't help but frown slightly. He muttered to himself. I hope you really are aware of fate. Zhou Wen finally locked onto another dimensional zone. It was the legendary Heaven. This was a popular dimensional zone recently. Many humans went to Heaven and obtained angel companion beasts there. The Heaven dimensional zone was a relatively safe dimensional zone. As long as a human could reach the mythical stage, there was a high chance of obtaining an angel companion beast in Heaven. Now, many people believed that Heaven was a land bestowed by the heavens, and would be the final salvation for humanity. More and more people from the West District headed to Heaven. There were already a few large factions, who wanted to build a base there. From the information they had obtained, Most of the angel companion beasts obtained by humans in heaven were ordinary two-winged angels. Legend had it that someone had obtained a four-winged angel, but there was no video or photo evidence. However, there were also people who said that the so-called heaven dimensional zone might not be the real heaven, but the Garden of Eden. Heaven was the kingdom of God. It shouldn't appear on the land, so it could be the Garden of Eden. Be it heaven or the Garden of Eden, Joe wanted to take a look. Perhaps he could find information related to Sweetie. Old Joe, are you really going to heaven? That's not auspicious, Li Xian teased. I want to take a look even if there's a Western paradise, let alone heaven, Joe said with a smile. You don't say. The Western paradise does exist. Someone discovered a mountain suspected to be the legendary Mount Numinous. However, that place is too terrifying. No one returned. Those who went might have really gone to paradise, Li Xian said with a smile. Where's Mount Numinous? Joe was somewhat surprised. He hadn't seen any information regarding Mount Numinous. Legend has it that it's near the Himalayas, but it's not in a fixed spot. Occasionally, someone will see Mount Numinous appear before they can enter. It depends on fate if you can really find it yourself. Li Xian told him the information regarding Mount Numinous. This was a report he had obtained not long ago. He hadn't had the time to tidy it up and add it to the database. Joe thought to himself, if I don't gain anything in heaven, I can try my luck there. When they heard that Joe was going to heaven, Feng Qiuyan and Ming Xiu were rather interested. Together with Wang Lu and Qin Shen, the five of them headed to the heaven dimensional zone. Li Xian had originally wanted to go, but unfortunately, there were still many things he needed to deal with in the ancient city. All he could do was stay behind gloomily. Joe never expected Li Xian to have the patience to manage the ancient city. He was more like the city lord than Zhou. Zhou had the intention of making Li Xian the city lord in name and in practice, but unfortunately, Li Xian wasn't willing. All he said was that the city belonged to the two of them. He was the body of the ancient city, and Zhou was the soul of the ancient city. Neither of them was replaceable. Zhou teleported everyone to the place suspected to be the heaven dimensional zone. There were people everywhere. Thankfully, Zhou had the foresight to disguise himself. Otherwise, human sovereign's arrival would definitely cause a stir. This place is almost a market. Ming Xiu looked around and realized that many people were setting up stalls to sell companion eggs. There were even people selling angel companion eggs. Occasionally, one could see someone walking around with an angel companion beast, attracting many envious gazes. Angel companion beasts are very beautiful, Wang Lu said, as she sized up an angel companion beast. The angel companion beast flapped its wings and flew in the air, following behind its master. It had blonde hair and white clothes, looking unimaginably handsome. However, its beauty was a little neutral. It was impossible to tell if it was male or female. There's no need to be envious. We'll get a few later and form an angel legion for you, Ming Xiu said with a smile. Upon hearing Ming Xiu's words, someone beside him found it unacceptable. Outsider, don't be too arrogant. Angel companion beasts are bestowed by the heavens. It's already a blessing to obtain one. The elder who was setting up a stall beside him seemed to be a pious parishioner as he looked at Ming Xiu. What era are we in? Why are you still talking about such things? If there's really a god, why would the world become what it is now? Ming Xiu retorted. Ming Xiu's words immediately incurred the wrath of everyone. The people nearby glared at him angrily. If they didn't know that foreigners who came here weren't to be trifled with, they would have long pounced on Ming Xiu and tied him up before sending him to the gallows. Swordsman tomorrow, Feng Qiuyan, female sword immortal. Why are the three of you free to stroll around our west district? Could it be that you are also interested in the angel companion beast? A blonde, blue-eyed man with an angel companion beast walked over. Ming Xiu sized up the man and clearly recognized who he was. He curled his lips and said, Fred, do you own heaven? Can't we come and enter? I'm just giving you a friendly reminder. God loves the world. As long as you are grateful, you can naturally go anywhere. I'm just afraid that you have evil intentions. If you really enter heaven, not only will you not obtain an angel companion beast, but you will also be sent to hell, Fred said with a faint smile. I hate your Cape family's nonsense. Ming Xiu glanced at Fred in disgust. Qin Shen explained to Zhou that Fred was one of the more famous experts in the Cape family in recent times. It was said that the guardian he had contracted had already reached the calamity grade, allowing him to conquer many mysterious dimensional zones in the West District. As a friend, I just want to remind everyone. This friend is? Fred sized up Zhou. It was because he suspected Zhou's identity that he stood up and said that nonsense to Ming Xiu. It has nothing to do with you. Ming Xiu didn't want to attract attention here, so he spoke first. Without caring what Fred was up to, Ming Xiu had already passed him, and led Zhou Wen and company towards the entrance of heaven. It was a strange river that wasn't too wide, but it was enveloped in white fog. Even those with special eye techniques couldn't see through the white fog to see where the river headed. There was a small boat docked by the river. There were no boatmen on the boat, but as long as someone was sitting on it, the boat would automatically sail into the fog. Not long after, the boat returned by itself, but the person on the boat was gone. Only the most pious believers can take the ship of salvation to Paramitha. Take heed if you aren't pious believers, Fred said indifferently. Chapter 1831 Ship of Salvation. As they spoke, someone else jumped onto the boat. The boat looked very sturdy. It had already carried many people into the fog. However, when this person jumped onto the boat seemed to be a phantom. The person's body passed through the boat and landed in the river. The river wasn't wide, and it flowed very slowly. However, after the person fell in, he didn't even struggle before sinking to the bottom and disappearing in the blink of an eye. The water didn't even splash. A life was lost just like that. This is what happens when you aren't pious, Fred said with a smile. Zhou Wen and company looked at each other. Although they had already learned of this situation from the intelligence, they were still somewhat alarmed. Even though someone had died in the water, there were still many people lining up to board the ship. After all, there were very few dimensional zones where one could obtain a companion beast without fighting. Furthermore, it was at least a mythical companion beast. Although it was a mythical companion beast that couldn't evolve, it was enough to make ordinary people go crazy. Coach, have you figured out anything? Ming Xiao asked Zhou Wen. Ming Xiao, those words of yours are gratuitous. Feng Qiuyan's expression seemed to say that confidence was a given when it came to Coach. Everything is within Coach's expectations. Qin Jin nodded, as though she agreed with Feng Qiuyan's point of view. She also felt that Zhou Wen had definitely figured out everything. Zhou Wen looked at the three pairs of eyes that were filled with anticipation and admiration as a string of curses ran through his mind. Why did I even bother bringing the few of you along? It's really killing me. I have nothing. He was only here to take a look at the situation. These three fellows had made it seem like he would commit a heinous crime if he didn't continue. Zhou Wen, let's board the boat together, Wan Lu suddenly said. All right. Zhou Wen looked at Wan Lu and saw her nod at him. He immediately understood that Wan Lu had absolute confidence. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said such words. The few of them followed behind Wan Lu and lined up at the back of the line. You want to board the boat together? Fred heard their conversation and said with a faint smile. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The ship of salvation can only ferry one person at a time. Otherwise, you won't be able to pass. Just because others can't cross it doesn't mean that we can't. Seeing that Zhou Wen had already accepted Wan Lu's suggestion, Ming Xiao thought that Zhou Wen had a plan and immediately counterattacked. Is that so? Then I really want to see how all of you are going to cross the river of heaven together. How about this? You don't have to queue. Just go. I still have the authority to determine so. Fred had already confirmed Zhou Wen's identity. There was probably no other person in the world who could win Ming Xiao and Feng Qiuyan's trust so completely. There's no need. We can just line up here. Wan Lu rejected Fred. If they really wanted special treatment, there was no need for them to use Fred's privileges. If they revealed Zhou Wen's identity as human sovereign, everyone would probably automatically let him board the boat first. Fred didn't say anything else as he watched from the side. He wanted to see how Zhou Wen and company crossed the river of heaven. It was impossible for the ship of salvation to carry 2 people at once. Furthermore, Zhou Wen and company had a total of 5 people. The Cape family had tried many times. Death was certain if more than one person boarded it. If human sovereign died in the river of heaven, it would be great news for the Cape family. Be it Zhou Wen or Tianzua, they had a terrible relationship with the Cape family. There were many conflicts. The Cape family had many talented experts who had died at the hands of Zhou Wen and the Yin family. At that moment, Fred didn't dare fall out with Zhou Wen because he knew that he was no match for him, but he hoped that Zhou Wen could die an early death. The Cape family would only clap and cheer for the demise of human sovereign. At most, they would say regretfully, "There's a price to pay for being young and frivolous." Zhou Wen and company lined up in a long line. After 2 to 3 hours, it was finally their turn. Fred couldn't wait any longer. He wished he could push everyone in front of Zhou Wen into the river, so that Zhou Wen and company could quickly board the boat and have the Cape family's greatest enemy drown. "I'll board the ship first. You guys can follow." As Wan Lu spoke, she gently leaped and landed on the ship of salvation. Ming Xiao and company were still somewhat worried and prepared to save her at any time. After all, they knew that Wan Lu wasn't a believer of God. Fall down. Fall down, Fred cursed inwardly. He hoped Zhou Wen's entire team would be wiped out. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he hoped. Wan Lu stood firmly on the boat. It's fine. I'm afraid Zhou won't dare to board the boat if Wanlu were to fall immediately. Fred only hoped that Zhou would be the second to board. If the two of them boarded the ship together, the ship of salvation would definitely sink. His prayers seemed to receive a response from God. Zhou was really the second to jump onto the ship of salvation. Zhou also knew that the two of them would sink if they boarded the boat. He was worried that an accident would happen, so he was the second to jump onto the ship of salvation. Fall? As Zhou's toes landed on the boat, Fred nearly shouted. There were still many believers in line on the shore. They also looked at Zhou and company. The ship of salvation could only redeem one person at a time, but the two of them had boarded together. Weren't they courting death? To their surprise, Zhou landed firmly in the boat. He didn't fall into the water, nor did the ship of salvation sink. How did this happen? Fred's face was filled with disbelief. The rule of sinking once there were two had been easily broken. Fred refused to believe that Zhou and Wanlu were pious believers of God. Furthermore, no matter how pious they were, the boat couldn't accommodate two people. Could it be that God bullies the weak and fears the strong? This blasphemous thought appeared in Fred's mind. The other believers were already dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen two people board the boat without causing it to capsize. What shocked them even more was that Feng Qiuyan, Ming Xiu, and Qin Jin jumped onto the boat one by one. Soon, all of them stood firmly on the boat. None of them fell into the water, and the boat didn't sink. Heavens, how pure is their faith! They can actually board the ship of salvation together? They must be extremely pious believers to receive such a gift. Merciful God is so kind to his believers. There were exclamations of praise on the shore, amusing Ming Xiu. Ignoramuses! This is all because of our coach's might. What has it got to do with their God? Feng Qiuyan curled his lips and muttered softly. Zhou looked at Wanlu. He knew very well that he hadn't done anything. Everything was thanks to Wanlu, but he didn't know how she had done it. Although Wanlu was considered a person of faith, her faith wasn't in God. Seeing Zhou and company enter the fog on the ship of salvation, Fred's expression didn't look too good. After the ship of salvation returned, he immediately jumped onto it to see if Zhou and company had obtained an angel companion beast. Chapter 1832 Forbidden Fruit. Zhou and company had never seen such a luxurious dimensional zone. Gold bricks paved the ground with silver lining the railings. If this were before dimensional zones appeared, ordinary people wouldn't have to worry about food for the rest of their lives. They could just dig out a few pieces. The huge square was filled with people. Zhou and company followed the crowd, and everywhere they passed was luxurious and beautiful. After passing through the square, they saw 3 gardens. Most people rushed towards the garden in the middle. That was where they could obtain angel companion beasts. Zhou and company followed them into the garden. The garden was also paved with golden bricks. In the middle was a pool that churned with white fog. Having followed them at some point in time, Fred said from the side, "That's the angel reincarnation pool." Before coming, Zhou and company had already done their homework, so they naturally knew that it was the angel reincarnation pool. If a human jumped into the reincarnation pool, an angel companion beast would naturally return with the human who jumped in. If the person was unlucky, they would never return. As for how to obtain an angel companion beast under the reincarnation pool, there was no detailed information. There were many people who came to the reincarnation pool, but not many people dared to jump in. Some people who were determined to obtain one inevitably hesitated in front of the reincarnation pool. Many of them gave up. Seeing that there were many people queuing in front, Zhou said to Wanlu and company, "Light up here first. I'll go to the other gardens to take a look." Among the 3 gardens in heaven, the reincarnation pool was the safest. As long as one didn't attempt to jump into the reincarnation pool, there was no danger. However, the other 2 gardens were different. Few people came out of one, while nobody came out from the last one. "Do you want me to accompany you?" Wanlu asked. "There's no need. I'll feel more at ease with you here." Zhou shook his head. Without Wanlu here, Zhou was afraid that something would happen to Feng Qiuyan and company. He left the reincarnation pool garden alone and went to the garden on the left. He heard that there was a fruit tree there. It was suspected to be the garden where Adam and Eve had stayed. This was also one of the reasons why people felt that this was Eden and not heaven. Some people could enter and leave this garden, but others couldn't. It was said that only those who plucked the fruit could come out, but not everyone could pluck the fruit. "Fred, it's best that you be careful. It's easy to enter this garden, but it's not that easy to come out." Fred also followed Zhou into the orchard. He seemed to be warning him out of goodwill, but he was actually goading him. Zhou couldn't be bothered with him. There weren't many people in front of the entrance, so he walked straight in. There were still golden bricks and silver walls in the garden. In the middle was a fruit tree. It had golden branches and silver leaves, but the fruit was as red as fire. It looked a little like an apple. Zhou had previously obtained a golden apple that could change a person's life providence, but he had kept it unused. Now that he saw the apple, he was somewhat puzzled as to why there were so many myths related to apples in Western Nis. There were only about 10 people in the garden. They were all thinking of ways to pluck the apples. It was strange. Among the dozen or so people, some were climbing the tree, some were tiptoeing to grab the branches, but no one flew up to pluck the apples. Fred followed and said to Zhou with a smile, "There's a taboo in the orchard. Your feet can't leave anything solid at the same time. If you want to pluck an apple, you have to climb up yourself." "What's the use of these apples?" Zhou asked. "Eating it can raise one's cultivation level." Fred didn't elaborate on how many levels it could raise. "Isn't this similar to the effects of the ginseng fruit?" "It's probably useless to me. It can be used to feed companion beasts." Zhou saw a person climb onto a tree branch and reach out to pluck an apple. Without any difficulty, he ripped out an apple and eagerly stuffed it into his mouth before eating it in big mouthfuls. Bang! Just as he finished eating the apple, the person suddenly fell from the tree and lay on the ground, motionless. Just as Zhou was about to go forward to check on him, the person's body suddenly moved. His limbs twisted strangely, as his entire body trembled violently. Fine scales grew on his skin, and his eyes became strange. Scales also grew on him, but the scales were transparent. Soon, the person had turned into a monster that was half human and half snake. A snake-like tail even grew from his buttocks. Getting up from the ground, the person charged at the other humans as though he had gone mad, looking like he was about to devour them. The angel behind Fred blinked forward and condensed a light sword in his hand, killing the half-human, half-snake monster. "This fruit isn't something anyone can eat. Only kind-hearted pious believers can eat it. If you have evil intentions or have impure beliefs, you will become such a half-human, half-snake monster. Friend, do you still want to try?" Fred smiled at Zhou. "Can only kind believers eat it?" Zhou asked again. "Of course," Fred answered without hesitation. "Then, have you eaten the fruit on the tree?" Zhou asked as he sized up Fred. "Of course." Fred puffed out his chest proudly. "That relieves me." Zhou seemed relieved. "What do you mean?" Fred looked at Zhou suspiciously. "If you can be considered a kind person, I definitely can't be considered evil." With that said, Zhou walked towards the apple tree. "Let's see how arrogant you can be when you eat the forbidden fruit and become a monster." Fred was depressed as he thought that he had asked an unnecessary question. When he looked at Zhou again, his mouth gaped open in surprise. Zhou stood in midair, as though he was stepping on an invisible staircase. He walked to the side of a fruit and reached out to pluck it. What the hell? The garden's restrictions are actually ineffective against him. Fred's expression turned nasty, but he couldn't help but praise inwardly. Human sovereign really lives up to his name. Even a dimensional zone at the level of heaven is ineffective against him. He's really terrifyingly strong. Unfortunately, such a person has a bad relationship with my Kate family. It's really a headache. After Zhou plucked an apple, he didn't stop. He walked to another fruit and soon, he plucked 7 or 8 fruits. From his stance, it looked like he wanted to pluck all the fruits. Fred was immediately alarmed, as he hurriedly stopped him. "Friend, each person can only eat 1 forbidden fruit. The more you eat, the greater the punishment. You can't pluck too many." Fred naturally wasn't reminding Zhou out of goodwill. Although the fruits could turn people into monsters, as long as they weren't affected by the fruits, they could break through the natural barriers and advance to the mythical stage as pure humans. They didn't need to rely on the Guardian's power or use the alien genes like before. Every forbidden fruit meant a pure mythical human. How could he allow Zhou to pluck all of them? Zhou didn't seem to hear him, as he constantly plucked the fruits, plucking almost all the fruits on the tree. Chapter 1833 Death-Deserving Heretics. Fred wanted to stop him, but he didn't dare. All he could do was watch as Zhou plucked all the fruits from the tree. Fred's heart bled for the fruits, as he watched Zhou put them all away. "You didn't even eat them, but you plucked them all. God will definitely punish you," Fred cursed inwardly. This time, he didn't remind Zhou that the fruit couldn't be taken out of the orchard for there would be punishment. Zhou put away all the fruits and turned to walk out of the orchard. While Fred cursed Zhou inwardly, Zhou left the orchard unscathed. It left Fred alarmed and furious. From the looks of it, heaven's taboo powers are useless against me. Zhou didn't find the tiny palm symbol, but he wasn't flustered at all. When he returned to the reincarnation pool, Wang Lu and company were still queuing. There were still many people in front. "Coach, any gains?" Ming Xiu hurriedly asked when he saw Zhou return. "I plucked a few fruits. I'll give you guys some when I figure them out." Zhou didn't want to randomly give Ming Xiu and company the fruits for consumption. It wouldn't be good if they became monsters that were half human and half snake. "Forget about the fruit. I haven't completely digested the ginseng fruit from last time. Ming Xiu shook his head repeatedly. He hadn't completely assimilated the energy given to him by the ginseng fruit. Fred, who had returned with Zhou Wen, gritted his teeth when he heard that. He didn't treat the forbidden fruits as treasures at all. After queuing for a while, many people in front gave up. It was finally Zhou Wen and company's turn. I'll head down to take a look, Zhou Wen said as he walked towards the reincarnation pool and jumped in. When he landed in the reincarnation pool, Zhou Wen didn't feel himself plummet. Instead, he felt as though he was floating in midair. It was white everywhere, white fog. He couldn't see anything. Just as he was feeling puzzled, something seemed to walk towards him from the white fog. Sweetie! Zhou Wen nearly cried out in pleasant surprise when he saw the figure. Who else could this lovely girl be but Sweetie? Sweetie walked over with a smile. She didn't say a word as she walked in front of Zhou Wen and pressed her hand on his head. Immediately, a holy glow enveloped Zhou Wen's body. Only then did Zhou Wen realize that the Sweetie in front of him wasn't corporeal, but a realistic projection. As the light descended, a crystalline companion egg appeared in front of him. It wasn't the common white or silver, nor was it a luxurious golden color. Instead, it was a companion egg that was transparent like a colorless crystal. Inside the companion egg, strange light circulated and intertwined, as though there was a mini pocket universe inside. Covenant Garden! Covenant Garden! When Zhou Wen picked up the companion egg, the glowing Sweetie's projection gradually vanished. Only a voice seemed to echo in Zhou Wen's mind. Covenant Garden. Isn't that the last garden? Zhou Wen was wondering if Sweetie meant for him to enter the last garden. As he was thinking, he felt a gentle force lift his body out of the reincarnation pool. Zhou Wen landed on the ground. The people around him looked at him, but they didn't see the angel companion egg in his hand. They knew that he had already put it away, and were somewhat disappointed. Head down in order. Zhou Wen wasn't worried that anything would happen to them. Since this was Sweetie's territory, she probably wouldn't let anything happen to his friends. Feng Qiuyan, who was right in front, jumped into the reincarnation pool without any hesitation. Soon, he rose from the reincarnation pool. Unlike Zhou Wen, he held a golden companion egg in his hand. Heavens! It's a golden companion egg! It's a six-winged seraphim companion egg! Many people exclaimed. This was the first time they had seen someone obtain a golden companion egg. It was a companion beast that was born at the calamity grade. Fred's eyes widened when he saw this. Why could Zhou Wen, a bunch of faithless fellows, obtain the six-winged seraphim companion egg just by going down? Why did he, a believer of God, only obtain the two-winged seraphim? It's my turn! Ming Xiu was eager to give it a try and jumped down after Feng Qiuyan came up. Seeing Ming Xiu go down, Zhou Wen asked Feng Qiuyan casually. What did you see down there? I didn't see anything. A companion egg just fell from the sky and landed in my hand. Feng Qiuyan recounted the process. It was similar to Zhou Wen's, but he hadn't seen Sweetie's figure. Soon Ming Xiu also rose up. He was also holding a golden angel companion egg. Madness. This was madness. The golden companion eggs hadn't appeared for a long time, and now two had actually appeared in succession. Fred's eyes turned red. He really couldn't comprehend how Zhou Wen and company could obtain the golden companion eggs. They were clearly a group of heretics, so they should have been burned to death. What was even more devastating was that, after Qingjin went down, she came up with a golden companion egg as well. This time, everyone was already numb to the turn of events as they looked at Zhou Wen and company dazed. There were even genuine believers, who began to suspect if they were representatives chosen by God. Otherwise, how could they be so lucky? It looks like God dotes on us very much, Ming Xiu said with a smile. Wang Lu, it's your turn. Zhou Wen urged Wang Lu. Wang Lu nodded, and walked to the side of the pool before gently jumping in. Fred's eyes were about to split open. Even his breathing seemed to be spewing out scorching air. He widened his eyes, and stared at the reincarnation pool. If Wang Lu were to bring another golden companion egg up, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to withstand such a blow, and would explode on the spot. That can't be. How can God dote on these detestable heretics? We are the people of God. Fred felt extremely resentful. Wang Lu seemed to spend a much longer time down there than Feng Qiuyan and company. After a while, they saw Wang Lu's figure rise up. In Wang Lu's hand was a gold and silver companion egg. Golden and silver light intertwined and circulated inside. It was holy and beautiful. What companion egg is that? Why is there such a companion egg? There's both gold and silver colors. What is it? Everyone looked at the companion egg in Wang Lu's hand, puzzled. Could there be a companion beast higher than the six-winged seraphim? This thought made Fred doubt himself. What right did they have to receive such a gift from God? They were clearly not believers of God. Wang Lu quickly put away the companion egg and left the reincarnation pool garden with Zhou. Chapter 1834 Covenant. Head back now. I'll go to the other garden to take a look. Zhou still had his mind on Sweetie. Sweetie's projection had signaled for him to head to Covenant Garden. Perhaps Sweetie's true body was there. Zhou had long wanted to find Sweetie, so he naturally wasn't willing to let go of such an opportunity. However, from the intelligence, none of the people who entered Covenant Garden could come out. Zhou wasn't willing to take the risk with Wang Lu and company. We will just wait for you here. It's so slow to return by ourselves, Wang Lu said with a smile. All right. Wait for me here. With that said, Zhou walked towards Covenant Garden. After passing through the door of Covenant Garden, he immediately realized that it was completely different from the other two gardens. There were no gold bricks paving the ground, nor were there any silver. This garden was really a garden. There were all sorts of green plants everywhere, and beneath his feet was ordinary soil. Zhou had originally imagined that there was something special about the plants, and that he might be able to obtain something good. To his surprise, after careful inspection, he realized that the plants were very ordinary. The energy contained in them was extremely low, no different from the weeds by the roadside. He used the teacher domain to scan the huge garden, and quickly realized that there was a huge box made of gold among the plants. The huge box was about the length of a person. It was made of gold without any adorning patterns. It looked simple and Spartan, but it was also very luxurious. Strangely, there wasn't even a slit on the box. Although it was called a box, it was more like a huge golden brick. However, for some reason, Zhou felt that it was a box and not a whole piece of gold. Sweetie, are you inside? Zhou called out a few times, but there was no reaction. Don't tell me you want me to split open the box to save you? Zhou scanned the entire Covenant Garden and found nothing other than the golden box. He didn't know where the people who had entered had gone. Even if they were dead, they should have left behind some bones, right? However, there wasn't any blood here. With a thought, Zhou condensed sword pill in his hand and slashed at the golden box. Clang! Despite the metallic clang, the golden box remained intact. He tried a few more times and even used his in the human world strength, but the golden box remained undamaged. What kind of box is this? Zhou was alarmed as he became even more certain that Sweetie was inside. It was very likely that she was trapped in the box for some reason. At that moment, Zhou could only summon Demonic Neonate. Demonic Neonate glanced at the golden box and didn't draw her sword. She took off her Vajrachakram and threw it over. With a thud, it smashed into the golden box, leaving a dent. Zhou was overjoyed as he watched Demonic Neonate command the Vajrachakram to smash the golden box again and again. Soon, a crack appeared. He hurriedly got Demonic Neonate to stop as he looked into the crack. With a glance, Zhou was immediately dumbfounded. Sweetie wasn't in the golden box. All he saw was a piece of tattered cloth inside. Zhou extended his hand and sucked the tattered cloth out of the gap. The white cloth was mottled with dark brown stains. It looked like a used bandage. What's this? Zhou was puzzled. It was impossible to put an ordinary bandage in such a sturdy box. No matter how he studied it, he didn't discover anything special about it. However, this thing was unlikely simple. Zhou had attempted to pull it, but he failed to snap it. Sweetie, where are you? Zhou called out for a long time without receiving any response. From the looks of it, Sweetie isn't here. Could it be that she got me to come here just to obtain this rag? Zhou thought for a moment and couldn't help but look at the golden box. Since he was already here, he couldn't just take the piece of cloth back. Zhou attempted to store the golden box in his storage space, but he realized that he couldn't. Since he couldn't store it, he could only carry it back. Zhou attempted to lift the golden box. He realized that he could do so when he exerted his strength. Although it was very heavy, Zhou could still just about lift it. Sweetie, if you aren't here, I'm leaving. Zhou lifted the deformed golden box and walked out of the garden. He didn't receive any response even when he walked out of Covenant Garden. Fred and many others were waiting outside. They wanted to know if Zhou could become the first human to walk out of Covenant Garden. If it were before they came, no one would believe that he could walk out alive. However, Wang Lu and company's shocking performance in the reincarnation pool made them less certain. Fred looked at Covenant Garden's entrance in frustration. He didn't wish for Zhou to come out, but Zhou absence made him feel uneasy. Who knew what Zhou was doing inside? Perhaps he was plundering the good things in Covenant Garden. Those treasures belonged to the believers of God. Suddenly, Fred saw a figure walk out of Covenant Garden. What's that? Fred was first taken aback when he saw the deformed golden box on Zhou's shoulder. However, after careful thought, his expression immediately turned nasty. That! Don't tell me it's the Ark of the Covenant! Fred almost cried out. Legend had it that God had signed a contract with humans, and the contract was placed in the Ark of the Covenant. It was the most precious treasure in the mythology of God. The garden's name was Covenant Garden. The Cape family had always suspected that it had something to do with the Ark of the Covenant. Now that Joe was carrying such a golden box, Fred couldn't help but make connections. However, if it was really the Ark of the Covenant, how could it be reduced to such a state? It looked like it had been deformed by a hammer. It even had a crack on it. Is this the Ark of the Covenant? It wasn't just Fred who thought of this. Many believers outside the door seemed to guess that the golden box was likely the legendary Ark of the Covenant. There were already pure believers praying to the golden box. There were even believers blocking Joe's path. That was an item that God had made a covenant with humans. To them, it was the most precious treasure in the world. As long as the covenant remained, God would protect his believers. Even after death, they could obtain God's protection and enter heaven. However, if the covenant was destroyed, these believers would definitely be abandoned by God. They refused to let an outsider take away the Ark of the Covenant even at the cost of their lives. Seeing the red-eyed believers surrounding them, Feng Qiuyuan and company hurriedly went closer to Zhou and protected him. Chapter 1835 Son of the Holy Spirit. Zhou removed his mask and revealed his true appearance. Human Sovereign! The people surrounding Zhou and company immediately recognized him and were stunned. Everyone, please make way! With that said, Zhou walked forward with the golden box. The believers automatically gave way, and no one stopped them. Zhou isn't a believer of God. How can we let him take the Ark of the Covenant away? Fred still wanted to put up a last stand. However, no one bothered with him. The believers looked at Fred as though he was a fool. So it's human sovereign. Then it's fine. It's no wonder you can obtain such grace. As expected of the sovereign of humanity. It's only right. Lord Human Sovereign having the Ark is most appropriate. Only Lord Human Sovereign can represent our human race. The Holy Father must have thought so too. That's why he bestowed such a gift. Zhou carried the golden box and left heaven with Wang Lu and company. Fred's face turned livid with anger. Zhou ignored Fred. Now that humans had suffered heavy losses, he couldn't be bothered to start a massacre because of one person. With the Cape family around, the West District could maintain its stability for a period of time. If the Cape family collapsed now, the West District would definitely be in chaos. When that happened, more people would die. If not for his disinclination to see the West District in chaos, Zhou would have long wiped out the Cape family. It wouldn't be too late to settle scores with them in the future. Without taking the ship of salvation back, Zhou used spatial teleportation to send Wang Lu and company back to guide Ancient City. Coach, is this really the legendary Ark of the Covenant? Ming Xiu circled the golden box a few times and asked in puzzlement. He didn't discover anything special about the golden box. It looked no different from an ordinary one. Who knows? Zhou didn't know what it was either. Even if it was really the Ark of the Covenant, it was only a cabinet used to store contracts. It was unlikely to be important. If it wasn't for the special material of the cabinet, he wouldn't have brought it back. Zhou, what do you plan on doing with this box? Wang Lu asked. Nothing. I only brought it back because of its special material. This isn't ordinary gold. Even calamity-grade powers can't damage it at all, Zhou said. If you don't have any plans, can you leave it to me? Wang Lu asked after some thought. Sure. Take it if you need it, Zhou said. I have a companion beast that has the art of forging. I can use this box to forge tools for you. What do you want? Some weapon or armor? Wang Lu explained. Armor. Zhou thought for a moment and felt that he didn't like weapons. Furthermore, the golden box's material was so special that even the Vajrachakram couldn't smash it open in one strike. If it was used as armor, it might be able to withstand an apocalypse-grade attack. Alright, leave it to me. Wang Lu got someone to take the golden box back. Zhou returned to his room and began studying his gains received from heaven. 51 forbidden fruits, a crystal-like companion egg, and a blood-stained rag. Zhou temporarily couldn't figure out the use for the rag, nor did he eat the forbidden fruit willy-nilly. All he could do was hatch the companion egg. As essence energy was injected, the holy light in the companion egg intensified. When the glow reached its peak, it emitted a light blast that resembled a cosmic Big Bang. When the light gradually dissipated, a beautiful angel appeared in front of him. The angel was dressed in white and looked holy and elegant. She looked like an ordinary two-winged angel, but she had 6 pairs of crystal-like wings on her back. As Zhou was still sizing up the angel companion beast, she flashed gently and appeared behind him as though she had instant transmitted. Her hands hugged Zhou's body from behind as her 6 pairs of crystal wings enveloped him, protecting his body. She transformed into crystalline holy light that fused into Zhou's back. After the angel vanished, a 12-winged seraphim tattoo appeared on his back. Child of the Holy Spirit, Calamity, Evolvable. Life Providence, Holy Child. Life Soul, Holy Spirit. Wheel of Destiny, Wheel of Rebirth. Terror Form, Holy Spirit Transformation, S Grade. Calamity Zone, Infinite Reincarnation, Heaven Level. Strength, 999. Speed, 999. Constitution, 999. Essence Energy, 999. Talent Skill, Omniscient and Omnipotent. Companion Form, Soul. Sweetie sure is interesting. After seeing the stats of Child of the Holy Spirit, Zhou could only say that the companion beast was perfect. Her entire body was immune to all sorts of taboo powers. She also had the ability to revive. As for Omniscient and Omnipotent, it could mimic any skill of the opponent. Of course, this was under a premise. The Child of the Holy Spirit had to be struck by those skills before she could simulate them. Furthermore, it could only be used once. It wasn't permanent. Although there were some restrictions, it was already good enough. There was no need to mention the companion beast's soul form. It was one of the most practical companion beast forms. 999 stats was already the limit of a calamity companion beast. Zhou didn't have many of them. After summoning her and admiring her for a while, Zhou unsummoned the Child of the Holy Spirit and took out another forbidden fruit. He didn't dare eat it. Even if he ate it, it was impossible for him to die. However, Zhou couldn't accept it if he grew those ugly scales. Zhou originally imagined that demonic Neonate wouldn't eat it. After all, she refused to eat the ginseng fruit. It was impossible for the effects of the forbidden fruit to surpass the ginseng fruit. He took out a forbidden fruit and summoned Explosive Fiend Man. Just as he was about to experiment on him, demonic Neonate came out herself and took the forbidden fruit from Zhou hand. She swallowed it in 2 or 3 mouthfuls. "You eat this?" Zhou was somewhat surprised. Seeing that demonic Neonate hadn't changed after eating the forbidden fruit, he decided to give all the forbidden fruits to demonic Neonate. Demonic Neonate didn't stand on ceremony, as she stuffed the forbidden fruits into her mouth one by one. Soon, only one of the forbidden fruits was left. Demonic Neonate licked her lips, but she didn't eat the remaining forbidden fruit. Instead, she pointed at Zhou. Zhou didn't understand what she meant. He imagined that demonic Neonate wanted him to eat the remaining forbidden fruit. Just as Zhou was about to pick up the forbidden fruit, demonic Neonate tugged at his sleeve to stop him from eating it. Then, she pointed at Zhou back. Zhou immediately understood that demonic Neonate wasn't referring to him, but the Child of the Holy Spirit tattoo on his back. Zhou summoned the Child of the Holy Spirit again and pointed at her. "You want her to eat it?" Demonic Neonate nodded, indicating that Zhou finally got it right. Zhou couldn't be bothered to ask further. Since demonic Neonate indicated for him to feed it to her, he would feed it to her. Therefore, he gave the forbidden fruit to the Child of the Holy Spirit and let her eat it. Chapter 1836, Visiting the Dimension Again. After eating the forbidden fruit, his body suddenly floated in the air, as the 6 pairs of crystal wings on his back extended to their limits. A black flame spewed out from the Child of the Holy Spirit's body. The white holy light on its body was like gasoline that had been ignited. Instantly, its entire body was enveloped by the black flame as though it was bathing in it. The white robe was dyed black, and so were the crystal-like wings. His hair and pupils also turned black. When the black flames completely vanished, the Child of the Holy Spirit looked completely different. "What's going on?" Zhou glanced at the Child of the Holy Spirit's stats, and was immediately alarmed. Child of the Land of Depravity's Holy Spirit, Apocalypse Grade, Evolvable. Life Providence, Holy Child. Life Soul, Holy Spirit. Wheel of Destiny, Wheel of Rebirth. Terror Form, Holy Spirit Transformation, S Grade. Calamity Zone, Infinite Reincarnation, Heaven Level. New World, Dark Realm. Strength, 1000. Speed, 1000. Constitution, 1000. Essence Energy, 1000. Talent Skill, Omniscient and Omnipotent. Companion Form, Soul. A tiny forbidden fruit had actually allowed the Child of the Holy Spirit to break through to the Apocalypse Grade. This was unimaginable. Zhou found it unbelievable. The ginseng fruit shouldn't be inferior to the forbidden fruit. Banana Fairy had only advanced to the peak of the Calamity Grade after eating so many ginseng fruits. She didn't advance to the Apocalypse Grade. Now, Zhou was somewhat regretful. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have given all the forbidden fruits to demonic Neonate. If he had just given them to a few companion beasts, wouldn't he have had plenty of Apocalypse Grade companion beasts? Just one more, and Zhou could eat it himself. He had been looking forward to advancing to the Apocalypse Grade, but he had missed the chance. As though sensing Zhou's resentful gaze, demonic Neonate said coldly, "Only she can use it." With that said, she ignored Zhou and returned to his body. He felt a little better when he heard that only the child of the Holy Spirit could use it. Why is it so difficult for me to advance to the apocalypse grade? Zhou sighed, and put away the remaining bloody rag. Sweetie had probably let him enter the Covenant Garden to obtain this rag. However, he didn't know what use it had, so he could only store it away. Heaven doesn't provide me a chance of advancing to the apocalypse grade. Where else can I advance? Zhou thought about it but couldn't figure it out. From the looks of it, the place with the greatest chance of him advancing to the apocalypse grade was probably the stone steps that the cube was live streaming. Drow Demon Fairy could advance to the apocalypse grade after walking the stone steps. His foundation shouldn't be inferior to Drow Demon Fairies. After walking the steps, there was a high chance that he could advance to the apocalypse grade. Do I have to make the trip myself? Zhou knew that there was a tiny palm symbol there, but if he didn't go personally, he wouldn't be able to download the game dungeon. If he really made the trip, he could just walk straight up. Why would he need the game dungeon? This was an unsolvable chicken and egg problem. I'm really stupid. Zhou suddenly had a thought. The stone steps were likely in the dimension. If he went through the cube, he would directly ascend the stone steps and have no choice but to begin the challenge. However, if he didn't use the cube, he could first go to the dimensional zone and find the stone steps. Then, he could take a picture of the small symbol on them and download the game dungeon. Zhou found Feng Qiuyan and Ming Xiu. The two of them had been to the dimension and were more familiar with it. Perhaps they could provide Zhou with some information. However, the outcome left him somewhat disappointed. After they arrived in the dimension, they had been locked up in an area by the dimensional creatures for cultivation. They hadn't even seen many dimensional creatures, much less wandered around. How am I to find that stone staircase? The dimension is so huge. Who knows if I'll encounter an apocalypse grade fellow who will cause trouble for me? After some thought, Zhou realized that the only person he knew in the dimension was Emperor Shang. That's okay. I happen to have some questions. Perhaps Emperor Shang can give me an answer. Zhou decided to make a trip to the dimensional zone to find Emperor Shang. With demonic neonates heaven-shrouding Bell, it wasn't difficult for Zhou to head to the dimensional zone. After passing through the spatial barrier, he arrived in the dimensional zone again. Back when he first came to the dimension, he had been suppressed by the dimensional powers to the point of almost being unable to walk. Now, he didn't feel anything. This dimension scenery isn't bad. Zhou couldn't help but praise as he took in the beautiful scenery. Unfortunately, Zhou didn't have any concept of the dimension's layout. Demonic Neonate also knew nothing. She had brought him to the dimensional zone, but she had no idea where they were. Looking around, he saw that this was a desert. It was completely different from where Emperor Shang was. This desert was strange. Zhou had seen white deserts, yellow deserts, and even red deserts, but he had never seen a black desert. It was an endless black desert. Even with the range of Zhou's domain, he couldn't sense its ends. Just as he was considering which way to go, he discovered a dimensional creature in his domain. Zhou had once seen an ancient movie that presented a shark that could swim in the sand. He never expected to see a shark swimming in the desert. Of course, it was definitely not a shark, but it looked very similar to a shark. It moved in the black desert with only its fin exposed. Its body moved quickly in the black sand, as though it was catching something under the sand. Why does it look like something stupid? Is there no intelligent creature that I can ask? Zhou was somewhat depressed. Upon having that thought, the shark-like creature seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand. It was pulled out of the sand and made to float in front of Zhou. This fellow was only at the terror grade. It was no different from an ant in front of Zhou. He could crush it to death without needing to do anything. Can you understand me? If you can't, I'll kill you, Zhou said to the shark floating in the air. I understand. I understand, the shark said repeatedly. And your intelligence is higher than I imagined, Zhou said with a smile. What's your name and race? My name is Demon Shark. I'm a member of the Sansi race. The shark hurriedly answered without any hesitation. Hey, Demon Shark. Do you know where the stone steps in the cube are? I know. There's a cube in our desert. I can take you to the cube, Demon Shark said with a fawning expression. Do I need you to lead the way if I'm using the cube? I'm asking you if you know where the cube is and how to get there. Zhou felt that this fellow was even more foolish than a fool. He was an idiot. Your Excellency, I really don't know. You can ask the elder of our San race. He definitely knows. Demon Shark hurriedly gave Zhou an idea. How many apocalypse grade experts does your Sansi race have? Zhou originally wanted to flare up, but on second thought, he suppressed his anger and asked the Demon Shark with a smile. Chapter 1837 Heavenly Happiness God. Our Sansi race has a total of 6 apocalypses, for elders, the patriarch, and the Sansi's bravest. Demon Shark said, as it did the calculations. 6 apocalypses. Is this fellow bullshitting me? Joe frowned as he stared at Demon Shark, but no matter how he looked at it, it didn't look like such a shrewd creature. Are there so many apocalypses in the Sand Sea race? No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't think of such a possibility. Apocalypses weren't run-of-the-mill powerhouses. Even a large race like the Immortals felt the tremendous loss if one apocalypse died. It was impossible for the nameless Sand Sea race to have 6 apocalypses. Your Excellency, you might not know this, but strictly speaking, our Sand Sea race can't be considered a race. Demon Shark explained in a daze. Through the Demon Shark's explanation, Joan learned what the Sand Sea race was. There was actually no Sand Sea race. There were very few native creatures in the Sand Sea, and none of them were worth mentioning. As the Sand Sea had a very special force field, ordinary creatures didn't dare approach it. It was very difficult to find traces of them here. Therefore, many creatures that were being chased would run to the Sand Sea for refuge, but only a few creatures could get inside. It wasn't until a hunted creature discovered a treasure in the Sand Sea that the Sand Sea race was truly born. It was a huge container that resembled an hourglass. As long as one traveled from one end of the hourglass to the other, one could obtain the Sand Sea's unique ability, Sand Sea. Creatures with the Sand Sea ability could move freely in the Sand Sea as though they were in water. This was the true reason why the Sand Sea race could survive here. After that, foreign creatures constantly joined the Sand Sea race. Up to now, the entire Sand Sea race had 6 apocalypse-grade creatures, hundreds of calamity-grade creatures, and countless terror-grade creatures. This is a gathering place for criminals. Joan finally understood why the Sand Sea race was so remarkable. They were a race where all sorts of ferocious people gathered. He had originally wondered if he could take advantage of the situation, but from the looks of it, there was no hope. No matter how strong Joan was, it was impossible for him to defeat 6 apocalypses. Do you know of Emperor Shang? Joan asked after some thought. Your Excellency, are you talking about Lord Heavenly Happiness? For some reason, Demon Shark immediately became excited when he heard Emperor Shang's name. You know him? Joan thought of the Heavenly Happiness token that Emperor Shang had given him and believed that it couldn't be wrong. He never expected Emperor Shang's name to be so famous in the dimension. Of course I know. If there's a chance, I've long wanted to beg him to arrange a marriage for me and let me carry on the family line. I was originally from the Demon Shark race, but the Demon Shark race has long been wiped out. Where can I find another female Demon Shark? Only Lord Heavenly Happiness can do this. As the Demon Shark rambled on, Joan finally understood why Emperor Shang was so famous in the dimension. The dignified emperor actually played the role of a matchmaker here. Of course, that wasn't right. Emperor Shang was rather important. It concerned the reproduction of the various races in the dimension. This was definitely a huge problem. What surprised him the most was that Emperor Shang had the ability to carry on the lineage of an extinct race. As long as someone of this race was still alive, be it male or female or hermaphrodite, he had the ability to make them pregnant and have children. Don't tell me he's doing the honors himself? Joan's mind was filled with malice. When he thought of that scene, he couldn't stand it and retched. Soon, he knew what was going on through the explanation from the Demon Shark. Emperor Shang controlled a path that led to the Source of Life. After entering the Source of Life, he could obtain the opportunity to use the individual's reproductive genes. However, the eggs of the creatures that were born had to be left in the Source of Life and wait for the Source of Life to automatically send them out. Wait, when Joan heard that, he finally felt that something was amiss. This was because he thought of the place he had gone with Ice Maiden in the past. It was between the human world and the dimension. There were large numbers of dimensional companion eggs. It was said that those companion eggs would automatically enter the dimensional zones of the human world. Could it be that the dimensional creatures in Earth's dimensional zones were created by Emperor Shang? Joan felt a chill run down his spine. Of course, this was only Joan's guess. It might not be the case. Thankfully, Demon Shark was obsessed with reproducing. It had asked about the path to the Heavenly Happiness Temple. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to find it. Demon Shark told Joe when that, after passing through the Sand Sea in one direction, and passing through the area of the 4 races, he would arrive at the Heavenly Happiness Temple in the Heavenly Set mountain range. Joan's face darkened when he heard that. Ignoring the fact that the 4 were large dimensional races, among which were the most terrifying immortals, Joan had to pass through them. Your Excellency, don't worry. The immortals have already submitted to the new king. As long as you join the new king's camp, you can swagger over. You don't have to be as afraid of them as before, Demon Shark said. You mean Wang Mingyuan? Joan was somewhat surprised that Wang Mingyuan had actually taken down the immortals. It looked like the dimension was about to completely fall. That's right. Our Sansi is also discussing joining with the new king's ambassador. After we join the new king's camp, we won't have to hide here anymore. When the time comes, I'll go to the Heavenly Happiness Temple. I'll beg Lord Heavenly Happiness to keep my race going. Demon Shark's eyes were filled with anticipation. You are really a shark genius. With a thought, Zhou Wen put the Demon Shark down and turned to head in the direction it had mentioned. Demon Shark immediately dived into the sand when it landed. It swam a few rounds in the sand before coming out and looking in the direction Zhou Wen had left. Idiot! What are you doing here? A figure crawled out of the sand and jumped onto the Demon Shark's back with a smile. Demon Shark jumped in fright when it realized that the person riding on its back was a black-armored, black-haired, long-haired girl with white hair clips. Only then did it heave a sigh of relief. Bravest, I just saw a human, Demon Shark said. Human? How can there be a human in the desert? Are you lying to me? The girl who was called Bravest by Demon Shark said in disbelief. Great Bravest, how can I lie to you? A human just walked over. I chatted with him for a long time, Demon Shark said smugly. I want to see which human is so bold to come to the dimensional zone and even dare to come to my Sand Sea. The strongest girl asked for Zhou Wen's whereabouts before diving into the Sand Sea and disappearing. Chapter 1838 Bravest. Zhou Wen roughly knew his location in the dimension, so there was nothing to be worried about. More than half of the dimensions had been taken down by Wang Mingyuan. Only a few dimensional races were still holding on. Now that the dimensional races couldn't even fend for themselves, how could they have the time to care about an outsider like him? As long as he didn't go knocking on the other party's door, probably no Apocalypse great powerhouse would have the time to chase after him. Why would the dimension invade Earth when it's so vast? Zhou Wen was somewhat puzzled. Just the Sand Sea alone was much bigger than the whole of Earth. What was there for them to vie for in such a small place like Earth? Just as Zhou Wen was pondering over it, he suddenly saw the Sand Sea ahead of him ripple like water. Then, he saw a person jump out of the sea of sand like a fish jumping out of the water. Her long black hair swayed, and her slender figure and proportions were almost like a character in a comic. Her long, slim legs didn't seem realistic. Human, you actually dare barge into the dimension? Bravest levitated in mid-air and looked down at Zhou Wen superciliously. Before Zhou Wen could say a word, Bravest noticed Zhou Wen's looks and immediately exclaimed, Human Sovereign! You are Human Sovereign! Am I that famous now? Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised that a creature he had encountered in the dimension would know him. Human Sovereign, why did you come to the Sand Sea? Do you have any ulterior motives? Bravest stared at Zhou Wen and asked warily. I'm just passing by. I don't have any ulterior motives, Zhou Wen answered. Don't lie to me. Did Wang Mingyuan get you to come to the Sand Sea? Bravest clearly didn't believe Zhou Wen. I have nothing to do with Wang Mingyuan. Zhou Wen shook his head. TCH, who doesn't know that you are Wang Mingyuan's disciple? Now that Wang Mingyuan wants to unify the dimension and fight the various races, the situation isn't looking good, Bravest said proudly. He wants to rope in our Sand Sea race, but we haven't come to an agreement. Does he want you to ambush our Sand Sea? Zhou Wen looked at Bravest with an odd expression. He could sense that the girl's aura was extremely powerful. She was undoubtedly at the Apocalypse grade. However, such an Apocalypse grade powerhouse actually said such unreliable words that sounded extremely childish. This made Zhou Wen suspect that all dimensional creatures had low intelligence. How may I address you? Zhou Wen asked with a light cough. What do you want? The girl looked alarmed. I mean, I'm just a mere calamity. With the 6 Apocalypse grade creatures in the Sand Sea, how am I to sneak an attack on you? Zhou Wen said helplessly. He felt that the creatures in the Sand Sea were strange. Demon Shark and the girl were a little abnormal. It was unknown if they had sand for brains after all these years living in the sand. That makes sense. Bravest thought for a moment and realized that it made sense. Hence, she nodded and said, That's true. You're tempting fate if you want to ambush our Sand Sea alone. Then why did you come to the Sand Sea? Didn't I just say that I was just passing by? Zhou Wen repeated helplessly. Where are you going? Bravest asked curiously. Heavenly Happiness Temple. Zhou Wen didn't hide it. You are going to the Heavenly Happiness God? Bravest immediately revealed a look of pleasant surprise when she heard that. You also want to get a mate from Heavenly Happiness God? Zhou Wen found her words somewhat weird. No, I have something else to ask Heavenly Happiness God for help. Bravest's eyes darted around as a smile appeared on her face. You are a human. You are unfamiliar with the dimension that is fraught with danger. I'll be kind and take you to the Heavenly Happiness Temple. No matter how he looked at it, Zhou Wen felt that she was the one who wanted to head to the Heavenly Happiness Temple herself, but her bristly expression made it seem like she was helping him. Thank you, he said with a smile. It's good that you know that I'm helping you. When we reach the Heavenly Happiness Temple, you have to help me. Bravest's eyes darted around. Of course. It's only right to help each other. Jowen nodded in agreement. Then it's a deal. Let's set off now. With that said, Bravest burrowed into the sea of sand and vanished in the blink of an eye. She really has sand for brains. Jowen looked at the desert in exasperation. After a while, Bravest burrowed out again and asked Jowen in puzzlement. What's wrong? Why aren't you leaving? I don't have the ability to walk under the sand. Jowen explained patiently. How troublesome. As Bravest spoke, she grabbed Jowen's hand and jumped into the sand sea. Jowen immediately felt the sand beneath his feet turn into water. Not only did it not hinder his body, but it also had a magical buoyancy. The sand seemed to turn transparent. His vision could actually penetrate the sand, allowing him to see things in the distance. Bravest pulled Jowen through the sand sea, where he saw all sorts of dilapidated ancient buildings at the bottom. If he wasn't sure that he was under the sand, he would have suspected that this was an ancient city that had been submerged by seawater. Occasionally, he could see other creatures in the sand sea, but they swam far away upon noticing the girl. No one dared to approach. The girl pulled Jowen to a stop in front of an ancient building's door, and kicked the giant turtle-like creature in front of it. She kicked it to the side, and pushed open the door to enter. It's too troublesome bringing you along. Pass through the hourglass to obtain the ability to move freely in the sand sea, Bravest said, as she pointed at a huge transparent hourglass in the palace. Is this the sand sea's treasure? Jowen sized up the hourglass with interest. Cut the crap. Hurry up. The girl pushed Jowen towards the hourglass. Jowen arrived above the hourglass. The upper half was transparent crystal, but when he stood on it, he felt his feet go limp as his body sank into the hourglass. There was transparent sand in the hourglass. When Jowen landed in the transparent sand, he immediately felt like he was soaking in water again. The world spun as the hourglass automatically started flowing. The transparent sand in the upper half began to fall down. Jowen followed the sand vortex to the lower half of the hourglass. When the transparent sand drowned his body, he felt a strange reaction. Clang! Jowen fell out of the hourglass. At that moment, even without the girl holding him, the surrounding sand became like water to him. This treasure isn't bad. Why is it here? Jowen was somewhat puzzled. Why wasn't anyone taking such a treasure away? No one can take this away, so it can only be placed here, said Bravest. It cannot be taken away? Jowen curiously went forward to touch the hourglass. Chapter 1839 Destiny Platform. Can I try taking it? Jowen turned to ask the girl. Feel free to give it a shot. Bravest clearly didn't realize the seriousness of the matter, and readily agreed to Jowen's requested attempt. There were many experts in the sand sea, and almost every one of them had tried. If it was possible, they would have long taken it away instead of leaving it here. Even Apocalypse's great powerhouses were helpless against it, much less Jowen, who was only a calamity. No matter how powerful a calamity was, one was only a calamity. Jowen reached out to hug the hourglass and exerted his strength to lift it up. However, the outcome was tragic. The hourglass didn't even budge. It was unimaginably heavy. It was probably much heavier than a mountain. How was that? Do you still want to give it another go? Bravest asked with a smile. She had long expected this outcome. Let me try again. With a thought, Jowen transformed into Supreme Hell King's huge body. Then, he reached out to grab the hourglass and unleashed his full strength again. No matter how hard he tried, the hourglass remained motionless as though it had been welded shut. Haha, why aren't you trying? Bravest asked with a laugh when she saw Jowen return to his human form. I still have to give it a try, but I want to try something else. With a thought, Jowen summoned Demonic Neonate. Demonic Neonate was the child of Dimension after all. She was the true protagonist of this world. All sorts of treasures placed before her were fated to be hers. What others couldn't remove didn't mean that Demonic Neonate couldn't. If you can't even do it, what can this little one do? Bravest curled her lips and commented. We'll only know if it works after trying. Jowen said indifferently. Try as much as you want. Summon a few more little ones. Don't tire her out. Bravest stood there with her arms crossed, looking like she was watching a good show. Demonic Neonate glanced at the girl before turning to look at the hourglass. She had no intention of walking over. Instead, she took off the Vajrachakram and shone it at the hourglass. Immediately, the surrounding buildings and the sand sea shook. The seawater like sand kept churning as the buildings were swept up. Bravest's expression changed drastically. When she looked at the hourglass again, she realized that it had already vanished. You? Bravest almost burst out in tears. She knew that she was in big trouble. This hourglass was the foundation of the Sand Sea race. Without it, the Sand Sea race wouldn't be able to continue expanding in the future. Quickly return the hourglass. That's quite impossible. It's impossible for the thing she puts away to come out again. I'm afraid it has already been destroyed, Jowen said helplessly as he spread out his hands. I don't care. You have to return it. Otherwise, I'm dead. Bravus paced around anxiously. Is it that serious? Jowen pretended to be deep in thought. The hourglass has already been destroyed, so it definitely can't be returned. How about this? Since you are going to the Heavenly Happiness Temple together, why don't we leave now and leave this place to prevent you from being implicated? Bravus gritted her teeth and said, How can that do? I can't do anything about it if you can't. I'll be leaving now. Take your time to consider it. With that said, Jowen turned around and quickly left. He had already taken their treasure. Was he going to wait for them to fight him? Don't go! Bravus immediately chased after him. The two of them traversed the Sand Sea, one at the heel of the other. At that moment, the Sand Sea was still trembling, throwing the Sand Sea race into chaos. No one knew what had happened. With Jowen and Bravus' speed, they quickly rushed out of the Sand Sea's range. This was the result of Jowen deliberately waiting for the girl without using spatial teleportation. Why aren't you running? Bravus nearly slammed into Jowen when he made an abrupt stop. I don't know the way. I need you to lead, Jowen said. How can you humans be so shameless? You stole our race's cornerstone treasure and still want me to lead the way for you? Bravus said angrily. Didn't you ask me to take it? When did it become stealing? You were the one who said that I could take it, Jowen said with a smile. When was that said? I said try. Do you understand? Bravus snapped back angrily. That might be because my comprehension is lacking. I'm sorry. Now that I've taken it and destroyed it, there's nothing that can be done. Let's quickly head to the Heavenly Happiness Temple, Jowen said sincerely. Bravus hesitated. Jowen could naturally tell that the girl was in a dilemma. Otherwise, with her apocalypse grade, how could she not have caught up to him after so long? The girl probably hadn't decided whether she should capture Jowen. How about this? Let's go to the Heavenly Happiness Temple first before we come up with a solution. As Jowen spoke, he walked forward. The girl wore a complicated expression. Seeing that Jowen had already walked far into the distance, she had no choice but to follow. Don't even think about escaping. You have to return our cornerstone treasure. Got it. Why are you looking for the Heavenly Happiness God? It's none of your business. Then I should know your name, right? How should I address you? Ah Young. Ah Young, how did you advance to the Apocalypse grade? I was born in the Apocalypse grade. Why would I need advancement? That's something only the weak need. Jowen chatted with Ah Young and roughly learned of her situation. However, Ah Young refused to reveal why she wanted to visit the Heavenly Happiness God. In fact, he didn't need to ask to guess. What else could a creature ask from the Heavenly Happiness God? They naturally wanted descendants. It would be a pity for Ah Young, who had such good genes, to not leave a descendant. Not only should she leave one, but she should also leave plenty. Jowen was already considering if he should think of a way to enter the source of life and obtain some high-level companion eggs. A companion egg left behind by a creature like Ah Young might be a natural apocalypse. He would be rich if he could get a few. With this thought in mind, the more Jowen looked at Ah Young, the more he found her pleasing to the eye. He even found Ah Young a little familiar. However, Jowen only believed that it was an illusion. Sometimes, people were like that. It was inevitable that they would encounter a few strangers that they found familiar. Ah Young clearly didn't know the way. Under her lead, the two of them took many detours. Thankfully, when others saw Ah Young's fearless apocalypse-grade aura, no one dared to stop them. Instead, they arrived at the Heavenly Happiness Temple without much trouble. When Jowen arrived at the Heavenly Happiness Temple again, he felt somewhat wistful. Why are you here again? Emperor Shang was rather surprised to see Jowen walk into the Heavenly Happiness Temple with an apocalypse-grade dimensional creature behind him. I need help with something. Did you deliver the message I entrusted you with? Emperor Shang asked. Yes. Jowen thought for a moment and said. She didn't say anything. Emperor Shang nodded and said. Speak. What do you want me to help you with? Actually, it's nothing. I just want you to give me directions. Jowen said in embarrassment. What directions? Emperor Shang imagined that Jowen's directions was just an analogy, but to his surprise, Jowen was really here to ask for directions. However, after hearing Jowen's description of the place, Emperor Shang's expression turned odd. Why do you want to go to Destiny Platform? Don't you know that the cube battle is held there? Jowen was somewhat puzzled. Emperor Shang didn't seem to know anything. I haven't left this place for thousands of years. How would I know what's happening outside? Emperor Shang sighed and continued. I advise you not to go to the Destiny Platform. Why? Jowen was somewhat puzzled. The cube battles had already started. Why couldn't he go? The Destiny platform is where the King of the Dimension ascends the throne. Only the King of the Dimension can stand there. If it's not the destined King of the Dimension, anyone who stands on it will only die. Emperor of Shang's words gave Zhou Wen a fright. Chapter 1840, The Mystery of Yong's Past. That's not right. The king isn't the only one who has ascended the Destiny platform. The person isn't dead either. Zhou Wen was puzzled. That's because the Destiny platform hasn't been activated yet. When the Destiny platform truly activates, all creatures who have ascended it, no matter where they are, will be transported to the Destiny platform and undergo the baptism of the power of Destiny. The person who can ultimately survive the baptism of Destiny shall be the King of the Dimension. It's said that the last time the Destiny platform opened was when the Supreme Immortal, the Arch of the Immortals, appeared. She was the true King of the Dimension. In the years after the Immortal Thearka's reign, the Destiny platform never activated again. I don't know if it's because the time hasn't come, or if there's no one worthy of activating the Destiny platform. Now that the Destiny platform has activated again, it looks like a new era is being ushered in. Emperor of Shang told him some of the legends regarding the Destiny platform. That explains it. Zhou Wen was secretly glad that he hadn't rashly attempted the stone steps. If I'm not wrong, the last dimensional king recognized by the Destiny platform should be the arch trapped in Chess Mountain. He asked Emperor of Shang a few more questions, but since Emperor of Shang knew very little about the outside world, Zhou Wen had no choice but to give up. Heavenly Happiness God, I have a question for you. Just as Zhou Wen was about to leave, Yong, who had been silent, finally spoke. Please speak. Emperor of Shang smiled at Yong. Please tell me, who's my father? Where is he? Zhou Wen and Emperor of Shang were taken aback by Yong's words. Are you in the wrong place? This is the Heavenly Happiness Temple, not the Destiny Temple. I don't know how to read fortunes. Emperor of Shang said with a bitter smile. Like Zhou Wen, he originally imagined that Yong was here to pray for children, but he never expected her to be looking for her father. However, Yong shook her head and said, My mother told me that she met my father here where she fell in love with him, resulting in my birth. So you must know who my father is, right? Is that so? What's your father's name? He asked. I don't know. Mother said that she doesn't know my father's name either. She only knows that my father is human. Yong continued. Human? Emperor of Shang was even more puzzled. The Heavenly Happiness Temple was connected to the source of life. It did indeed have the ability to allow asexual creatures to reproduce. This was also the Heavenly Happiness Temple's job. Although the Heavenly Happiness God was somewhat similar to Elder Moon, a matchmaking deity, Heavenly Happiness God wasn't involved in matchmaking. Furthermore, he was alleged to be a matchmaker between a creature and a human. Emperor of Shang couldn't remember when he had done such a thing. Yes, he's a human. Yong nodded with certainty. My mother said that he's a very outstanding human man. Then who's your mother? Emperor of Shang really couldn't recall such a person, so he could only ask again. Yong hesitated for a moment as though she had some concerns, but in the end, she gritted his teeth and said, My mother told me not to tell anyone her name. I hope you can help me keep it a secret. Your mother's name will definitely not come from me. Emperor of Shang said solemnly. My mother's name is Fate. Yong said carefully, as though she was afraid that others would hear her. Fate Goddess of the Trajectory Race. Emperor of Shang was alarmed when he heard that. You really know my mother. In that case, you know who my father is, right? Yong was overjoyed as she asked again. Emperor of Shang carefully sized up Yong. After a while he slowly said, I don't know who your father is. How is that possible? You clearly know my mother. Yong immediately panicked, as though she would attack at any moment. Hear what I have to say first. Emperor of Shang seemed to sink into his memories. After a while he slowly said, After the Immortal Arch, there was no true king in the dimension. The powerhouses of the various races had the intention to become king. Back then, there were a total of 5 people who had the greatest chance of becoming the next dimensional king. The Trajectory Race's Fate Goddess was one of them. The Fate Goddess wanted a child, so she came to the Heavenly Happiness Temple. However, something unexpected happened. The Fate Goddess didn't give birth to a descendant in the source of life. Instead, she met a human. That human is my father, right? Yong asked excitedly. That human is very likely your father. Emperor of Shang confirmed Yong's guess. Doesn't that mean you know? Why did you say that you don't know who my father is? You made me so disappointed. Yong argued. I only know that he's a human, and I also know that he left with your mother. In theory, he should be your father. However, I can't be sure. After all, I didn't see you being born, and I don't know where that human came from or who he is. Emperor of Shang sighed and said, You came here to find him, right? I'm helpless about this. I don't know where he came from or where he went. Don't you even know his name? Ah Yong was stunned. I don't know. I only know that he came down from a large ship. Emperor Shang said. Ship. Zhou Wen and Ah Yong shouted in unison. Why did you shout? Ah Yong glared at Zhou Wen. How could Zhou Wen not shout? If the huge ship that Emperor Shang mentioned was the one that belonged to Jing's mother, there would be a problem. When the ship was struck down, Ah Yong's mother came to the Heavenly Happiness Temple after the ship was destroyed by the Dharch. By then, Jing's mother had already died, and the Dharch was trapped in Chess Mountain. Why would the ship appear again? Could it be that the ship wasn't completely destroyed after the Dharch struck it down? It still sailed for a period of time? No matter how Zhou Wen thought about it, something was amiss. Perhaps the ship that Emperor Shang mentioned isn't the ship that Jing's mother used. Is this what the big ship you mentioned looks like? Ah Yong reached out and took out a pocket watch. She opened it, revealing a circular photo on the inside of the pocket watch's lid. It was a picture of a ship with a melancholic woman standing at the bow. She was probably Ah Yong's mother, the Fate Goddess. However, Zhou Wen's focus wasn't on Fate Goddess. He kept looking at the ship in the photo. Zhou Wen was alarmed because he was now certain that the ship was the huge ship that Gaia had mentioned, the ship that Jing's mother was piloting. It was obvious that the ship had been severely damaged. It was certain that this was a photo taken after the Dharch had struck the ship down. Back then, it should have been the time when the trapped world-level lifeforms escaped the ship, or perhaps slightly later in time. When Ah Yong's father alighted from the ship, was he also a lifeform trapped on the ship? But were there such existences among humans back then? Humans who could be trapped with lifeforms like God and Shiva? Zhou Wen looked at the photo in a daze. Chapter 1841 Too similar. Unfortunately, this photo only captured Ah Yong's mother, and not her father. It's the ship. Back then, this heavily damaged ship that looked like it was on the brink of collapse actually flew out of the source of life. It gave me a fright. Back then, the Fate Goddess and that man were at the bow of the ship and were taken far away by it. This is everything I know. I don't know what happened subsequently, Emperor Shang said. Ah Yong clearly had some hope. She thought that she could find out who her father was by coming here, but things didn't go as planned. Zhou Wen couldn't bear to see Ah Yong in such a state, so he asked, Your Majesty, do you still remember what that man looks like? It happened thousands of years ago, but I still remember some of it. After all, it hadn't been long since I arrived back then. Furthermore, this was the first time I'd seen such a shocking scene. It's also the only time I've seen something fly out from the source of life, Emperor Shang said with a smile. He already understood what Zhou Wen meant. Without waiting for Zhou Wen to say another word, he extended his finger and drew on the ground. In a way, Emperor Shang's drawing skills were rather good, but they were somewhat different from the popular drawing styles. His drawing was realistic, but not completely. In terms of abstraction, it wasn't completely abstract. It gave off a godlike feeling, and the details weren't that exquisite. However, as he watched, Zhou Wen's expression gradually changed as the portrait became more and more complete. He looked at the portrait, and then at Ah Yong. His gaze became even stranger. He finally knew why he had found Ah Yong familiar. It wasn't an illusion. She really looked familiar. Ah Yong looked very similar to someone he knew. It's probably such a person that gives off such vibes. The details might not be completely the same, but the overall feeling can't be wrong, Emperor Shang said. Is this my father? He looks quite handsome, Ah Yong said happily. Although she still didn't know who her father was, she finally knew that she really had a father, and a good-looking one at that. He should be your father. You look very similar to him. However, you are a woman and he is a man, so there will be some differences, and your temperament is different, Emperor Shang said. Your Majesty, is this really what the man looks like? Zhou Wen asked Emperor Shang in disbelief. Emperor Shang glanced at him, and said indifferently, My artistic achievements were the best in my era. How is that possible? Do they only look alike? People may look alike, but how can the vibes they give off be the same? Zhou Wen looked at the portrait as countless thoughts raced through his mind. He was too familiar with the person in the portrait, but he couldn't associate this person with the word father. How can he have such a big daughter? Zhou Wen kept sizing up the portrait and Ah Yong. The more he looked at them, the more they resembled each other. It was F***ing him. What are you looking at? Ah Yong felt uncomfortable under Zhou Wen's gaze as he roared at him. Well, if there's someone in this world who looks very similar to the person in this painting, I mean very similar, but it probably isn't your father, do you want to meet him? Zhou Wen said hesitantly. What's the point of looking alike? He's not my father, Ah Yong said with a twitch of her lips. That's true. Zhou Wen thought that it made sense. That person couldn't be Ah Yong's father. Ah Yong looked like a girl, but in fact, it was unknown how old she was. After all, her parents had met thousands of years ago. However, he couldn't help but look at the portrait on the ground. It looked too similar. Zhou had never gotten such vibes from another person. This F** king resembled Ensheng, but how old was Ensheng? It was impossible for him to have such a daughter. In that case, let's bid each other farewell. I want to go to Destiny Platform to take a look. Although Zhou still had some doubts, he felt that it was impossible. He could tell Ensheng about this when he returned. Wait a minute, I'll go with you, Ah Yong hurriedly said. You haven't returned the cornerstone treasure to me. How can you leave just like that? Zhou didn't mind. With an apocalypse protecting him, he could save himself a lot of trouble along the way. After bidding Emperor Shang farewell, Zhou and Ah Yong rushed to Destiny Platform. Zhou, where is the person you said looks like my father? As she walked, Ah Yong suddenly asked. On Earth, Zhou answered. Does he really look like my father? Ah Yong asked again. Yes. The facial features might be a little different from the portrait, but they are extremely similar, Zhou said with a smile. Can you take me to see that person? Ah Yong's words caught Zhou off guard. He just looks like him. He's not your father. Why do you want to meet him? Zhou was somewhat worried. He wasn't worried that Ah Yong would cause trouble on Earth. With Ah Yong's personality, she probably wouldn't go overboard. What Zhou was worried about was what impression this would give the other dimensional apocalypse-grade creatures if a dimensional apocalypse-grade powerhouse were to appear on Earth. They would believe that the taboo power on Earth was already very weak and was enough to support their true body's descent. This was the situation Zhou didn't wish to see the most. Be it Earth or humans, they weren't prepared for the dimension's incursion. I don't feel anything from looking at the portrait. I just want to see what the real person looks like. It's good to have a reference. Ah Yong said it very casually, but Zhou could tell that she had probably made up her mind to go. Can you go to Earth? Zhou asked. I don't know, so you have to be responsible for taking me to Earth to meet that person. Otherwise, return our cornerstone treasure. From the looks of it, Ah Yong was going to keep clinging on to Zhou. The rules in Earth's universe reject dimensional creatures. If you go, you might be suppressed by Earth's rules. Have you thought it through? Zhou asked. Have you forgotten that I have half a human bloodline? Perhaps it's not as exaggerated as you say. Ah Yong's words left Zhou taken aback. He had really forgotten that Ah Yong still had half a human bloodline. Zhou wasn't sure what would happen when Ah Yong arrived on Earth. All he could do was say, I'm going to the Destiny Platform first before returning to Earth. Ain't I accompanying you now? You can accompany me to Earth to take a look at that person. Forget about the cornerstone treasure. I won't tell anyone that you stole it, Ah Yong said as she walked. I didn't steal it. I took it, Zhou corrected her. Chapter 1842 Lake of the Sky. According to Emperor Shang, the location of Destiny Platform was called Dimensional Airspace. The so-called airspace was an area void of everything. In that area, there was nothing other than the Destiny Platform. Furthermore, it was virtually infinite. To find the Destiny Platform in the dimensional space depended on whether one was destined to find it. Currently, most of the creatures that had ascended the Destiny Platform staircase had likely gone through the cube. They had never been to the dimensional airspace. It looked like the cube had reduced the difficulty of ascending it, but in fact, it had increased the mortality rate. In the past, people couldn't find the location of the Destiny Platform by going through the dimensional airspace. They knew that it wasn't their fate. Giving up on ascending the Destiny Platform gave them a chance to escape from the dimensional airspace. However, creatures that went via the cube would find themselves on the staircase without even a chance of giving up. Wait for me here. I'll come out after I'm done, Zhou said to Ah Yong as he looked at the bottomless, mirror-like lake. This lake was called the Lake of the Sky, the entrance to the dimensional airspace. I think I'll go in with you. Ah Yong was worried about Zhou when entering alone. He was afraid that if he ran away, nobody would be able to take her to see the person who resembled her father. All right. Zhou thought for a moment and felt that it wasn't a big deal. After all, there wasn't any danger in the dimensional airspace. At most, they would be trapped inside. Just as the two of them were about to jump into the Lake of the Sky, they suddenly saw a huge maelstrom appear in the lake. Dear readers, you are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link. https://bit.ly/3nsnqtr to support us. A horned head rose from the vortex, followed by a snow-white body and hooves. It was a snow-white unicorn. After the unicorn emerged from the water, it walked on the water surface with its 4 hooves. As though sensing Zhou and Ah Yong's existence, it glanced over and turned to gallop over. Zhou looked at the unicorn warily. With the augmentation of the human realm domain, he could sense that the unicorn was extraordinary. It was probably an apocalypse-grade existence. The unicorn came close and stopped on the lake. It sized up Ah Young and suddenly said, "When did the fake goddess have a descendant like you? You're actually half-blood." Ah Young was immediately enraged, as a terrifying power spread out from her body. The entire space began to distort and tear. Zhou Wen was alarmed. Ah Young's new world power could actually distort and tear through space. This was a rather powerful ability. In the distorted space, the surrounding area was torn apart. White light rose from the unicorn's body, but it wasn't injured by the distorted space. "If the fake goddess was still alive and came in front of me personally, she might have been able to injure me, Caraman. Your powers are lacking," the unicorn said proudly. "You are Caraman?" Ah Young's expression changed slightly when she heard the unicorn announce its name. "So you know my name?" Caraman raised his head proudly and spoke to Ah Young and Zhou Wen with his nostrils aimed at them. "On account of the fake goddess, I'll give you a way out. You are a descendant of fate. Since you've inherited her powers, you shouldn't be fooled by the dimensional airspace. Take me to the Destiny platform and you may leave," said Caraman. "Who is he?" Zhou Wen couldn't help but ask Ah Young. Ah Young hurriedly gave Zhou Wen a look and whispered, "It once competed with my mother for the title of Dimensional King. It was one of the strongest creatures of that era." "I see." Zhou Wen nodded slightly when he heard that, but he didn't pay much attention to it. One of the strongest creatures of that era referred to the strongest creature ranked behind the Dharch. It was naturally incomparable to the Dharch. "A mere human actually dares to look down on me. Do you really think that you can run amok in the dimension just because you defeated Transcendent Immortal?" Zhou Wen's attitude made Caraman very happy. He also recognized Zhou Wen. Before Zhou Wen could say a word, the white light over Caraman's body suddenly expanded, like a sun that illuminated everything around him. Ah Young's new world immediately shrank from the pressure. Ah Young's expression didn't look good as she tried her best to power the new world to protect herself and Zhou Wen. However, the range of her new world was shrinking. It could hardly envelop their bodies any longer. With a thought from Zhou Wen, the three companion beasts, Mystic Dharch, Prisoner, and the Child of the Land of Depravity's Holy Spirit, attached themselves to him in the form of souls. After Mystic Dharch attached itself to Zhou Wen, it enveloped him in black armor. Prisoner turned the gaps in the armor to white light. The Child of the Land of Depravity's Holy Spirit made 6 pairs of black wings appear on Zhou Wen's back. There was also white light at the edges. Zhou Wen's entire body emitted white flames that burned black in the middle, as though a devil had descended. "Ah Young, move aside." Zhou Wen wanted to give it a try to see how far he was from a true apocalypse grade expert. Ah Young retreated when she heard that, and looked at Zhou Wen's back in surprise. The aura Zhou Wen emitted wasn't inferior to hers. Now, Zhou Wen had the augmentation of 2 apocalypse-grade companion beasts. Together with his and Mystic Thearka's strength, he was good enough to fight ordinary apocalypse-grade experts. "Are you even worthy?" The white light on Caraman's body intensified under the provocation. However, when the white light arrived in front of Zhou Wen and touched the black and white flames on his body, it melted. 2 new world powers, Prisoners all life plus the Child of the Land of Depravity's Holy Spirit's darkness, augmenting Zhou Wen's human realm domain might not be able to suppress Caraman, but his new world powers were made useless. The 6 pairs of wings on Zhou Wen's back spread out as feathers with black and white flames transformed into sword beams that tore through Caraman's domain. They swept towards him like a river of stars. "Strange!" Caraman shouted as a terrifying sword beam shot out from his eyes, tearing apart the sword stream that came lunging at him. However, in the next second, the thousands of sword feathers vanished into thin air and appeared out of thin air again, slashing at Caraman from all directions. Caraman leaped into the air like a bolt of lightning. With a stomp of his hooves, a terrifying shockwave immediately shattered all the sword feathers. Light scattered everywhere. "Human, you are still lacking." The light in Caraman's eyes intensified as he instantly shot through Zhou Wen's body like a laser. However, it was only an afterimage. Zhou Wen's body had already appeared behind Caraman. The huge shadow of Holy Hell King appeared behind Caraman and struck out at him. Boom! Caught off guard, Caraman was slammed into the Lake of the Sky. Zhou Wen instant transmitted to the surface of the Lake of the Sky and passed through it. It was a clear lake, but when he passed through it, he didn't feel any water pressure. It was as though he had passed through a bubble. After entering the Lake of the Sky, he realized that it was an empty sky. It was the sky both top and bottom. He no longer saw the Lake of the Sky from before. Not far away, Caraman was glaring at Zhou Wen angrily. It didn't think much of Zhou Wen, but it had been slapped down by him. Although it hadn't injured him, it had infuriated him. Chapter 1843 Sin of All Life. Ah Young followed after him, and immediately saw spatial distortions, and terrifying light blasts everywhere in the void. It was as though countless colorful suns had blasted apart in the sky. Strangely, The colorful suns that blasted apart slowly spread in all directions, like paint on rice paper, instead of exploding immediately. The sky was dyed with rainbow colors that twisted and intertwined like a meaningless abstract painting. Ah Yong was alarmed. Zhou Wen wasn't disadvantaged in his fight against Karaman. He seemed to be many times stronger than she had imagined. This fellow is so strong. Ah Yong had always been convinced that she could easily defeat Zhou Wen, but from the looks of it, that wasn't the case. Even if it were her, it was impossible for her to fight Karaman to such an extent. At most, she could only protect herself. With the augmentation of the companion beasts, Zhou Wen constantly battled Karaman. Although his strength couldn't severely injure Karaman, the battle gave Zhou Wen new insights into the power of the Apocalypse Grade. The power of the New World wasn't just suppressing others with power, but the power of creation. In the New World, an Apocalypse Grade powerhouse was equivalent to a creator. They could use the New World to create all sorts of rules. These rules were what made the New World truly powerful. For example, if power was a stone, then one could use the power of the New World to temper this stone. It could turn stone into steel, and even forge the steel into a sharp blade. The power of the sharp blade was naturally stronger than the stone, and easier to control. What if he didn't create sharp blades, but guns or even nuclear weapons? With the same foundation, the more creative one was, the stronger the power the New World could manifest. The difference would be tremendous. The New World couldn't create something out of nothing. It still needed to use one's existing strength as the foundation to create stronger nomological powers. In this aspect, Zhou Wen had the upper hand. Other creatures typically only had one foundational power, or at most 2 or 3. However, Zhou Wen had 8 foundations to begin with. Together with the Lost Immortal Sutra, it could be said that his foundational powers far exceeded others. Furthermore, he was being augmented by these soul form companion beasts, whose foundational powers he could use for his own. Of course, Zhou Wen's main strength came from these companion beasts. His strength hadn't reached the level of the New World. If Zhou Wen one day possessed the New World, even if he had just advanced to the Apocalypse Grade, it wasn't something an ordinary Apocalypse could compare with. At the Apocalypse Grade, it was no longer a competition of who had stronger foundational powers, but who was more creative. However, the more Karaman fought Zhou Wen, the more alarmed he became. He had seen Zhou Wen fight Transcendent Immortal in the Cube's battle. Back then, Zhou Wen wasn't that strong, only his strength was rather strange. Zhou Wen's strength was no longer strange, but truly powerful. Furthermore, it was terrifyingly powerful. He could use 2 new worlds at the same time. Furthermore, he could create stronger rules under the foundation of the New World's strength. As the battle continued, the rules Zhou Wen created became more and more terrifying, leaving Karaman alarmed. With the foundation of the 2 new worlds, all life and the Dark Realm, and with Zhou Wen's own strength as a supplement, Zhou Wen's understanding became clearer and clearer. He finally created the first mature New World rule. Sin of all life! The 6 pairs of wings on Zhou Wen's back spread out as he spread out his arms. Instantly, the entire world seemed to open a door to Zhou Wen as infinite power surged towards his body. Karaman was alarmed to discover that his strength was flowing towards Zhou Wen, becoming a part of him. What monster is this? Karaman let out a strange cry as the horn on his head emitted a glow. It was like a sharp blade that slashed at Zhou Wen, who was absorbing the energy of all things. Boom! The energy Zhou Wen absorbed collided with the horned blade, producing a shockwave that spread tens of thousands of kilometers. Thankfully, this was an empty dimensional space. Otherwise, the nearby planets would probably have been destroyed. Zhou Wen spat out a mouthful of blood as he looked down at the wound on his chest. The wound had sliced through his armor, leaving a bloody gash across his chest. Meanwhile, Karaman wasn't injured. He laughed smugly and said, "Kid, you're lacking. How can you understand the rules of the New World that took me countless years and battles to comprehend?" Just as Karaman was feeling smug, he saw the wounds on Zhou Wen's body heal at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, even his armor had healed. It's indeed a good rule. What's its name? Zhou Wen asked with a smile. You don't deserve to know it. This time, I'll slice you into 2. Let's see how you can heal yourself. Karaman's horn lit up again. Zhou Wen's expression was indifferent, as the sin of all life was activated again. Endless energy gathered towards Zhou Wen. Your New World's rules are useless. The outcome will be the same even if you do it 10,000 times. Karaman shouted wantonly, as his horn activated the terrifying heaven-slaying blade again. Zhou Wen didn't retreat, as he raised his hands to clasp the heaven-slaying blade. A black and white vortex formed between his hands. The heaven-slaying blade slashed at the black and white vortex, but it was held back. It failed to continue slashing forward. What shocked Karaman even more was the black and white vortex's devouring of the heaven-slaying blade's energy. The energy of the black and white vortex intensified, but the energy of the heaven-slaying blade became weaker and weaker. How is this possible? Karaman was horrified, as he hurriedly retracted his new world rules. However, once the power of the heaven-slaying blade vanished, the black and white vortex in Zhou Wen's hand was sent towards Karaman. Wherever the black and white vortex passed, all the energy was sucked in, causing the power of the black and white vortex to become stronger and stronger, as though the entire space was about to be swept in. Karaman let out a tragic cry as he transformed into a white beam of light that tore through space and instantly vanished. Zhou Wen extended his hand and beckoned. The black and white vortex immediately dissipated like the wind. Karaman. He actually chose to escape after getting a beating. Ah Yong looked up at Zhou Wen in a daze. Karaman was an existence that could once compete with top-dimensional powerhouses for the title of Dimensional King. Yet, he had been forced to flee by Zhou Wen. It was unbelievable. Ah Yong felt that no one would believe her even if she told her San-Si companions what she had seen. Let's go to Destiny Platform. You should be able to find the way, right? Zhou Wen landed beside Ah Yong and said with a smile. I think so. Ah Yong suddenly became a little reserved. Chapter 1844 Zhou Wen's Guess. There was no sense of direction in the dimensional space. No up or down, left or right. One didn't even know if they were walking in a straight line. Without any reference, how could one be sure that they were walking in a straight line? Just like humans living on Earth might think that Earth was flat. The feeling humans gained from their senses was sometimes very unreliable. However, Ah Yong wouldn't get lost in such an airspace. It was only a matter of time before she found it even though she didn't know where the Destiny Platform was. After searching for about 2 or 3 days, the duo finally saw the stone steps of Destiny Platform. Looking at the Destiny Platform with their own eyes was even more shocking than what was presented on the cube. The path leading to heaven spiraled up to the sky. Zhou Wen took out his phone and snapped a picture of the tiny palm symbol on the first stone step. The phone immediately entered the download screen. What are you doing? Ah Yong sized up the phone in Zhou Wen's hand curiously. Taking a picture as a memento, Zhou Wen said with a smile. What's a photo? Ah Yong still looked confused. It's just taking a picture and recording the scene. You can look at it when reminiscing in the future, just like the picture on your pocket watch, Zhou Wen explained. So a photo is taken with this thing? I thought it was a spatial scene that was frozen with some kind of ability. Ah Yong felt more intrigued. It's normal that you haven't seen something like a phone in the dimension. How about this? I'll take a photo for you as a memento. Zhou Wen took out an ordinary phone and aimed it at Ah Yong. What should I do? Where should I put my hand? Should I stand like this? Ah Yong was immediately at a loss. Zhou Wen pressed the shutter, hoping to snap her flustered look. However, Ah Yong didn't appear on the screen. It was as though she didn't exist. Creatures above the terror grade could no longer be sensed with the naked eye or equipment. One had to use special equipment to see them. Ordinary phones didn't have this function. What's it like? Ah Yong flashed behind Zhou Wen and looked at the phone screen in anticipation, but she realized that she wasn't on the screen. She looked at Zhou Wen in puzzlement and asked, Why didn't you take a picture of me? Wait a moment. Zhou Wen put away his phone and took out a piece of paper and a pencil. He froze the paper in midair before drawing on the paper. Although Zhou Wen didn't know how to draw, it wasn't difficult for him to replicate a painting with his present abilities. Zhou Wen drew Ah Yong's helpless look from memory. Behind her were the stone steps of Destiny Platform. There could be thousands of beautiful photos, but it was probably difficult to have a second picture of an apocalypse-grade big shot with such a blank and innocent look. Is this how a photo is produced? Why is it different from mine? Ah Yong asked in puzzlement. There are all sorts of different types of photos. This is a rather special photo. It's much better than your photo. Zhou Wen was actually somewhat puzzled as to how Ah Yong's father had managed to snap the fake goddess. Thinking of Ah Yong's father, Zhou Wen thought of Ensheng. He couldn't figure out if that fellow was Ah Yong's father. Zhou Wen remembered that Ensheng had said that he had been picked up by Tianzhua after he lost his memory. Even his name was given to him by the An family. With this in mind, Zhou Wen felt that Ensheng might really be Ah Yong's father. After all, even Ensheng himself didn't know who he was in the past. Who knew? Thinking of amnesia, Zhou Wen thought of Ah Lai. He was the person Zhou Wen had brought out of the Trajectory Holy Temple. He seemed to have lost his memory as well. According to Ah Lai, he had gone out to sea with his father to fish, but they encountered a huge storm. When he woke up, he was already in the Holy Temple. He hadn't seen his father again. Furthermore, the timeline Ah Lai mentioned didn't match the timeline in the Holy Temple. Ah Lai was like an ancient person who had transmigrated to modern times. He was very unfamiliar with everything modern. Zhou would believe that what he said was likely true. But how did an ordinary person like him cross the river of time and enter the Trajectory Holy Temple from the sea. Previously, Zhou had no clue, but now, he thought of a possibility. Ah Yong's father was on a large ship before entering the dimension, where he met the Trajectory race's fate goddess. They fell in love, and even gave birth to a mixed child. Then, was there a possibility that Ah Lai and his father had encountered a flood and not a simple storm? Ah Lai was like Ah Yong's father. He had boarded the ship during the flood. However, Ah Lai was unconscious while Ah Yong's father was conscious. For some reason, Ah Lai was taken to the Trajectory Holy Temple by the fate goddess, so he was trapped there. Of course, these were only Zhou Wen's wild guesses. It was very likely that they were worlds apart from the truth. Perhaps Ah Lai had never encountered a huge ship, nor had he interacted with the fate goddess and Ah Yong's father. It's done! Zhou Wen handed the portrait to Ah Yong. Why did you draw me so ugly? Ah Yong took the portrait and curled her lips. Give it back if you don't like it. Zhou Wen reached out to take the painting. However, Ah Yong quickly turned to her side, with the painting in hand and said, Your drawing is so ugly. I have to put it away myself to prevent others from seeing it. We've already seen the Destiny platform. It's time for us to leave. Just as Zhou Wen was about to leave, he suddenly saw a flash on the steps of the Destiny platform. A figure appeared on the first step. Zhou Wen hurriedly teleported far away with Ah Yong to prevent himself from being captured by the cube. Zhou Wen couldn't help but be taken aback when he saw the person on the stone steps from afar. Why is this old fellow here? The person on the stone steps had black hair and eyes. His body was muscular and energetic. He was clearly a young man, but his eyes gave off an aged feeling. That person was naturally the rejuvenated Jing Daoxian. Zhou Wen was somewhat puzzled. Why would a scheming person like him take the risk to participate in the cube's battle? Only one person will remain standing on the Destiny platform eventually. Even if he can ascend the Destiny platform, he will ultimately have to fight Wang Mingyuan to the death. How can he be Wang Mingyuan's match? Zhou Wen found it odd no matter how he thought about it. With Jing Daoxian's personality, even if he didn't know that only one person could remain standing on Destiny platform, he wouldn't have done such a thing. Could it be with his body turning young, he had become impulsive and hot-blooded? As Zhou Wen sized up Jing Daoxian also discovered him. He looked at him, and moved his mouth, as though he was saying something to Zhou Wen, but he only mouthed his words without making a sound. Chapter 1845 Human Hero? Zhou Wen looked at the shape of his mouth. He was likely saying the words, Lost Immortal. Lost Immortal Sutra? Why is he suddenly telling me this? What does he mean? As Zhou Wen frowned, Jing Daoxian had already turned around and walked up the stone steps. He was different from all the creatures who had taken the staircase. Jing Daoxian walked very quickly. Other creatures, be it humans or dimensional races, had an abnormally difficult time walking the stairs. Even Wang Mingyuan, who didn't look like he had expended any effort, didn't travel that briskly either. However, Jing Daoxian was walking very quickly as though he wasn't walking on the dimensional staircase, but ordinary stone steps. This speed continued without any signs of slowing down. Holy sh*T, when did such an amazing person appear among us humans? Those legs are definitely not human legs. They are practically divine legs. They are about to lift off. Indeed, us humans are filled with talents. Any one of us can crush all those dimensional creatures. My feet are eager to try it just from watching. I want to go up and take a walk. The live stream was about to explode. No one expected a human they had never seen before to perform so well in the cube's battle. Now, everyone wanted to know who this person was. Why had they never heard of such a human? Professor Gu, have you heard of this human powerhouse? Why have I never heard of such a human powerhouse before? Sui said excitedly. In this era, there are many geniuses among humans. It's normal for there to be human powerhouses that we have never heard of. Professor Gu looked as though he had experienced plenty, and was unfazed. Then in your opinion, Professor, which faction does this new human powerhouse belong to? Sui asked again. No matter which faction he belongs to, he's the hero of humanity, Professor Gu said righteously. Recently, he had been the victim of online outrage. He had been accused of feigning knowledge he didn't know. He had been accused of having a foul mouth, the foulest mouth king, the king of jinxes, the master of suckers, and so on. Professor Gu didn't even dare to go online to read the comments due to the online vitriol. That was why he restrained himself today. He didn't analyze or make comments. He was just talking in a roundabout way. I won't draw any conclusions or make any judgments. You can't call me a jinx that way, right? Professor Gu thought to himself. The audience in the live stream was very tolerant of Professor Gu this time. They felt that he was right. No matter who it was, as long as they were human, they would be bringing glory to humanity if they stepped up. They would be heroes of humanity. Professor Gu is not bad when he is in control of his mouth. That's right. If your standards aren't up to par, don't make empty analyses. Can't you just play the fool? Professor Gu, you finally come to your senses. I think it's fine to heap praise. It would have been better if he had given such commentaries. Why did he insist on making blind analyses? He ended up winning his reputation as a jinx. Many people were sufficiently accepting of Professor Gu's performance this time. They felt that Professor Gu was finally taking a steady approach. Jing Daoxian, who was walking on the staircase, flew up. It made one's blood boil. Restrictions? Inability to walk? Falling down? None of them existed for Jing Daoxian. He had almost reached the destiny platform before the first stone step fell. Jing Daoxian didn't even stop when he took the final step that Drow Demon Fairy took with all her might. Holy sh*t, this is too amazing. I feel like he's stronger than Wang Mingyuan. Amazing. This person is really amazing. Even if Human Sovereign were here, he probably wouldn't be that fantastic. This speed definitely makes him first. Otherwise, there's no justice. Everyone was about to go crazy. They had never seen anyone ascend the steps like this. This unfamiliar human instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. Jing Daoxian stood on the destiny platform with his hands open, as though he was welcoming something. In the next second, infinite energy surged towards him like a heavenly river. Jing Daoxian wants to use the destiny platform's power to advance to the apocalypse grade? Zhou Wen looked at Jing Daoxian with interest. Zhou Wen knew that Jing Daoxian cultivated a remake version of the Lost Immortal Sutra. He had seen the power of Jing Daoxian's self-created version of the Lost Immortal Sutra. It was indeed very powerful. However, compared to the original Lost Immortal Sutra, Zhou Wen still felt that Jing Daoxian was lacking something. Now, Zhou Wen knew why Jing Daoxian had said the words. Lost Immortal. Jing Daoxian wanted Zhou Wen to see his Lost Immortal Sutra. Jing Daoxian had relied on the Lost Immortal Sutra to easily reach the destiny platform. Instead of saying that he had walked up, it was more like he had cheated. He didn't withstand the power of the stairs at all. The Lost Immortal Sutra had played fate for a fool. Not only did it fool the stairs, but it also fooled the destiny platform, allowing him to undergo the baptism of destiny. Jing Daoxian had originally wanted Zhou Wen to take a good look at his Lost Immortal Sutra. He wanted to tell Zhou Wen that his Lost Immortal Sutra wasn't inferior to Zhou Wen's. What a talent. He clearly can't cultivate the Lost Immortal Sutra, but he managed to take another path and forcefully create a Lost Immortal Sutra that's similar to the Lost Immortal Sutra. No one else in this world can do it. Zhou Wen sighed in amazement. Despite knowing that Jing Daoxian was comparing himself to him, Zhou Wen still felt that this person was indeed a rare genius. With countless lives on Earth and the dimension as witness, Jing Daoxian seemed to ascend as his body floated in the air. The surrounding space distorted more and more until people could only see a huge distorted space floating above the destiny platform. They couldn't see what Jing Daoxian was doing inside. No one understood what had happened to Jing Daoxian even after the destiny baptism ended, but the cube screen switched to the rankings. Unexpectedly, Jing Daoxian, who had walked up the destiny platform so quickly, was only ranked third. He was still behind Drow Demon Fairy. He didn't rank first as people had expected. However, no one discussed this problem because all their attention was attracted by the words, Jing Daoxian on the rankings. To the Federation, these words were almost equivalent to evil. The title as the Federation serial killer, the greatest devil in human history, the bloody butcher, and so on could be associated with this name. It could be said that this name was the childhood trauma of all Federation citizens. When children were disobedient, adults would say that Jing Daoxian would come to eat up the naughty children. Immediately, children would be so frightened that they wouldn't dare cry again. No one expected such a young-looking man to be Jing Daoxian. Professor Gu looked at Jing Daoxian's name as the corners of his mouth twitched violently. He had the strong urge to curse. Chapter 1846, Setting the Ground Rules. Let's leave the dimensional space now. Zhou Wen got Ah Yong to lead the way. It wasn't easy to leave. Without Ah Yong leading the way, it was impossible to find a way out. They had to take a specific path to see the Lake of the Sky. After leaving the dimensional space, Zhou Wen looked at Ah Yong and said, "You have to be mentally prepared. Although you have half a human bloodline, you might still be restricted on Earth." "I understand." Ah Yong nodded. "Also, before we go, we have to set some ground rules." Zhou Wen continued. "What do you mean by ground rules?" Ah Yong didn't understand human speak. "It means that there will be rules between us. You have to abide by them when we reach Earth. Otherwise, I won't take you to Earth." Zhou Wen explained. "It's just a contract then." "What kind of contract do you want?" Ah Yong understood. "Firstly, after arriving on Earth, you have to listen to me. You can't do anything I don't allow you to do," Zhou Wen said. Am I not to see that person if you don't permit me? Ah Young widened her eyes. Yes, you definitely can't do anything I disallow you from doing. Of course, this is only to prevent you from doing anything that will harm humans. As long as you don't do anything overboard, this agreement won't affect you too much. Joe explained. I'm just going to see that person. I'm not going to kill anyone. I won't do anything to harm humans. You can rest assured about that. Ah Young agreed to Joe's conditions. Second, you can't act alone after arriving on Earth. No matter where you go, you have to inform me first. You can only go after I agree, Joe said. Why must I get your permission? Ah Young was very displeased. Sigh, you can only blame yourself for being too strong. The power in you is too terrifying. Humans and even Earth are too weak compared to you. Even an unintentional action of yours might injure many people. I can't do anything about it. It's your fault for being so strong, Joe said as he shrugged. Ah Young beamed when she heard that. Being strong is also a vexing problem. Alright then, I'll give you weak Earthlings a break. I agree to this contract. Third, I'll tell you in the future. Joe coughed lightly. In fact, he hadn't thought of the third rule. Why wait until later? Ah Young asked in puzzlement. Your talent is amazing, and your growth speed is so fast. If your strength greatly increases every few days, how would I know what new problems will appear? When there are new problems, I can only resolve them when the time comes. That's true. Alright then, I'll be understanding of you guys. Ah Young couldn't help but smile. Then let's make a contract. You are so strong that no one on Earth can restrain you. We can only rely on a contract. Joe wore a helpless expression. Ah Young happily signed a contract with Joe, unaware that she had already sold herself. After signing the contract, Joe used Mystic the Ark as sovereign of the universe, and tore through space to return to Earth with Ah Young. The reason he didn't use it when he came was that he didn't know where he was going in the dimension. There was plenty of randomness when he used Sovereign of the Universe. If he were to teleport directly into a dimensional race's nest, who knew if he could escape? Is this a human city? It doesn't look like much. It's dirty, dilapidated, and old. It doesn't look good at all. Ah Young looked around curiously. Joe looked at the city in front of him and said casually, How can Earth compare to the dimension? I don't understand either. Why do the bigwigs of the dimension insist on coming to Earth? He didn't dare take Ah Young back to guide Ancient City, nor did he dare let her go to Luoyang to meet Shung immediately. This was the Cape family's territory. He brought Ah Young here first to confirm that she would abide by the contract before deciding how to settle her down. When the soldiers guarding the city saw Joe, their expressions immediately changed. They hurriedly took out their phones and contacted the Cape family's upper echelons. Before Joe reached the door with Ah Young, he saw the head of the Cape family, Shan Cape, welcome him with a few of the Cape family's upper echelons. Welcome, Your Excellency Human Sovereign. I've already ordered my servants to prepare a banquet. Shan Cape welcomed him with a smile, not mentioning the grudge between the Cape family and Joe. Shan Cape had put in a lot of effort. He was very good at entertaining the guests, and did so with great flair. If Joe didn't know what the Cape family was like in the past, he would have imagined that this family was a benevolent family. The dimension respected strength and evolution was its life goal. It didn't have the mood or time to pull such tricks. Ah Young had never seen so many novel things. Just all the kinds of food made her almost forget her goal for coming to Earth. Her mouth didn't stop eating the moment she arrived at the Cape family's residence. Ah Young had fun with all sorts of entertainment. The entire trip was very pleasant. And Shung, if this is really your daughter, as your brother, I've helped you take care of your child. Joe used the Cape family's place to entertain Ah Young. When he left, Ah Young even left with many gifts. She didn't stand on ceremony with any of the tailor-made dresses or jewelry. She took whatever looked good. The necklace around Shan Cape's neck was given to her just because Ah Young said that it looked good. In fact, Shan Cape didn't know Ah Young's identity. Joe had already used a method to conceal Ah Young's aura, so ordinary people couldn't tell her identity. Shan Cape was naturally so cooperative because of Joe. He's finally gone. The Cape family watched Joe and Ah Young leave and heaved a sigh of relief. Ever since Joe's identity as human sovereign was exposed, the Cape family had been living in fear, afraid that Joe would cause trouble for them. The last time Joe went to the Heaven Dimensional Zone, it had made the Cape family nervous for a while, believing that it was a signal that Joe was about to attack the Cape family. Joe was an existence that could fight apocalypse-grade creatures. He was undoubtedly the strongest human. The Cape family knew that once Joe wanted the Cape family destroyed, they had no chance of survival. Although the Cape family had already made preparations to have many descendants change their names and be sent elsewhere, that was only enough to preserve their bloodline. While Young was playing, Joe had used his phone to contact Shung. Ah Sheng, how are you going to thank me? Zhou Wen said with a smile. Young Master One, what are you talking about? Why should I thank you? And Sheng was taken aback by Zhou Wen's words, unsure what he meant. Shouldn't you thank me for helping you take care of your daughter? Zhou Wen asked. Young Master One, you were never one for jokes. And Sheng said helplessly, believing that Zhou Wen was joking. Furthermore, it was a very lame joke. I'm not joking. Your daughter is really here. She's beside me. Zhou Wen stopped teasing and Sheng, and said seriously. What do you mean? And Sheng also felt that something was amiss. Zhou Wen didn't seem to be joking with him. Zhou Wen recounted Ah Yong's origins. And Sheng fell silent for a long time. Young Master One, where are you now? Can I meet her? And Sheng's voice sounded again with a heavy tone. This time, it was Zhou Wen's turn to be alarmed. Ah Sheng, is she really your daughter? I don't know. I don't have any memories of the past. The memories before Overseer took me back to the Yin family are all gone. All these years, I've been hoping to regain my memories, but I have no clue. Therefore, I want to see Ah Yong. And Sheng said, Name a place. I'll take her there now. Zhou Wen could understand Sheng's feelings. Without knowing his own identity, Sheng probably hadn't had a good time all these years. Chapter 1847 Ascending Destiny Platform. Wait! Wait! Ah Yong pulled Zhou Wen back as her face flushed red. What is it now? Zhou Wen looked at Ah Yong. Ever since he had said that he wanted to take her to Sheng, Ah Yong would suddenly raise many issues. She would need to have some water one moment or relieve herself the next. Another moment, she would claim that her legs were numb and she needed some rest. Zhou Wen thought to himself, you are an apocalypse-grade creature. Your body is already so pure that it doesn't contain any impurities. You are a pure energy body. Do you still need to use the toilet? Your legs are numb? Earth will probably go numb before you. I still want to drink some water. Ah Yong's eyes darted around, as though she didn't dare meet Zhou Wen's eyes. There's no need to be nervous. That person only looks like your father. He's not really your father. What's there to be nervous about? Let's go! We'll return and have some fun after taking a look. Zhou Wen held Ah Yong's hand and teleported to a pavilion on the outskirts of Luoyang. And Sheng was already standing in the pavilion. When he saw Zhou Wen appear with Ah Yong, Sheng's gaze landed on her. Ah Yong was a big shot at the apocalypse grade. She was clearly many times stronger than the weakened Sheng, but when Sheng's gaze landed on her, it made her feel extremely uneasy. Ah Yong subconsciously tugged at Zhou Wen's clothes. Seeing Zhou Wen nod at her, she felt a little relieved and looked at Sheng again. Sheng's appearance was indeed very similar to Emperor of Shang's painting. Ah Yong felt that if she really had such a father, she wouldn't find him off-putting. Furthermore, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Ah Sheng, say something! Don't just stand there! Zhou Wen felt like an inexperienced matchmaker. He didn't know how to make the two introverted youths chat. Hello, Ah Yong. I'm your father. Sheng spoke, but his first sentence nearly made Zhou Wen choke. She's really your daughter. Are you sure? Zhou Wen widened his eyes, as he sized up the two of them in disbelief. Although he had one or two thoughts previously that Sheng might be Ah Yong's father, he never expected it to be true. I think she is. Sheng spouted nonsense, with a serious expression. Zhou Wen was already beginning to suspect that Sheng found Ah Yong was gullible, and wanted to trick an apocalypse-grade big shot like Ah Yong to be his free goon. Does saying that you are her father really make you her father? I can even say that I'm the Thearch's father. Will she acknowledge me? Zhou Wen cursed inwardly. Daddy. Just as Zhou Wen was cursing Sheng for being unreliable, he never expected Ah Yong to have tears well in her eyes. She pounced forward and hugged Sheng, calling him daddy. Holy sh*t, what kind of person are you? How can you recognize someone like this? Can you have some of the dignity as expected from an apocalypse-grade big shot? Try to figure out the situation before recognizing him as your father. Are you really acknowledging him as your father just because he said so? If I had known, I would have said you were my daughter. I also lack an apocalypse-grade big shot to hold the fort. Zhou Wen's eyes nearly popped out. Zhou Wen coughed lightly and wanted to say something, but the father and daughter continued chatting as though they hadn't heard him. One kept calling dear Ah Yong and the other kept calling daddy affectionately. It left Zhou Wen dumbfounded. You can acknowledge a loved one just like that? Zhou Wen was beginning to doubt life. Young Master One, I'll take Ah Yong out to have fun. I won't keep you. Sheng got up and informed Zhou Wen before leaving with Ah Yong. Hey, are you leaving just like that? I went through so much trouble to bring your daughter here from the dimension. You didn't even thank me? Don't you have any manners? Ah Sheng, you changed. Zhou Wen was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. However, the family of two ignored him and left. Is Ah Yong really Ansheng's daughter? Zhou watched the two of them leave in deep thought. Ansheng wasn't an honest person. He was good at lying, particularly good, but he wasn't a person without principles. Zhou believed that Ansheng wouldn't spout nonsense. Although Ah Yong was childish, she wasn't stupid. With the power of the Apocalypse Grade, it was impossible for her to casually acknowledge a father. If Ansheng was really Ah Yong's father, Zhou felt that his previous guess might really be true. Unfortunately, Ah Lai doesn't know anything. Otherwise, I could ask him again, Zhou thought regretfully. Ah Lai's situation was somewhat different from Ansheng's. Ansheng had truly lost his memory. A portion of his memories might be hidden somewhere in his brain, and he might remember it in the future. Strictly speaking, Ah Lai might not have lost his memory. He might have really been unconscious for a period of time. In other words, the memory in between was very likely non-existent, so it was naturally impossible for him to recall anything. What a mess. Zhou felt a headache. He felt that the most complicated thing in the world was humans. It was even more complicated than the Lost Immortal Sutra. The phone vibrated. It was a notification that the dungeon had been downloaded. Zhou hurriedly took out his phone and indeed, he saw a game icon of Destiny platform on the home screen. Whatever. I don't care. Gaming suits me better. Zhou turned around and vanished. Lying on his bed, he opened the Destiny platform dungeon. The blood-colored avatar appeared on the staircase, but Zhou didn't feel any discomfort. He walked to the second stone step without feeling anything. From the looks of it, the power of the Destiny platform is useless against me. Zhou walked up to the Destiny platform in one breath and realized that it was completely motionless. It didn't show any signs of a vital baptism like Jing Daoxian and company. Zhou thought for a moment and understood what was going on. He walked back and arrived at the first stone step of the staircase again. Then, he forcefully sealed all his abilities. He had too many rule-breaking and taboo-breaking abilities. The Destiny platform directly excluded him and didn't treat him as a human at all. Since he wasn't confined by the rules, he naturally couldn't enjoy the benefits provided by the rules framework. After forcefully blocking his abilities, Zhou immediately felt his body being sucked onto the stone steps. Zhou only used his physical strength to stride forward to resist the suction force as he walked towards the Destiny platform. As he walked up, the suction force became stronger. Thankfully, Zhou's physique was excellent. He endured the suction force and arrived in front of the Destiny platform again. His body seemed to be pulled by countless hands from hell, preventing him from taking the final step. Zhou's muscles, bones, and even veins were exerting their full strength. With a roar, he finally broke through the layers of resistance and stepped onto the Destiny platform. After he stepped onto the Destiny platform, the force that pulled at his body immediately vanished. A strange force enveloped the entire Destiny platform from every direction. Chapter 1848 One Living Person. Zhou felt an endless power surge into his body. The power was pervasive, filling every cell in his body. The power even seemed to inject his soul with vitality. His thought processes became abnormally active. Zhou's eyes seemed to see many things as everything in front of him rapidly magnified. Microscopic dust looked bigger than a skyscraper in his eyes. Countless bacteria danced in front of him like huge monsters. They grew bigger and bigger in an incredulous manner. Soon, Zhou couldn't even see the bacteria because they were so huge that he couldn't see their entirety. The extremely minute world constantly unfolded in front of him. Streams of light flashed as the entire world seemed to change repeatedly between light and darkness. The terrifying energy was changing the flaws in Zhou's body, correcting his imperfections in the most minute of ways. Zhou's body was changing, and his strength was being corrected. Everything was developing in the most perfect direction. No matter how perfect a person was, they would become imperfect when magnified. No matter how perfect a work of art was, there were countless flaws when magnified. Ancient Sovereign Sutra. Did I cultivate it wrongly? Small Perfection of Wisdom. Did I cultivate it wrongly? Demon God Bloodline Catalog. Did I cultivate it wrongly as well? Zhou felt the power in his body constantly transform as everything approached perfection. Was I wrong? Zhou felt his body become more and more perfect as his expression turned odd. Yes, he wasn't perfect and had made many mistakes. But were mistakes meant to disappear? At the very least, Zhou didn't think so. Humans didn't exist because it was right. Zhou felt that it was because of those mistakes that made them humans. Absolute perfection and absolute correctness meant everything was the same, but mistakes gave life a sense of self. If I were to choose between the perfect me and the flawed me, I would choose to retain that imperfect self. Life was like a painting, and mistakes were like brush strokes. Absolute perfection wasn't a painting. A few out-of-character strokes were the memories of an entire life. Every essence energy art Zhou, when cultivated, was imperfect, and he had taken a wrong path. However, Those mistakes contained his insights and understanding. If these mistakes vanished, what was the point of his insights and understanding? If everyone was on the right path, there would be no path. Under destiny, I am myself. The human realm domain roared crazily in Zhou Wen's body, hoping to devour the destiny power that baptized his body. The world may be large, but I'll only take a portion of it. Zhou Wen controlled the terrifying power and charged in one direction. Boom! The blood-colored avatar's body exploded like blood plasma as the game screen went black. It really doesn't work. Zhou Wen smiled, but he didn't take it to heart. He wanted to advance to the Apocalypse grade, but not that way. He activated the Destiny platform dungeon again and walked onto it to receive the baptism. He met with repeated failures. Again and again, every advancement to the Apocalypse grade ended in failure. An imperfect body and strength seemed incapable of advancing to the Apocalypse grade. However, Zhou Wen continued stubbornly. Perhaps his choice was wrong, but so what? At the very least, he still had a chance to redo it. Gosh, slow down. Li Xian followed behind Yer, who was running around the streets. He felt his legs go numb. He swore that when he found a wife in the future, the first criterion was whether his wife knew how to take care of children. He couldn't afford to undergo such suffering. At that moment, Li Xian seemed to understand the hardships his mother had gone through to raise him. Yer entered a shop. Li Xian finally sat down on a chair outside the shop to rest, when he suddenly heard someone speaking behind him. It's not easy to bring up a child, right? Are you talking to me? Li Xian turned his head and saw a man sitting behind him, smiling at him. It seems like there's only the two of us here, the man said with a smile. That's true. Li Xian nodded and said. It's indeed not easy to raise a child, but thankfully, it's not my child. If it's your child, it won't be a problem. As long as it's your child, no matter how much trouble she causes, someone will bear the consequences for her. Unfortunately, she is not your child. The man looked regretful. What do you mean? Li Xian frowned as he stared at the man. He had long felt that something was amiss with this man. It's about time the Li family has a descendant. You shouldn't waste any time, the man said. Who are you? If you continue spouting nonsense, don't blame me for being impolite. Li Xian stood up as a terrifying power spread through his body, prepared to deliver a thunderous strike at any moment. Then let me see how impolite you can be, the man said with a smile. Li Xian didn't say a word as his fist wrapped in carapace instantly appeared in front of the man. However, in the next second, Li Xian's pupils constricted as horror filled his face. The man extended a finger and blocked his fist, preventing it from advancing any further. Li Xian's shock wasn't trivial. Although he controlled his strength and didn't want to kill, it wasn't something an ordinary person could withstand. The other party had actually blocked his fist with just one finger, leaving him extremely alarmed. Li Xian's fist moved again, striking the man with an even more violent force. The man extended his finger and pressed it on his fist, blocking it again. Li Xian threw out both fists at the same time, producing afterimages that enveloped the man like the thousand-hand guanyin. However, all his attacks were parried by the man's finger. He didn't even move. Not bad. The man praised the panting Li Xian. These words sounded extremely sarcastic to Li Xian's ears. His eyes focused as his body was enveloped by a strange carapace. An unparalleled strength erupted from his body as he threw another punch at the man. Even if a mountain stood in front of him, it would collapse from Li Xian's punch. However, the man extended his finger and pressed it against Li Xian's fist again. It made Li Xian feel as though his body was being pressed down by a mountain, preventing him from moving at all. Of the Li family's 3 heroes, just having one alive is enough, the man said as he extended his hand towards Li Xian's chest. Crack! The nearly indestructible carapace was penetrated by the man's palm as his fingers gripped Li Xian's heart. Li Xian's eyes bulged as he felt as though his heart was about to explode. In the next second, a strange energy entered his heart, causing it to suddenly begin beating like a full-powered motor. Boom! Explosive energy wreaked havoc in Li Xian's body, making him feel as though his body would explode at any moment. Goodbye, baby brother. Li Xian stood there, unable to move. All he could do was watch as the man retracted his palm and left. The man's final words made Li Xian widen his eyes. The door to his memories seemed to open as childhood memories surfaced. You? Li Xian realized something, and tried his best to move his body to chase after the man, but his body was completely out of his control. No matter how he struggled and roared, even if he wanted to risk his life, he couldn't move a step. All he could do was watch helplessly as the man vanished. Tears of blood flowed from his eyes. Plop! Li Xian fell to the ground, unable to move. Only his heart was beating violently, as though someone had left something inside. Thank you for reading on. Chapter 1849 Li family's eldest son. Luo Yang's overseer residence. In Tianzuo's office, a man sat opposite him with his legs crossed. The chair under his buttocks was only supported by 2 legs, making him look very languid. The man who dared to be so unruly in front of Tianzuo was probably a first in years. Have you thought it through? Tianzuo looked at the man in front of him with a frown. What's there to think about? Didn't I already decide when I embarked on this path? The man said with a smile. Perhaps there's no need to take such a risk. Tianzuo said softly. Little Zuozua, when did you play it so safe? Haven't I lived like this all my life? The man curled his lips. Tianzuo ignored the man's teasing and continued. Up to now, no normal human has been able to walk up. Those 2 can no longer be considered humans. Then I, laughingly, will be the first normal human to walk up. The man said. What if you fail? Then I die. What about the Li family? There's still the 2nd and 3rd sons in the Li family. After all these years, the Li family can still survive without me. With 2nd brother around, I'm at ease no matter what happens at home. 3rd brother is an unreliable person. He's always pulling off tricks. He always thinks that no one can understand him, and that he's the only one who's clear-headed. Actually, he's just a pitiful person who's deceiving himself. However, with 2nd brother and your family watching him, I'm not worried. Laughingly thought of the man who had stood on the city gate and stared at him when he left Guide Ancient City. He couldn't help but sigh. That one from your family is getting stronger and stronger. We are already inferior to him. You were both born from the same parents, but why are your personalities so different? Tianzuo glared at him. Don't spout nonsense. If little Jing hears you, I'll kill you now without needing you to go to Destiny platform. You want to protect everything. How long can you keep this up? Sometimes, it's time for you to let them grow up. Laughingly said seriously. I'm afraid that she will grow up. If she doesn't, she will always be my baby sister. I can shield her from the elements. If she grows up, I don't know if she will still acknowledge me as her elder brother. Tianzuo sighed. There's a 50-50 chance. Aren't you going to take a gamble? Laughingly said with an evil smile. I won't use her as a bet. Tianzuo said in a deep voice. Are you getting more and more indecisive as you age? If you don't take the risk, I'll take the risk. If I can enter the apocalypse grade, I might be able to fight that person in the future. Laughingly stood up and walked to the door. Laughingly. Tianzuo got up and stopped laughingly. What? Laughingly turned around and asked with a smile. Come back. Tianzuo only said 2 words. Of course I have to come back. This time, I'll be ahead of you. You've lost. Laughingly turned around and walked out of the office, disappearing without looking back. You have to win this time. Tianzuo looked at the open office door and stood there for a long time. The cube's screen lit up as the scene of the staircase appeared again. Another human is making another attempt. Who is that person? Why haven't I seen him before? Could it be another devil? Now, the Federation's citizens were in a dilemma. Wang Mingyuan, who was first on the rankings, was the greatest traitor of humanity. The 2nd human on the rankings was also the greatest devil in the Federation's history. The 2 humans on the rankings weren't good people. I hope he's a good person. Otherwise, my faith will break down. It makes me wonder if only evil people can live better lives in this world. Don't be so pessimistic. We still have Human Sovereign. That's right. I wonder what Human Sovereign is doing. Why hasn't he attempted the level? Human Sovereign probably won't give up on such a good opportunity. Before Human Sovereign entered the Apocalypse grade, he could already fight Apocalypse grade creatures. When he enters the Apocalypse grade, which one of the dimensional fellows will dare cross the line? As people discussed, Laughingly on the staircase had already moved. A guardian appeared behind Laughingly and transformed into armor that enveloped his entire body. Upon seeing the guardian appear, no one could help but be disappointed. In the end, guardians were reliant on dimensional powers for humans to become strong. Could such a person be considered a human powerhouse? Wearing the guardian armor, Laughingly walked up the staircase. He didn't walk very quickly. Every step seemed to take all his strength as though he was carrying a mountain. Old Joe, do you think he can make it? Li Xian felt uneasy in front of the cube. He didn't even dare look at the cube's screen. I don't know. Zhou Wen shook his head. He had never seen anyone use a guardian to walk up to the Destiny platform. He didn't know if the rules of the Destiny platform would allow such a person to reach the top. Can't you say something auspicious? Li Xian sat back in his chair like a deflated balloon. If I say I don't know, it means that there's still a chance. If I say there's no chance, there's really no chance, Zhou Wen said. You? Li Xian was momentarily at a loss for words. These words sounded true, but they also made him feel uncomfortable. Laughingly continued advancing. Although he walked very slowly, he maintained this speed without slowing down. When he was about halfway there, the first stone step began to fall. According to the speed at which the stone steps fell, if Laughingly continued walking at this speed, he would probably fall with the stone steps before he reached the Destiny platform. Laughingly took a deep breath and suddenly quickened his pace. Everyone was surprised to see Laughingly capable of increasing his speed. Li Xian also clenched his fists in excitement. However, Zhou Wen frowned. He saw some invisible cracks appear on Laughingly's guardian armor. The faster Laughingly walked, the more cracks appeared on his guardian armor. Soon, even Li Xian could see the cracks. Will something bad happen? Li Xian became more and more flustered. If the guardian armor shattered, how could Laughingly reach the Destiny platform? Crack! Crack! After walking for a distance, Laughingly's footsteps slowed down. The cracks on his guardian armor grew bigger and bigger. One could even hear the sound of his armor cracking. Laughingly was still dozens of stone steps away from the Destiny platform, but it looked like his guardian armor couldn't last much longer. The stone steps behind fell faster and faster. They were only a few hundred steps from Laughingly. Come on, old pal. We're almost there. Laughingly raised his leg and took another step. However, the armor on his body was cracking. The armor on his calf cracked, and a piece fell. With every step Laughingly took, some of his armor fell. Furthermore, it fell faster and faster. It was about to collapse. Laughingly took another step forward. He was still more than 10 stone steps away from the Destiny platform. There were only a few dozen stone steps left before all of them fell. Bang! The guardian armor on his body completely shattered, turning into fragments that filled the sky. Laughingly's body was completely exposed, as though he had been nailed to the stone steps. Thank you for reading on. Chapter 1850. Stand firm. Don't fall. Laughingly's armor shattered and flew into the air. He continued clenching a piece by his palm. Old pal, stay with me for a while longer. Laughingly clenched his fists as he stared at the Destiny platform in front of him. There seemed to be some strange power surging in his body. Why aren't you moving? Move! Move! Weren't you very capable when you bullied me? Why aren't you moving now? Walk forward. Li Xian slammed the cube's screen hatefully. Calm down. Wait for me. Zhou Wen's figure flashed and instantly vanished. As though he had heard Li Xian's cursing, Laughingly moved again. He took a step up the stone steps. Blood gushed out as fine patterns appeared on his leg as though they had been cut by a knife. Laughingly walked up step by step. With every step he took, his body seemed to be sliced open by invisible blades. Blood flowed out of his body, and in 3 steps, his clothes were almost dyed red with blood. Overseer, can he reach the top? And Sheng asked. Yes, of course. No one in this world is more reliable than that fellow. And Tianzi said firmly, but his palms were covered in sweat. Laughingly walked up step by step. He was covered in blood, and one couldn't tell the color of his clothes. The people who had previously claimed that Laughingly was relying on a guardian were now silent. Many people held their breaths as though they would make Laughingly collapse if their breathing were any louder. The stone steps behind kept falling, and were about to catch up to Laughingly. As for the stone steps in front of Laughingly, there was only one left. He only needed 2 steps to reach the Destiny platform. However, Laughingly's vision was already a blur. His eyes were covered in blood, and he felt dizzy. Laughingly clenched his fist tightly, as the guardian armor fragment in his palm stabbed into his flesh. The pain had already numbed Laughingly. He wasn't using the pain to jolt himself awake. He wanted to clench his fists tighter. Move! Laughingly gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to crack. His body felt like it was being pressed down by a mountain, and he couldn't even lift his toes. Bang! Laughingly raised his leg with sheer force, and stepped onto the last stone step. Blood immediately flowed onto the stone steps, leaving a blood-colored footprint. Countless wounds on his body were gushing out blood. The final step. Laughingly raised his leg again and stepped up. His blood had almost run dry and his body had already shriveled up. All his bones were groaning in pain. It was a miracle that he wasn't dead. Crack! It was as though a bone had snapped. The right leg that held up his center of gravity had snapped. Laughingly propped his left leg on the ground and looked at the last step in front of him. As long as he completed this step, he could ascend Destiny platform. The stone steps behind him had all fallen, leaving only the one under Laughingly's feet. Go, go, go! Li Xian roared as he grabbed the screen depicting the cube. In fact, it wasn't just Li Xian. Many people watching the livestream were already beginning to hope that Laughingly could reach the top. Laughingly's face distorted as his vision blurred. His brain was about to stop functioning, but he still maintained one thought: I want to go up. Laughingly tried his best as he exerted strength with his left leg. His broken right leg moved for the final step. Crack! His left leg bones fractured, but his right foot had already stepped onto the Destiny platform. The last stone step had also fallen. He's up! Li Xian was overjoyed. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. The trip up to the Destiny platform was one filled with anxiety. However, Laughingly, who had one foot on it, lost his balance and fell backward. His legs were already broken. He couldn't support his body at all. He fell backward and was about to fall off the Destiny platform. Damn the heavens, can't you let me defeat him once? He had already done his best. He could only accept this outcome. Laughingly! And Tianzuo's body trembled as his eyes turned bloodshot, as though everything in his eyes had turned blood red. Li Xian couldn't utter a single word. He leaned on the cube and watched as Laughingly collapsed. His mind went blank. Is it over? Sui saw that Laughingly's toes were about to leave the Destiny platform and fall into the void. She secretly wiped the corners of her eyes. That's what a man is. Many people felt pity for Laughingly's failure. Suddenly, stand firm. Don't fall. A figure appeared behind Laughingly and pressed a hand on his back. He whispered into his ear and pushed him back. Laughingly's eyes were already filled with blood. He couldn't see anything. His ears were also filled with blood. He couldn't hear anything either. All he could feel was someone pushing him from the back. His body returned to Destiny platform. His legs were twisted, and he couldn't stand upright. However, he remained standing. He used his twisted legs to stand. His broken leg bones pierced through his flesh and stabbed into the ground, supporting his body. Zhou Wen pushed Laughingly as his body was repelled by a force. He instantly fell into the void and vanished. Did you see that? What was that? That's Human Sovereign. Everyone immediately recognized the black-armored Zhou Wen. Holy **T, Human Sovereign was touched by this person and came to save the day. As expected of Human Sovereign. With him around, nobody can stop anyone from going up. I was wondering why Human Sovereign didn't come to clear the level. So he can go up whenever he wants. Not only can he go up himself, but he can also help others. As people discussed, the energy on the Destiny platform had already surged towards Laughingly. The terrifying energy rapidly regenerated his flesh. The Guardian armor fragment in Laughingly's hand also rapidly grew and connected with his flesh. Strange trajectories of light streaked across Laughingly's body. There were countless wounds that looked like he had been sliced by blades. Under the condensation of the terrifying energy, the wounds turned into beams of light. The energy used to repair these wounds was far more intense than the ones repairing his fractured legs. This was because the injuries of these wounds had been delayed. Laughingly's injuries were originally worse than this. He should have died before he could even reach the top. However, the effects of his injuries came slower than others. This was the effect of his trajectory body. However, the injuries were only delayed, they still existed. After the delay, the injuries would snare their heads even more violently, so it was even more difficult to recover. Thankfully, he was already standing on the Destiny platform. No matter how serious his injuries were, as long as he wasn't dead, he could be healed. When the armor completely covered Laughingly's body, the cube's screen changed to the rankings. The words, "Eldest son of the Li family," appeared in 4th place on the rankings. Laughingly didn't leave his name, but his identity. Now, he could tell everyone that he was the eldest son of the Li family, and not the holy son of the Holy Land, Shao. Thank you for reading on.